Vogelbaum's estate rested deep in a secluded valley in upstate New York, far from the city, far from Vought, and far from everything he had helped create with his own hands. The ivy along both sides of the wrought iron gate had been trimmed with care. The gravel driveway was neat and orderly, every detail arranged with quiet precision. It looked like the respectable refuge of a retired old man. When Benjamin and Homelander landed at the entrance, Vogelbaum was already standing beneath the porch. He did not hide. He was not foolish enough to call the police, nor did he make any attempt to run. He only let out a faint sigh, as though he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Of course, he knew what had happened at Vought. Edgar was dead. Madeline was dead. The board of directors had been wiped out. And Vogelbaum knew better than anyone that he was probably next. It was only a matter of time before Homelander came knocking at his door. Just ask. Vogelbaum spoke slowly. I'll tell you the truth. His eyes shifted briefly toward Homelander. For now, Homelander still seemed relatively stable. Vogelbaum understood that if he provoked him too much, the peaceful retirement life he had so carefully built here would vanish in an instant. He led Benjamin and Homelander through an oak-floored hallway and into the study. An entire wall was covered with bookshelves, while several faded medals rested on the mantel above the fireplace. Vogelbaum opened a desk drawer, took out a manila envelope, and placed it on the table. Inside were the addresses of Becca and Ryan. Homelander stared at the envelope for a long time. Then he slowly raised his head. Why did you do it? His voice was low, but the emotion beneath it was impossible to miss. The deception. The lies. 8 whole years. Vogelbaum remained silent for a long while. Then he said softly, to protect you. His voice was old and calm. Isn't that what Vought does? Protect our most valuable asset. Before he could finish, Benjamin's fist slammed into his face. Benjamin had held back. Vogelbaum was only an ordinary human, after all. But even with restraint, the punch still sent the old man flying backward as if every bone in his body had been loosened at once. Vogelbaum crashed into the bookshelf, knocking half a row of hardcovers to the floor. He collapsed sideways onto the ground. Almost all of his teeth had been knocked out, and blood mixed with saliva spilled from the corner of his mouth. His breathing became shallow and uneven, his chest struggling weakly against the floor. My son is not a fucking asset. Benjamin lowered his fist, his voice cold enough to freeze the room. He looked down at the half-dead old man without a trace of pity in his eyes. Served him right. Even if he killed him here, Benjamin would not feel a thing. That punch wasn't just for tricking me into some bullshit genetic experiment. His eyes grew colder. It was because you insulted my son. Benjamin stepped closer. An asset? My son is not a fucking asset. He isn't some product either. He's a person. A living, breathing person. His voice grew heavier with every word. He is a person first, and a soup second. Benjamin's jaw tightened. Fuck you. Behind him, Homelander stood frozen, his lips slightly parted. Since childhood, countless people had told him what he was. An asset. A product. Vought's most valuable IP. The most successful specimen in the lab. The highest priority test subject in the incubation chamber. Madeline had called him Vought's future. Edgar had called him their most precious product. Vogelbaum had called him an asset that needed to be protected. At some point, even Homelander himself had almost started to believe it. But now, his father was standing in front of him, facing the old man who had created him, and saying the one thing no one had ever said before. He was not an asset. He was a person. It took Vogelbaum a long time to regain his senses. With one trembling hand, he braced himself against the floor and slowly leaned back against the crooked bookshelf. Blood continued to run from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to want to say something. Maybe it was an excuse. Maybe it was a plea for mercy. But Benjamin had already turned away and picked up the manila envelope. The address is inside. Vogelbaum nodded weakly. Blood dripped from his chin onto the front of his shirt as his gaze turned toward Homelander. John, listen. His voice trembled. I feel guilty. Homelander stared at him in silence. You should have grown up in a family that loved you, Vogelbaum said. Not in a cold laboratory. Not raised by doctors. He swallowed with difficulty. Now that I'm old, I feel remorse for what I did when I was young. His eyes lowered slightly. When I think about what I did to you, and what you may do to others in the future, I just... His voice cracked. I'm sorry. He paused, then looked toward Benjamin. And you too, Benjamin. I'm sorry. Homelander shook his head. I don't need your fucking apology. I truly am sorry. What do you want? Homelander's voice suddenly sharpened. What the hell do you want by saying sorry now? His breathing grew heavier. You want forgiveness? Now. By the end, even Homelander's lips were trembling. Maybe it was because he had remembered his childhood. Maybe it was because the old man in front of him had finally admitted his mistake. Even Homelander himself could not tell. But one thing was clear. It was too late. Far too late. If Benjamin had raised him from childhood, he would never have become like this. Never. He would never have. Homelander's emotions began to spiral. Benjamin glanced at Vogelbaum with disgust. Hypocrite. His voice was filled with contempt. You damn old bastard. Vogelbaum lowered his head. I admit it was my mistake. His voice was hoarse and broken. Do whatever you want. He gave a weak, bitter laugh. I don't need anything. I'm just an old man who knows he was wrong. Vogelbaum muttered the words to himself, as though they were the only confession he had left out in the dimly lit room. Benjamin and Homelander stared down at Vogelbaum, who lay collapsed on the floor. The chief scientist who had once held enormous authority inside Vought, the man who had personally created countless supes, now looked old, broken, and full of regret. He had just admitted his mistake. And yet, as Benjamin watched him, a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Vogelbaum, Benjamin said quietly, look me in the eye. He slowly crouched down, bringing his hard, weathered face close to the old scientist's. You don't actually believe you were wrong, he said in a low voice. Deep down, maybe even somewhere you refuse to admit, you never thought locking an infant in a cold laboratory and torturing him was a sin. Benjamin's eyes were terrifyingly calm. The only reason you're admitting anything now is because, in your mind, the experiment failed. His voice turned colder. From everything you just said, you still see my son, John, as nothing more than a failed asset. You're afraid of him. Afraid that one day he'll become like me, break free from Vought's control, and turn into a monster capable of hurting everyone around him. Isn't that right? Those words cut straight through Vogelbaum's defenses. Because that was exactly what he feared. His guilt did not come from realizing that what he had done to Homelander as a child was evil. It came from failure. The experiment had failed. Homelander had become uncontrollable. That was why Vogelbaum was willing to call it a mistake now. If Homelander had grown into a perfectly obedient, respectable superhero under Vought's command, would Vogelbaum have ever admitted anything? Impossible. Edgar was dead. Madeline was dead. Vought's upper ranks had been wiped out. Now Vought belonged to this father and son. And Vogelbaum could only hope that the monster he had raised with his own hands might, under Benjamin's restraint, hold on to whatever humanity he had left. The old scientist's lips trembled. He wanted to argue. He wanted to defend himself. But no words came out. Benjamin's smile grew even colder. So you are afraid, he said. Maybe you're not afraid of us snapping your neck right here. Those old bones of yours have lived long enough, haven't they? He paused. A cruel light flashed through his eyes. But you are afraid we'll go after your family. Vogelbaum froze. Benjamin leaned closer. For example, right in front of you, we could tear your wife, your children, and your grandchildren apart with our bare hands. One by one. While they're still alive. All color drained from Vogelbaum's face. No, he muttered, shaking his head in horror. No, you can't. They're innocent. Please, Benjamin, you can't. Of course I fucking won't. Benjamin suddenly kicked him aside and let out a cold snort. I don't go after people's families. I'm not that vile. He had only wanted to frighten Vogelbaum. As for actually laying a hand on the man's family, Benjamin would never sink that low. He was not butcher. But you still have to pay for what you've done. Benjamin stopped looking at the damned old man and turned his gaze toward Homelander. At that moment, Homelander understood exactly what Benjamin meant. Buzz? Almost instinctively, a blinding red light flared in Homelander's eyes. As long as he lowered his head even slightly, those two beams of heat, powerful enough to slice through steel, would split Vogelbaum's skull open like a watermelon. But in the final second before death fell, the red glow in Homelander's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. A memory rose from the depths of his mind. A cold, sealed laboratory. Young John, dressed in a thin hospital gown, curled up on the freezing metal floor. Tubes covered his small body. He had just endured another brutal extreme test. At his weakest, most helpless moment, a figure appeared beyond the thick bulletproof glass. It was Vogelbaum. A younger Vogelbaum stood outside the laboratory door, looking in at the battered child with a gentle, almost kind smile. Well done, John, he said softly. You are my most perfect masterpiece. That faint voice passed through the glass. To young John, a child with no parents, no hugs, and not even a single toy, that smile had been the only warmth in his frozen world. Naively, he had believed the man in the white coat was his father, even though behind that smile there had only ever been cold data. Even though that so-called fatherly love had been a disgusting lie from beginning to end. Ha, ha. Homelander's chest heaved violently. He stared at Vogelbaum on the floor, the red light in his eyes brightening and dimming again and again. The truth was, Homelander had spent his entire life searching for the illusion of a father. Vogelbaum had created him, but treated him like a lab rat. Stan Edgar had controlled him through corporate power and interest, looking at him as if he were nothing more than a product. And now there was Benjamin, his biological father, the man who had truly given him his bloodline. Forceful, terrifying, impossible to ignore. And yet, beneath that fear, Homelander felt a faint, desperate longing. Soldier boy, Benjamin. This was the father who truly loved him. Vogelbaum and Edgar had never been real fathers. The muscles in Homelander's face twitched. He wanted to do it. But at this moment, he was not yet the man he would become later in the original story. The current Homelander had not yet been completely consumed by absolute power and arrogance. He had not fully abandoned the last fragile trace of humanity buried inside him. So naturally, he could not yet act like his future self, the version of him who would slaughter every experimenter in the laboratory without hesitation. Besides, even that completely corrupted Homelander from the original storyline, the one who had almost entirely abandoned his humanity, still hesitated when facing Barbara, the woman he once saw as his mother. He had only welded the laboratory doors shut with his lasers, leaving her to wait for death in loneliness and despair. Why had he not simply cut her in half with his heat vision? Was it really because he wanted her to suffer the terror of waiting to die? Or was it because, in the end, those eyes of his had not dared to fire on the woman who had once given him even a trace of false motherly love? Benjamin frowned slightly. It seemed the psychological weight Homelander carried from the laboratory was far heavier than he had imagined. Was it hatred? A faint trace of love? Or both? Perhaps, one day, he would have to take Homelander back to that laboratory. Only by facing the source completely could Homelander's twisted wounds finally begin to close. The room sank into deathly silence. Only Homelander's heavy breathing echoed through the air. Vogelbaum, who had been lying on the floor the entire time, seemed to realize something. The old scientist slowly raised his head. First, he looked at Benjamin's cold expression. Then he looked at Homelander, whose eyes burned red while his face twisted with pain and struggle. Seeing that Homelander could not bring himself to act, a flicker of understanding appeared in Vogelbaum's clouded eyes. Then that understanding turned into deep self-mockery. It was as if every last bit of strength had been drained from his body in an instant. He slowly closed his eyes. "Do it, John," Vogelbaum said softly. "I owe you this. It's time to end this sinful life of mine." In the end, Homelander still did not do it. Benjamin looked at his son, trapped in his own inner struggle. The next second, he stepped forward without expression and wrapped his broad hand around Vogelbaum's neck. There was no hesitation. Crack. The crisp sound of snapping bone rang through the room. Vogelbaum was dead. For an old bastard who had practically built the sinful foundation of Vought's empire with his own hands, the ending Benjamin gave him was far too merciful. A broken neck, instant brain death, no pain at all. Compared to the original storyline, where Newman used her superpower to blow his head open in public at the hearing, splattering red and white matter across the floor and leaving him without an intact corpse, Vogelbaum's end here could absolutely be called peaceful. After that, Benjamin had Vought secretly arrange an extremely low-profile funeral. This was the last bit of dignity Benjamin left for the damned old man. As for the look of release on Vogelbaum's face in his final moment, maybe the old bastard really had felt true remorse.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Rather than regret over creating a failed product. Or maybe he had not. Who could say? No one cared anymore. A gloomy sky drizzled with fine rain. In a remote private cemetery, Homelander stood beside Vogelbaum's coffin like a silent statue. His eyes were complicated as he watched the black wooden coffin disappear, bit by bit, beneath the yellow earth. What was being buried was not only Vogelbaum, but also that fragile boy named John, the one who had once trembled in the laboratory and longed for a hug. "What are you staring off into space for?" Benjamin's broad hand clapped heavily onto Homelander's shoulder, hard enough to make him sway slightly. "What's past is fucking past." Benjamin's voice was rough. Homelander felt the weight and warmth of a true father's hand on his shoulder. He took a deep breath. The cold rain cleared his head quite a bit, and the confusion in his eyes gradually faded. Homelander nodded, turned to Benjamin, and said, "Yeah, it's in the past. Now, should we go find Ryan?" "Let's go." Benjamin shrugged. "To be honest, I'm curious too. I've never even met this grandson of mine. I want to see what he looks like." He said he was curious, but in truth, Benjamin had a strong dislike for the grown-up Ryan from the original series. He was even somewhat disgusted by him. In the later part of the original series, Benjamin felt that if Homelander was a giant man-child twisted by childhood trauma and desperate for love, who later killed many, many people, then what about Ryan? Compared with Homelander, that little brat Ryan was even more of a beast. After Homelander learned of Ryan's existence, he truly did everything he could to make up for it. His love for Ryan was clumsy. He even humbled himself, wanting to keep Ryan by his side, wanting to give this son everything good in the world, desperately wanting to give Ryan the loving childhood he himself had never had. Even if Homelander's methods were extreme, he had never wronged Ryan. But how did Ryan repay him? When Ryan attacked Stormfront, he lost control of his power and accidentally killed his biological mother, Becca. In the finale, during the ultimate battle at the White House, Ryan chose to stand with Butcher and fight against his own father. In the end, Homelander's death could not be separated from the betrayal of this good son, Ryan. By then, Ryan was nothing but an ungrateful little wolf cub. Anyone could kill Homelander, but not Ryan. But it did not matter anymore. All of this could be changed. Benjamin looked at Homelander beside him, who was filled with excitement and anticipation, and thought to himself. 1 hour later, a closed community secretly built by the Vought group. The place was shaded by trees, the houses were spotless, and the lawns were trimmed so perfectly they looked fake. The whole community had a false, eerie feeling, like something out of the Truman Show. Benjamin and Homelander stopped side by side in front of a beautiful two-story villa. The heavy footsteps outside seemed to have been heard. With a click, the villa door opened from the inside. A little boy around 7 or 8 years old ran out. He had bright blonde hair, clear sapphire blue eyes, and delicate features. He was practically a copy of young John. This child was Ryan. "Mom, there are people outside." Ryan looked curiously at the two strong men in uniforms in front of him, then turned and shouted into the house. At his son's call, hurried footsteps sounded from inside. "Ryan, what happened?" "I told you, try not to open the door for strangers." Becca walked out while tying her apron, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. But the moment her gaze passed over her son and landed on the two men standing outside the yard, her mind went blank. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The person who had come was none other than Ryan's biological father, Homelander. Not only that, but beside Homelander stood a legendary figure even taller than him, Soldier Boy. The internet was full of rumors that Homelander and Soldier Boy were father and son. In other words, Ryan's father and grandfather had come. Oh, look at this handsome young man. Homelander paid no attention to Becca at all. From the moment he first saw Ryan, he could not look away. A trace of tenderness appeared in Homelander's eyes. He slowly crouched down, trying hard to make his voice sound kind and friendly as he stared closely at Ryan. Little guy, do you know who we are? Ryan bit his finger and looked back and forth between the two of them. Although he had been isolated here, he had still watched TV and read comics. I know. Ryan nodded innocently. You're Homelander, and the one next to you is Soldier Boy. You're superheroes. Hearing that childish voice, Homelander could not help laughing. There was a touch of bitterness in his smile, but also immense satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Very smart. But, do you know anything else? Just as this touching scene of fatherly affection and filial piety was unfolding, Benjamin, standing off to the side, could not take it anymore. You dumb kid. I'm your fucking grandfather. This grinning fool right here is your fucking father. How the fuck can you not see this? You dumb kid, I'm your fucking grandfather. This grinning idiot beside me is your fucking father. You little brat, how the fuck can you not see that? Ryan was stunned by the scolding. The little guy froze where he stood, his sapphire blue eyes filled with confusion and shock, his small mouth hanging slightly open. For a moment, his brain simply could not catch up. Dad and Grandpa. But Mom said he did not have a dad or grandpa. Homelander froze for a second, then looked back at Ryan, his smile becoming even brighter. Yeah, your grandpa's way of putting it is a little direct, but he's not wrong. Homelander reached out, wanting to touch Ryan's cheek, and said in a low voice, Ryan, your father is Homelander, and your grandfather is Soldier Boy. The two of us are the most powerful superheroes in the world, and you carry our sacred bloodline. We are family. Those words, family, completely shattered Becca's last psychological defense. Watching Homelander's hand move toward her son, watching shock and a faint, barely noticeable longing gradually rise in Ryan's eyes, Becca's face turned pale. Ryan, be good and go back inside first. Becca crouched down and placed both hands on Ryan's shoulders. She forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, then reached up and ruffled her son's golden hair. Mommy needs to talk to your dad and this grandpa here about some grown-up things. Ryan did not notice the complicated tone in his mother's voice. At that moment, his clear blue eyes were shining with a light they had never had before. The biggest question he had carried since he was little was this. Everyone else had a dad, so why didn't he? Where had his dad gone? And now, he did not have to wonder anymore. The two strongest superheroes from TV were actually his father and his grandpa. Okay, I'll wait for you inside. Ryan nodded excitedly and dashed back into the house, his whole back radiating joy. Thud. As the villa's wooden door gently closed, the warmth on Becca's face vanished. She spread her arms and blocked the doorway, staring hard at the two men in front of her. No, you can't stay here. Leave right now. Becca's voice was sharp, her chest rising and falling. You're not welcome here. I have an absolute confidentiality agreement with VOD International. You can't violate the agreement. You can't ruin my life. Homelander's brow furrowed slightly, impatience flashing through his eyes. Because Becca had been secretly confined in this closed community for 8 long years, she could get information from the news, but what she knew was definitely behind the times. She had no idea that the VOD International she was talking about had already changed hands. In fact, even if she had seen the news and believed VOD International had a new CEO, she would still think that new CEO was managing the supes, not that the supes had taken control of VOD. You want my son to grow up without a father, just like I did. Homelander took a step forward and asked in an icy voice. My child doesn't need a terrible father like you. Becca gritted her teeth and refused to back down. Enough. Stop fucking yelling. Benjamin cut off the pointless argument, sounding impatient. Becca, right? Put away that ridiculous VOD agreement of yours. Stan Edgar, Madeline, and Vogelbaum are all out of the picture. Now, VOD International belongs to me and Homelander. At that, Becca's eyes widened in terror. Of course she knew those 3 people. They were the top people at VOD International who had promised her absolute safety and secrecy back then. Had VOD really changed completely? Had it fallen entirely into the hands of this monstrous father and son? So drop that victim face. Benjamin pointed at Becca, his voice low and carrying unquestionable authority. Of course, we didn't come here just because of you. I'm here to tell you the simplest truth. You can't stop a father who wants to see his own son. Becca's face was as white as paper, and she bit her lip hard. She knew Benjamin was telling the truth. Only here. You can only see him here. Becca relented. Although she desperately did not want Ryan to form any kind of bond with Homelander, at that moment, she had no choice but to compromise. No. Homelander spoke seriously. Listen, Ryan is my son. He has the most perfect genes in the world. He can't be locked in this fake birdcage like a prisoner. He'll become a great superhero in the future, just like me. I have to take him out and let him see the real world. If you dare. Becca found her courage. She pulled a pair of self-defense scissors from her pocket, pressed the point hard against her own throat, and shouted, if you insist on taking him away, I'll stab myself in the neck right in front of Ryan. I'll die in front of him, and before I breathe my last, I'll tell him it was you, his father and grandfather, who drove his mother to her death." At those words, crimson lasers almost instantly lit up in Homelander's eyes. He stared at Becca, furious. But in the end, the red glow in his eyes slowly faded. He was afraid. Not afraid that Becca would die, but afraid that Ryan would truly hate him for the rest of his life because of it. He craved the love of family too much. Homelander could not bear the price of being hated by his own son. Standing behind him, Benjamin took it all in. In his eyes, a woman who used her own life to threaten others was simply foolish to the extreme. If it were him, he would not only watch Becca die, he would even help push the scissors in a little deeper. But looking at Homelander beside him, angry yet forced to compromise, Benjamin could only accept it in silence. Whatever. Benjamin sneered inwardly. Sooner or later, Homelander would hold Ryan and fly into the sky, show him the outside world, and expose the truth of this fake community. But that would have to wait until Homelander and Ryan had built a deep bond. Compromising for now would not hurt. The important thing was that Benjamin did not care about Ryan. He cared more about Homelander. Homelander nodded and said, "Fine. I won't take him away. But right now, I'm going inside to spend time with my son." Soon, after this temporary agreement was reached, Benjamin and Homelander entered the cozy little wooden house. The atmosphere in the living room quickly became warm, though admittedly, that warmth was a little strange. Homelander, the strongest superhero in the world, was currently folding his tall body onto a small children's rug. He had never raised a child, and he had never been raised like a normal child himself. He had no idea how to get along with a 7-year-old boy, so he could only try things out himself. At that moment, Homelander was carefully holding Ryan's small hand, with one of his own action figures in the other. "Look. Homelander is flying over. Boom. He beat the bad guys." Homelander's voice was gentle. Giggle, giggle. Ryan laughed so hard he nearly fell over, his clear laughter ringing through the room. The little guy was completely immersed in joy. When he looked at Homelander, his eyes were full of admiration. This warm scene was entirely different from the ungrateful Ryan in the original storyline who attacked his own father with lasers. As for Becca, she was standing behind the kitchen counter with 2 cups of coffee, watching the father and son on the rug with an extremely complicated look in her eyes. Seeing Ryan's bright, heartfelt smile left Becca feeling deeply conflicted and uncomfortable. But, would it be better for Ryan to have a father? Becca did not know. At that thought, she closed her eyes in pain. Impossible. How could she think something like that? This man was the demon who raped her back then. At that moment, Becca had completely forgotten that at the party back then, her husband had once said bad things about Homelander, mocking his lower body and his tight suit. And back then, Becca had drunk a lot, half resisting and half giving in. But no matter what, Becca believed she was the victim. In her mind, Homelander had raped her. Just as Becca was caught in the struggle of her own self-hypnosis, Homelander's excited voice suddenly came from the living room. "Dad, come look, come here." Homelander turned around and looked at Benjamin, who was leaning against the sofa with a speechless expression. "Dad, do you want to touch Ryan's hand?" Homelander held up Ryan's pale, tender little hand and said, "His hand is so small, so soft. Really, try touching it." Looking at his delighted son, then at the grandson gazing innocently at him, Benjamin turned his head away in disgust. "Oh, fuck. I really can't fucking stand how sappy you two are." Hearing that unfamiliar word, Ryan blinked his big eyes from the rug, looked up at Homelander curiously, and asked, "What does fuck mean?" Comment. 6 comment. Vote. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, A Child's Innocent Words. That innocent question hit Homelander hard, right as he was trying to maintain his image as a father. The expression on Homelander's face froze slightly. Well, fuck, you can think of it as a catchphrase. Yes, it's a way of saying hello. It's your grandpa's special catchphrase. Very, very distinctive. Ryan nodded, half understanding. He thought the word sounded fun when it popped out of his mouth, so he shouted in a clear little voice, "Fuck, fuck, fuck, Grandpa." "Benjamin?" In the kitchen, Becca stood there holding a coffee cup, her face dark with despair. She looked hopelessly at the grandpa sitting on her sofa with a mouthful of profanity, then at the dad teaching her son how to swear. Damn it. This damned father and son. If she let them stay for a few more days, her son would absolutely be turned into a little punk by these 2 superpowered lunatics. Becca only wanted these 2 bastards to leave as soon as possible. Just then, Benjamin had had enough. He stood up and said, "You 2 can keep playing. I'm going out for a smoke," then heading back to Vought. When he reached the door, Benjamin stopped, turned his head slightly, and glanced at Becca. Then he pushed the door open and left without looking back. Homelander did not care. He kept playing with his son. After leaving the cabin, a notification sounded beside Benjamin's ear. "You helped Homelander kill Dr. Vogelbaum, the scientist who created Homelander. Homelander could not bring himself to do it, so you did it for him, and you gave Vogelbaum a relatively decent and dignified death, as well as a funeral. This has helped Homelander sever his past to a certain extent. However, if you truly want Homelander to completely cut himself free from the past, he needs to return home once. Reward, super self-healing upgraded from LV5 to LV6. So far, strength, defense, and self-healing were all at LV6. Soon, Benjamin returned to his office. There were quite a few messages on his phone. Starlight had asked him out to dinner, while Stormfront had invited him to get a room. Since he had not been replying much, Starlight occasionally sent him a few cute stickers. Stormfront was much more direct and sent Benjamin photos of herself naked. There was no need to worry too much about Homelander for now. Just as Benjamin was deciding which invitation to accept, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Ashley pushed the door open, looking as if something urgent had happened. "Yes, sir." Ashley spoke carefully. "A superhero who was previously fired from Vought just contacted us through an internal encrypted line. He said, he wants to see you, or Homelander. Are you available right now?" "A fired loser." Benjamin did not even raise his eyes. "Who?" "Mesmer." Ashley quickly flipped through the tablet in her hands. Even though she had already become CEO, she still kept that habit. A former child star, and a former member of Vought's Teenage Kicks team. His power allows him to read other people's memories through physical contact. 2 years ago, Vought fired him for using his powers to steal trade secrets and commit insider trading. Ashley paused, then said, "He says he has definitive intel about Translucent's death." Hearing this, Benjamin remembered the original storyline. Mesmer, the mind reader. If he was showing up now, that meant the boys, led by William Butcher, had already made contact with the little fat guy. It also meant Kimiko had already been captured by the boys, and they were trying to use Mesmer's power to read Kimiko's memories. Now this was fucking interesting, Benjamin thought to himself. In the original storyline, Butcher and the others had risked their lives chasing leads and trying to read memories mainly to get hard proof that Vought International was abusing Compound V for human experimentation, using it to bring Vought down. But now, why were they still doing this? Honestly, Benjamin had not expected the boys to keep following this lead. And more importantly, he had said a long time ago that they needed to find Kimiko. Yet a massive company like Vought still had not found her after all this time, only for the boys to locate her first. But soon, Benjamin wondered if this had something to do with a deal between Butcher and Colonel Mallory. After all, in the original series, Butcher found Becca because Colonel Mallory gave him the address. Benjamin said, "Bring him to me." Ashley looked troubled. "Sir, Mesmer said he'll be waiting for you tonight on the rooftop of an abandoned building, and he'll only meet you or Homelander." "Fuck, I can't fly." Soldier Boy sounded speechless. Late at night, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, cold wind howled past. Benjamin came anyway. Of course, he took the freight elevator up. Near the edge of the rooftop, a chubby man in a cheap jacket, looking utterly worn down, was pacing back and forth in agitation. This was Mesmer. When he heard the heavy sound of military boots behind him, Mesmer shuddered and turned around. "MMR Soldier Boy." Mesmer stammered out a greeting and handed his phone to Benjamin. Benjamin checked the photos and surveillance screenshots on it. In the photos were Huey, Frenchie, Mother's Milk, and William Butcher with his full beard. Benjamin casually flipped through them, then stuffed the phone into his coat pocket. Mesmer opened his mouth. He wanted to say that was his phone, but he did not quite dare. Benjamin took out a cigar and lit it, the flame casting light across his cold face. "Talk. What do you want?" Benjamin exhaled a smoke ring as he asked. Mesmer swallowed hard, his eyes shining with desperation. "Mr. Soldier Boy, I want to go back to Vought International. I want to wear the uniform again. I want to be back in the spotlight." Benjamin's fingers paused around the cigar. He pointed at Mesmer and said, "You know why you were fired, right? You couldn't keep your hands clean. Insider trading. I hate people who don't follow the rules." Thud. Mesmer dropped to his knees on the dusty rooftop without hesitation, throwing away all dignity as tears and snot ran down his face. "Sir, I know I was wrong. I swear, I'll change all of it. As long as you let me go back, I'm willing to be your dog. My power is useful, I swear. Please." In the original storyline, after this fat guy told Homelander the information, it was not long before an enraged Butcher smashed his head to pulp against a sink in a public restroom. To be honest, his power was actually pretty useful. Letting Butcher kill him off like that would be a waste. "Wipe those tears away, you fucking fat ass. Looking at you is fucking disgusting." Benjamin turned and headed toward the rooftop exit. "Report to Ashley at Vought International tomorrow morning at 8. If you ever dare to use your power for any shady little tricks again, I'll twist your head off myself." "Got it." Mesmer was overjoyed. "Got it? Got it? Thank you, sir. Thank you." As he rode the elevator down, Benjamin kept thinking, maybe the 7 was a little too small. He could put together a few other teams, like a team of speed-type supes. Marathon, Shockwave, A-Train, and those 3 second-tier speed-type supes from before all had the same defining trait, speed. Aside from an all-rounder like Homelander, there were basically no other supes who could outrun them. Those speed-type supes could be organized into one team, with Shockwave as their leader. Besides that, the Boys universe actually had plenty of powerful ability users. For example, Lamplighter from before, or Golden Boy at Godolkin University, Marie, that gender bender, and so on. If all of them were brought into Vought, Vought's strength would rise sharply. There was also Cindy, the telekinetic woman in the asylum. By now, Benjamin had personally shut down those human experiment facilities, but the uncontrollable supes were still being held. Benjamin planned to go there when he had time and see whether he could remove the powers of those supes who could not be controlled, then release them. As for the controllable supes, he would see if they could be brought into Vought International. When Benjamin returned to Vought headquarters, Homelander had just come back from Becca's secret community. Tonight, Homelander was in an unusually good mood, a smile on his face. But when the VOD executives along the way saw that smile, they all quickened their pace and tried to get as far away as possible. Because in their experience, the happier Homelander looked, the more it usually meant something was wrong. No one knew whether Homelander was genuinely happy or only pretending. Homelander walked straight into the office. He had a wonderful time playing with his son Ryan today. Honestly, if that damn woman Becca had not kept urging Ryan to go to bed, he would have wanted to stay in that little cabin all night. My son is an angel. Homelander poured himself a glass of milk and murmured to himself. He had already made plans in his heart. The next time he went to see his son, he had to bring him the newest iPhone. And some high-quality milk. Milk was good for children, nutritious. Goat milk would work too. Or, if Ryan needed it, some high-quality breast milk. He wanted to give Ryan the very best things in the world. At the same time, Homelander was very dissatisfied with Becca. He absolutely hated the way Becca raised their child. She was actually raising a boy who carried his and Benjamin's bloodline like a fragile little girl in a greenhouse. That was unforgivable. Ryan is a lion cub, not a house cat. Homelander drained the milk in his glass, licked his lips, and said slowly, I need to find a way to train his superpowers myself. I need to teach him how to fly. Just as Homelander was sinking into his wonderful plans for raising his child, the office door opened. Benjamin walked in and slapped Mesmer's phone down in front of Homelander. We have an answer on Translucent's death. Homelander froze for a moment. His gaze swept over the photos, then finally stopped on the face of the fierce-eyed man with a full beard. Homelander's pupils shifted slightly. Soon, the memories began to connect. The party 8 years ago, the earlier race between A-Train and Shockwave. That same face had been staring at him. William Butcher. Homelander stared hard at the photo, realization dawning on him. He's Becca's husband, her ex-husband. The whole chain of logic finally clicked into place. There had been no terrorist attack at all. Translucent had been killed by this ordinary man. And the reason Butcher had targeted the boys, targeted Vought, and even killed Translucent, from beginning to end, he had only one goal, revenge against Homelander. The mess your damn lower half caused has turned into a real problem, Benjamin said. I'll handle it. He's just a normal person. Homelander spoke slowly, but his eyes gradually lit up. He knew how to deal with that damned Becca now. He almost wanted to bring Butcher to Becca's cabin and let him see the son he and Becca had with his own eyes. Then he could threaten Becca with Butcher's life. At that thought, Homelander smiled again. Benjamin had no idea what Homelander was thinking. He stood up, walked to the desk, and suddenly did something that left Homelander utterly baffled. He pulled a black, large-caliber M1911 pistol from the holster at his waist, the same model as the gun he had used before. Click. Benjamin gently placed the gun in front of Homelander. Carry this. Benjamin's voice was flat. For self-defense. Homelander? Homelander stared at the pistol on the desk, completely dumbfounded. Self-defense. Homelander pointed at himself and said, Are you kidding me? I'm Homelander, the strongest supe in the world. And you're giving me a handgun for self-defense. Benjamin nodded. That's right. And not just that. You keep it on you at all times. Don't lose it. Homelander could not understand. Looks like you still haven't fully figured out what ability your old man actually awakened. All you know is that on the day Edgar sent supes to surround and attack me, the scene was hit by an explosion equivalent to a small nuclear bomb, right? Homelander paused, then nodded. When he had arrived, the traces of a massive explosion at the scene had been obvious. That was the new ability I awakened because those damned Russians spent decades doing inhuman radiation experiments on me. Benjamin explained slowly, that wasn't an ordinary explosion. If supes are hit by my nuclear blast, and they're weak trash with poor constitutions, they vanish completely in an instant. But what if they're top-tier supes with extremely strong bodies who can withstand the explosion? The radiation from my blast directly evaporates the compound V in their blood. In other words, anyone hit by it instantly loses all their superpowers. They become an ordinary human. Homelander's mind went blank. Lose his superpowers and become an ordinary human? What kind of joke was that? Homelander did not dare imagine what he would be like without his superpowers. Everything he had now came from his powers. Even though his childhood had tortured him into what he was, Homelander could never give up his powers and become an ordinary person. Benjamin looked at the dazed Homelander and said, So have you ever thought that, aside from me, there may be other ways in this world to remove the compound V from your body? Or say you're fighting an enemy, and my nuclear blast accidentally catches you in it. Also, I suggest that besides carrying a gun, you carry a dose of compound V too. If you're hit by my nuclear blast, injecting compound V again can restore your superpowers, though it may take a short while. Homelander finally understood what Benjamin meant. This was an insurance policy Benjamin was giving him. If one day he fell from his lofty pedestal and became a powerless cripple, the pistol would be his weapon for self-defense, and compound V would be his tool for regaining his power. Homelander reached out and gripped the cold pistol. Just then, Stormfront called Benjamin's phone again. Benjamin glanced at his phone and patted Homelander on the shoulder. Anything can happen. Even we aren't invincible in this world. Be careful. Then be even more careful. Learn from your father. After saying that, Benjamin's mind flashed to the scene from the original series finale where Homelander's head was pried open by Butcher. To put it plainly, if he had carried a gun or a dose of compound V, he would not have ended up like that. 3 hours later, Stormfront's bedroom was a complete wreck. The expensive custom-made bed had snapped down the middle, the walls were covered in cracks, and shredded clothes were scattered all over the floor. Benjamin was bare-chested. Leaning against the broken headboard, he leisurely reached to the nightstand, picked up a cigar, lit it, and took a deep drag. Beside him was Stormfront, her skin bruised in several places. Ben, you finally felt like coming to see me. Stormfront sounded a little resentful. I thought you'd decided I was old and faded, and had already forgotten about me. Some women are like aged wine. The older they get, the richer they taste. Benjamin exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and casually glanced at Stormfront's still young, striking face and sexy figure, giving a fairly objective assessment. So you're still finding a roundabout way to call me old. Stormfront pouted, clearly unhappy. She shot back, come on, Ben. My face hasn't changed a bit since the first time all those decades ago. Not a single wrinkle, okay. Benjamin did not answer. Because that much was true. Ben, I'm serious? Stormfront raised her head and looked straight into Benjamin's eyes. Are you really planning to keep living like this forever? If you've got something to fucking say it. Benjamin tapped ash from his cigar. I mean, are you planning to keep hanging around Vought International for the rest of your life, wasting time with that powerful son of yours? Stormfront's voice grew excited, and a sick, worshipful look appeared on her striking face. Ben, I could feel it when you hit me. Ever since you came back from Russia, you're even stronger than before. You're practically perfection itself. With your strength, your son's strength, and mine added together, we could easily destroy any army in the world. We don't need to let these mortal capitalists order us around. You could stand up and lead all of us pure supes, purge those inferior genes, rise above the whole world, and build a perfect empire of our own. The more Stormfront spoke, the more excited she became, as if she could already see that fascist utopia ruled by supes. Oh, no, by super white humans. But Benjamin's response was not agreement. Bang! Benjamin got up and punched Stormfront in the cheek. Stormfront took another punch. But she was not angry. To her, Benjamin's violence was not punishment. Stormfront, I remember warning you. Put away your fucking racism. If you join the 7, then clock in like a good little employee and work for me. Don't pull this kind of shit behind my back. Benjamin bit down on his cigar and said slowly, I'm not interested in ruling the world. I just want to live a life where I can do whatever the fuck I want. Understand? Ben, you're too conservative. Stormfront wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and let out a reluctant, coquettish complaint. But when she saw Benjamin's eyes slowly narrow, she knew better and shut her mouth. None of her 4 original teammates supported her. There was nothing she could do. Stormfront lowered her head, letting her messy hair cover her face. If Soldier Boy was a dead end, then what about his son, Homelander? If she poured this theory of supe supremacy into him, would he accept it? Stormfront thought about it and decided to try. Still, she did not have much hope. Homelander was Soldier Boy's son, after all. He probably would not defy his father's decision because of her. If it really did not work, then she might as well coast through life and stop trying. Stormfront glanced at Benjamin's handsome face and thought to herself. The next morning, Benjamin ignored Stormfront, who was still recovering, and had breakfast with Starlight at the Panoramic restaurant in Vought headquarters. During the meal, Starlight kept bringing up topics, like how she had caught a thief on the street yesterday and stopped a robbery. She chatted happily the whole time. After breakfast, Ashley called for Homelander and Soldier Boy. Although she was already the CEO, she still wanted to handle some company matters personally. Good morning, Mr. Soldier Boy, Mr. Homelander. Ashley sounded a little excited. About the current vacancy in the 7, I have a really great idea, and it fits perfectly with the current trend of political correctness. I was wondering if you'd be willing to spare a few minutes, and take a look. There was no need to think about it. It had to be that cripple, Blind Spot. In the original series, Blind Spot was an Asian supe with super hearing, able to locate things in the dark by sound. But at the end of the day, he was still blind. His super hearing only made up for the sight he had lost. Using super hearing as a replacement for eyes, what kind of superpower was that? At most, he was a normal, healthy person with an upgraded body. Benjamin truly could not understand what was going through Ashley's head. She actually wanted to shove this useless weakling into the 7, the team that represented the highest combat power. At that moment, Homelander stood off to the side, his expression slightly dark. He hated it when other people interfered with the 7's personnel decisions. Deep down, he believed that in all of Vought International, only he and his father, Benjamin, had the right to decide who could stand at their side. Homelander smiled. Oh, is that so? Fine, then let's go take a look. Come on, lead the way. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a high-end combat training room inside Vought International. Inside the training room, Blind Spot stood in the center of the floor with a long spear in hand and his eyes covered, performing an extremely flashy routine of backflips, chained strikes, and blind attacks against wooden posts. After finishing the sequence, Blind Spot came to a precise stop and used his super hearing to identify the people who had entered. He turned toward the door, his tone full of flattered surprise. Mr. Soldier Boy? Mr. Homelander? It's an honor to meet you. Homelander clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head slightly. Wait, did you say you could meet us? Blind Spot smiled confidently and pointed at his ears. Yes, sir. I don't have sight, but my hearing helps me see you. So with super hearing, there's no need for supervision. The words had barely left his mouth. Homelander had just been about to praise him as a true hero. Bang! Benjamin stepped forward and punched Blind Spot. Blind Spot was knocked to the floor, blood pouring from his nose. He lay there clutching his nose, wailing non-stop. Benjamin slowly withdrew his fist. Ashley, standing nearby, was startled and covered her mouth. She knew Soldier Boy liked bullying his teammates, but there was usually a reason for it. Ashley could not quite understand why Soldier Boy was bullying Blind Spot. Benjamin walked toward the wailing Blind Spot step by step. With super hearing, there's no need for supervision. You're the useless piece of shit who said that, right? Then prick up your fucking super ears and listen carefully. My son, Homelander, has supervision? Are you saying my son doesn't need supervision? At that, Homelander froze. He glanced at Benjamin, his thoughts unreadable, because he really had been angry over those words. And his father truly understood him, knew him. Blind Spot clutched his bleeding nose as he begged for mercy. I am sorry, sir. I didn't mean it like that. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Homelander turned his head and looked at Ashley. Ashley, look at me. Homelander smiled. Explain this to me properly. Why did you bring this cripple, whose strength is so pathetically weak, in front of us? Tell me, how could you possibly think he was qualified to join the Seven? Ashley hurried to explain. I thought that by bringing in a disabled superhero, we could gain a lot of support from disabled communities. Ashley. Benjamin turned around and cut her off. Were all the things I said before for nothing? Are you fucking deaf? VOD International is now a real superhero company. The Seven are the top supes in America. The members of the Seven are not here for you to put on a show, or to chase some so-called fucking political correctness. Don't forget, there are supervillains in this world, and armed criminals too. Do you think they'll stop attacking this blind man just because he's disabled? If you really let Blind Spot join the Seven for the sake of your so-called approval ratings, you're not helping him. To put it bluntly, you're murdering him. Those words did more than snap Ashley awake. Even Blind Spot, who had been lying on the floor crying out in pain, stopped screaming. Blind Spot sat there in a daze, clutching his bleeding face. What Soldier Boy said seemed to be right. Maybe what he had done really had saved him. I'm sorry, sir. I've realized my strength isn't enough. Please give me a chance to stay at VOD International. I'll train hard and work to become stronger. Blind Spot said quickly, his tone full of sincerity, no longer caring that his nose was still bleeding. Ashley, what the hell are you standing around for? Send someone to take this useless piece of trash to the infirmary. Benjamin glanced at Blind Spot, who had apologized, and said coldly, yes, I'll arrange it right away. Ashley fumbled for her phone and called the medical team. She let out a breath of relief. It looked like Soldier Boy had still agreed to let Blind Spot join VOD International. He might not be able to join the Seven, but he could still be placed in one of the second-tier teams. Either way, VOD International would at least gain some support from people with disabilities. Homelander stood to the side, glanced at Blind Spot, then at Ashley. But when he saw Benjamin had already turned and was heading for the door, he said nothing more and quickly followed. Only the footsteps of father and son remained in the hallway. That stupid woman Ashley. She's just like Madeline was, with nothing in her head but acting and putting on a show. Does VOD International need support from people with disabilities? Homelander walked beside Benjamin, gritting his teeth as he complained. And that damn blind man, what the hell is he supposed to be? I'd love to slap both his ears deaf and make him a real cripple, blind and deaf. Benjamin turned his head slightly. In the original storyline, Homelander had used an extremely brutal double-peak ear-piercing maneuver, smashing Blind Spot's eardrums with both hands, destroying the super hearing he was so proud of and completely ruining the poor bastard's life. The current Homelander had become somewhat more restrained because of Benjamin's presence, and he had gained a trace of humanity in some ways. But his violent temper had not fundamentally changed. There was nothing to be done about it. There was still a long way to go before Homelander could become a real superhero. After all, Benjamin had not transmigrated to when Homelander was still a child. By the time he arrived, Homelander was already grown. They would have to take it slowly. Control your temper, John. Benjamin took a cigar from his pocket, bit it between his teeth, lit it, and continued. Blind Spot didn't do it on purpose. One punch was enough. Besides, with your super hearing, you should have been able to tell. He genuinely admires us. No matter what you do in the future, you need to be more magnanimous, understand? Otherwise, how are you supposed to be a damn superhero? Homelander froze for a moment, then nodded. I understand. He thought about it. It did seem true. He had done plenty of bad things because of his temper. Back on the plane, too. Because he had been impatient, his heat vision had directly destroyed the plane's control system. Of course he knew some things were wrong. But Homelander also knew he had not been able to control himself well at the time, just like earlier. I believe that if you can control your temper, you'll definitely become a better superhero, Benjamin added. Homelander said nothing and silently followed behind Benjamin. When the two reached the elevator, Homelander hesitated before saying, Dad, I'm going to Ryan's neighborhood first. Go see your son. Benjamin waved him off, then returned to his office. Benjamin had just sat down in his leather chair when a knock came from outside the door. Come in. The door was quickly pushed open, and a woman walked in. She wore a black business suit and black-rimmed glasses, with a decent air about her, though her skin was rather dark. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she carried a thick file and a tablet to the desk. Her name was Anika. During the major reshuffling of Vought International's upper management, Anika had risen almost overnight, just like Ashley. Ashley was the president of Vought International. Naturally, because she handled so much work, she also held several other roles. For example, the PR department was still under Ashley's management. Anika, meanwhile, had been promoted by Benjamin to vice president of Vought International, taking over the real power once held by Madeline. Why promote her? Because Benjamin clearly remembered that, in the original storyline, Anika had been the head of Vought's criminal analysis department. She was quite capable at her job, and her personality was good as well. In the early stages, it had been Anika who followed every trace and clue, relentlessly tracking the boys' movements and providing Black Noir with precise intelligence. Once, she had nearly driven Butcher's group into a dead end and almost wiped them out. They were only spared because Butcher and Edgar had made an agreement. Yet such a rare technical talent had, in the 4th season of the original series, had her head blown off by Homelander with zero warning. If he remembered correctly, Homelander had even sworn on his son's life back then. Now that Vought belonged to Benjamin, he naturally had to make proper use of people who could actually get things done. Anika now managed almost all of Vought International's internal security and intelligence. Aside from the 7, she also controlled the deployment of other supes, giving her considerable authority. Anika was also a fairly normal person compared to the other superhuman supervisors, so Benjamin felt quite at ease with her. "Sir, something's happened," Anika said, her tone grave. "Talk." "About 20 minutes ago, we intercepted a high-risk supervillain rampage downtown. Because it happened so suddenly, I sent Starlight, who was closest to the scene, to deal with it." Anika's expression soon turned ugly. "But we just received intelligence that Starlight has been injured. That supervillain is far stronger than expected. Starlight is retreating now, and the situation is dangerous." "What about the others?" Benjamin asked. "What's that idiot Deep doing? Where are Maeve and A-Train?" "We can't reach Deep. No one knows where he went," Anika reported quickly. "Queen Maeve and A-Train were sent to the Mexican border. They're tracking another active super-terrorist group and can't make it back for now. As for Homelander, he just left headquarters on a private trip and disabled his locator." Originally, Queen Maeve and Homelander had gone on missions together, but lately Homelander's focus had been on his father and his son, so he had not been paying any attention to his ex-girlfriend Maeve. "What about Stormfront?" Benjamin asked again. Then he thought about it. Stormfront did not seem suited for missions right now either. Never mind what she said about not killing innocent black people. If she were really sent out on a mission and ran into one, she would probably do it in passing, then pin the blame on the supervillain afterward. Hearing the name, Anika coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. Ms. Stormfront just said that last night, while fighting some unknown powerful supervillain, she suffered severe internal injuries. She's currently covered in bruises, has pelvic damage, and can't walk, so she refuses to report for duty." Benjamin froze for a moment after hearing the report. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. "That bitch. A bunch of useless idiots." Benjamin said it with a helpless sigh. Anika said softly, "I'm sorry, sir. This was my mistake. I thought Starlight's light-based abilities would be enough to handle most supervillains. But because of what former CEO Edgar did, the number of supervillains has increased. The company is seriously short on high-level combat personnel right now. You're the only one who can step in." Then Anika bowed deeply. "Please go and support Starlight." Benjamin did not scold her any further. "Give me the files. Let me see." In truth, though, Benjamin was getting a little itchy for a fight. Aside from that satisfying battle with Homelander against 30-odd supes earlier, he had not had many chances to fight. And no, last night's hand-to-hand with Stormfront did not count. Anika quickly handed over the tablet in her hand. Benjamin lowered his head and looked. On the screen was an extremely blurry street surveillance video. In the footage, a man in a ragged hoodie stood in the middle of the street. The ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. As he suddenly swung both hands, countless sharp icicles condensed out of thin air. Standing in front of him was Starlight, locked in battle with him. Starlight's body had already been frostbitten by the ice. Then a massive pillar of ice shot up from the ground and slammed Starlight away, sending her crashing straight through a brick wall. In the footage, Starlight's condition was unknown, though she was most likely still alive. By Benjamin's estimate, Starlight's super defense was at least LV4, maybe even close to LV5. Her offensive ability was nothing impressive, but she really could take a beating. Even Butcher's large-caliber sniper rifle could not do much damage to her. In her fights with other people, plenty of them had beaten Starlight badly without causing her much real harm. As for the supervillain who controlled Frost, he had to admit that power was pretty strong. At least in the boys' world, it definitely counted as a top-tier supervillain ability with terrifying destructive power. However, this person did not seem to have appeared in the original storyline at all. But that was not strange. This world was too big. The original storyline only showed the tip of the iceberg. He was probably just never mentioned. Most likely, he had been dealt with by Homelander, Maeve, or some other stronger supe. Across the vast United States, and even the world, there were plenty of supervillains created by the Compound V his dear son had previously sent out. Becca and Ryan's cottage. Click. The door of the small wooden house was gently pushed open. Homelander walked in. On the living room carpet, Becca was building blocks with Ryan. The smile on Becca's face quickly stiffened. Homelander could not be bothered to look at Becca. His gaze went straight to Ryan, who was playing with the blocks. "Hey, Ryan." Homelander greeted him, then bent down slightly and waved a baseball glove he had gotten from who knew where. "It's a nice day. Want to go play some baseball with me in the yard?" Ryan froze for a moment. The little guy first looked up at Homelander, his bright blue eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. But he did not agree right away. Instead, he very thoughtfully turned to look at Becca beside him. Seeing the longing in her son's eyes made Becca deeply uncomfortable. But there was nothing she could do. She knew she could not stop him. "Go play, Ryan." Becca took a deep breath and forced out a smile. On the lawn in the yard, father and son began playing baseball. To be honest, Homelander was still a little nervous. This was his first time playing baseball with his son, and he had to control his strength carefully so he would not hurt him. "Great catch, Ryan. You're a genius." Watching Ryan clumsily catch that slow-moving baseball with his glove, Homelander praised him loudly without holding back. Seeing his son happily play baseball with him, Homelander felt nothing but happiness. So this was what it felt like to be a father. Happy times were always short-lived. Night fell. After his bath, Ryan lay obediently in his little bed, dressed in his pajamas. The orange bedside lamp cast a soft glow. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Homelander walked in quietly. "Ryan." Homelander looked around the room. Thinking back to what he had observed over the past couple of days, he asked, "I noticed, you don't seem to have a phone." "No." Ryan shook his head, his clear eyes filled with a trace of innocent confusion. "Mom said I don't need a phone." "Don't listen to your mom. You're a big boy now. You need this." Homelander took out a sleek black box from behind his back and handed it to Ryan. It was the latest top-of-the-line iPhone. Ryan's eyes widened. "Cool, fuck. Thank you." The air suddenly went quiet for 1 second. You're welcome, son." Seeing his son's delighted smile, Homelander smiled too, even though Ryan had accidentally sworn. Forget it. It did not matter. His mother could be the one to deal with that headache. Ryan excitedly tore open the packaging, holding the iPhone in both hands as he swiped left, tapped right, and refused to put it down. But after a while, the light in Ryan's eyes gradually dimmed. He raised his head, and his small face showed an unmistakable mix of disappointment and confusion. "But..." Ryan's voice became very quiet. "I guess. I don't really have anyone to call." Ryan had grown up in this closed-off community with no friends and no classmates. The only neighbors and teachers he knew were all actors arranged by Vought International. He now had the most advanced communication device in the world. Only to realize that, in this world, he was an isolated island with no signal. The smile on Homelander's face froze. It was as if he had seen his childhood self again. Back then, he had not even had a single toy, let alone a phone. Only a blanket. And back then, of course, he had not had anyone to call either. Homelander took a deep breath, then said, "You can call me. Or, call your grandpa. Whenever you want to talk, or you're scared, or you just feel like you need your dad and grandpa, call us. Anytime. Day or night." Ryan nodded and glanced at Homelander, his heart filling with a sense of security. As Homelander spoke, he sat down beside Ryan's bed. "Ryan, do you know, before your grandpa came back, I never really had a mom or dad. Not in any real sense." "Wait, where was grandpa back then?" Seeing Homelander looking a little sad, Ryan asked curiously. "He was persecuted by bad people back then. I was too. We only met recently, the two of us. Father and son." Homelander said. "Then do you play baseball with grandpa now?" Ryan asked. Homelander froze for a moment, then said, "No, but your grandpa and I have gone out for barbecue together, and we've played with model airplanes together. I never got to experience those things when I was little, but even experiencing them now, I still feel very happy." Ryan sat on the bed and quietly looked at Homelander. He could tell that Homelander really was happy. But then another question came up. "Barbecue? What's barbecue?" Ryan asked again, full of curiosity. Children were always like that, curious about one thing after another. Homelander looked at Ryan. He had originally planned to say good night and leave, but a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Why not just pick him up now and take him to eat barbecue with his grandpa? "Ryan, do you want to try barbecue? I might take you out for a bit, if you want to. Of course, if you don't want to, we can go some other time." A spark of eagerness flashed in Ryan's eyes. At that very moment, Becca, who was standing at the doorway, turned extremely grim. Bang! Just as father and son were sharing a rare warm moment, the tightly shut door was shoved open from the outside. Becca rushed in, her eyes red. "No, absolutely not." She ran to the bed and pulled the bewildered Ryan behind her, shielding him like something precious. Then she glared at Homelander, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and shouted, "My son is not going anywhere with you, and don't even think about taking him away from me." Homelander's expression shifted from gentle affection to impatience. Of course he knew she had been eavesdropping outside the door the whole time. Homelander had super hearing. To him, Becca's fear-spiked heartbeat was as clear as a drum pounding right beside his ear. The truth was, Homelander had always hated people being afraid of him. Even Becca was no exception. "Mom." Ryan tugged at Becca's sleeve from behind her, his clear eyes full of confusion and fear. He didn't understand why everything had been fine a moment ago, only for his mom to suddenly get so angry. Not wanting to scare his son, Homelander took a deep breath. Relax, Becca. Homelander stood, looking down at her from above, his voice flat. I'm not trying to steal him away. We're just going out for barbecue. A little father-son bonding, that's all. Not even for barbecue. Becca shouted, Ryan isn't going anywhere. He can't go out with you, ever. Homelander said nothing. He gave Becca a long look, then tilted his head slightly and jerked his thumb toward the door. Ryan, give Daddy a minute. With that, Homelander walked out of Ryan's room first. Becca gritted her teeth. Not wanting her son to see the argument that was coming, she forced herself to follow him out. The hallway outside the room was dimly lit. Homelander suddenly turned around, his tall, powerful body instantly backing Becca into the corner against the wall. Do you really think Ryan is stupid? Homelander lowered his head slightly. His voice was very low, but every word cut deep. How long do you think you can keep tricking him like he's an idiot? Sooner or later, he's going to find out that this so-called home, this neighborhood covered in fake lawns, is really a prison. Becca's pupils shrank, and her face went deathly pale. Still, she forced herself to snap back. I don't know what you're talking about. This is our home. Don't ever come here again. She was terrified. Becca was truly afraid Homelander would take Ryan away for good today. With Homelander's personality, Ryan would definitely become another Homelander in the future. Homelander stared hard into Becca's eyes and said, word by word, you're raising him here like a pet. One day, when he discovers this cruel truth on his own, he's going to hate you, Becca. That sentence struck Becca right where it hurt. Her eyes red, she clenched her teeth and said, he's my son. I want to live a normal life with him here. The words normal life made an image suddenly flash through Homelander's mind. The two of them in the apartment, playing with model airplanes together. Was Becca saying he wasn't normal? So I'm not normal. Homelander looked at Becca. I'm a supe, but when I take off this uniform, we're human too. I need a father. Ryan needs a father. We need a family. Becca leaned against the wall, stunned. She had never expected Homelander, who had never treated ordinary people's lives as lives at all, to say something like we're human too. Vought had once told her that Homelander had grown up in a lab, that he had become an inhuman monster, and that she and Ryan had to be protected inside a closed community. Those had been Vought's exact words. Of course Becca knew Vought wanted to raise Ryan in a different way, one where he had his mother with him. But Becca also knew she had to accept Homelander's arrangement, or else he might discover the truth. If that happened, both she and her son were finished. While Becca was still dazed, Homelander had already strode back into Ryan's room. The coldness on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a bright, sunny smile. He held out one large hand to Ryan on the bed. Wanna go? Daddy's taking you out for some good street barbecue. And while we're at it, I'll take you to see your grandpa again. He's been really looking forward to having dinner with you. Ryan's eyes lit up, but he still glanced hesitantly toward the door and asked quietly, Dad, are we coming back later? Mom, Homelander stepped forward and scooped the light as a feather Ryan into his broad arms. Then he gently tapped the boy's nose and smiled. Of course, my sweetheart. Daddy promises. We'll come back after barbecue. No, give me back my son. Becca snapped back to herself and rushed into the room, throwing herself at Homelander in despair. Her hands clutched his cape as she desperately tried to pull Ryan away from him. Holding Ryan in his arms, Homelander ignored Becca's shoving and sobbing. He walked straight through the front door and into the yard. Let him go, you bastard. Becca followed close behind, tears pouring down her face. She clenched her teeth, her right hand trembling as it slipped into the pocket of her apron. Then she gripped a pair of extremely sharp scissors. Her hand shook violently. But Homelander had just said he would bring Ryan back. Homelander had given her a hollow, fragile promise. She didn't dare die. She was afraid that if she died, she would never see her son again. In the end, Becca could only let go in despair and collapse onto the lawn. With the scissors clenched in her pocket, she watched helplessly as the Devil in the Stars and Stripes supersuit held the flesh and blood she had carried for 10 months, lifted off the ground, and shot into the sky. Boom! High in the sky, the night wind roared. Homelander used his own body and cape to shield Ryan in his arms from the wind. It was the first time Ryan had ever flown in his life. He wasn't afraid. His eyes were wide with excitement as he looked down at the earth beneath them. But once they reached a certain height, Ryan froze. By the moonlight, from that high vantage point, and with his naturally powerful eyesight, he could see it clearly. The world he had grown up in. That beautiful community with forests and lakes. It was actually sealed inside a gray, square enclosure of high walls. The top of the walls was covered in dense electric fencing and searchlights. In the dark places the lights couldn't reach, every dozen meters or so stood an armed guard in a black Vought uniform, fully armed and ready. It was like a cage. What is this? Ryan leaned against Homelander's shoulder, his deep blue eyes fixed on everything below as his small face instantly turned pale. He was young, but he wasn't stupid. Looking at those cold high walls and those guards, he understood everything in an instant. He thought of all the things his mother usually told him. It's dangerous outside. We have to stay home and behave. Ryan slowly began to feel angry. All this time, the mother he trusted most had been lying to him. See it now, son. With the wind howling beside his ears, Homelander's voice slowly sounded next to Ryan. Your mom has been lying to you. From the moment you were born, she's been weaving this cage around you with lies. Homelander reached out and pointed toward the truly bustling, brightly lit city in the distance. You shouldn't be stuck in this fake place. It isn't worthy of you. Ryan, the blood flowing through your veins is the greatest and noblest blood in this world. One day, you're destined to grow into a superhero as powerful as me and your grandpa, maybe even stronger than both of us. Your stage is the whole world, not this place where your mother has kept you penned in. Listening to his father's words, Ryan closed his eyes and nodded. A few hours earlier, on a street in the bustling center of New York City, massive ice spikes jutted from the wide road everywhere. All that ice had dragged the temperature in the air down sharply. Help! My leg! A shrill scream echoed through the empty street. Several New York police cars lay scattered across the road, their surfaces coated in thick white frost. Beside the patrol cars, more than a dozen officers had been brutally pierced through the thighs, shoulders, and even stomachs by thick spikes of ice. They were pinned to the ground and the walls, left with no choice but to slowly bleed out and freeze to death. Standing in the middle of the street was a man in a tattered hoodie. His eyes had rolled back until only the whites showed, the muscles in his face twitching with manic excitement as his hands waved wildly in every direction. Right now, this supervillain looked like an escaped lunatic completely out of control. With every movement, rows of ice spikes formed out of thin air and shot indiscriminately in all directions. Not far away, in the rubble, cough, cough. Starlight, dressed in her gold and white uniform, coughed in pain. Her once bright costume was now torn and ragged, and her arms and forehead were covered in scrapes. Starlight had only just woken up from the violent impact. She stared at the scene in front of her in despair. Her power was absorbing electricity and releasing it as high-intensity beams. It could be very strong, but it could also be pretty average, and right now, in broad daylight, there weren't exactly many lights nearby. During the few minutes she had been unconscious, 2 more armored vehicles packed with SWAT officers had charged into the street, trying to pin down the ice supervillain with heavy-caliber rifles. Bang, 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 bang. A dense barrage of bullets struck the supervillain's body. The supervillain turned his head. He did not dodge. A thick layer of ice armor covered his entire body. The bullets hit it and only knocked loose a few useless sprays of ice chips. Die, I'll freeze every last one of you into ice sculptures. He lifted both hands at once. A dozen ice spears burst straight up from under the SWAT officers' feet, piercing through their chins and skulls from below like meat on skewers. Brain matter mixed with blood froze into ice in midair. The scene instantly became a one-sided slaughterhouse. No, stop. Seeing the officers being butchered so cruelly, Starlight was furious. She charged at the supervillain again. The hooded man swung his hand back hard. The next instant, a massive wall of ice erupted from the ground and slammed straight into Starlight. With a muffled groan, Starlight was sent flying again. Time to end this. The supervillain turned, planning to finish Starlight off first. In midair, 3 ice spikes sharper than the ones before shot straight toward Starlight's chest and head. Starlight closed her eyes in despair, but the pain she expected never came. She quickly opened her eyes. A dark green back was already standing in front of her. Benjamin held his shield up with one hand, blocking the attack. The 3 ice spikes, sharp enough to punch through a tank, slammed hard into the shield and shattered into icy debris. Technically, Benjamin's body was tougher than the shield, but out of habit, he still blocked with the shield first. The ice supervillain froze. He watched his prized killing blow fail to even break through the other man's defense. Was he supposed to go around the shield and hit his body instead? Starlight stared blankly at that broad, towering figure, and admiration instantly filled her pretty eyes. Soldier Boy was so damn cool. She hadn't expected that after calling for support, the company would send Soldier Boy instead of another member of the 7. At that moment, far beyond the police cordon, many civilians and reporters hiding inside buildings, trembling as they secretly filmed with their phones, saw the scene clearly as well. An earth-shaking cheer erupted from the crowd. Oh my god, it's Soldier Boy, he's here. A real hero? Look at that shield. Soldier Boy versus Iceman? Now this is gonna be good. How long do you think that ice-slinging psycho can last against Soldier Boy? I say at least a few minutes, right? That Iceman has the 7-level power. Didn't you see him beating the hell out of Starlight just now? This is definitely gonna be a tough fight. We didn't get to see Soldier Boy fight those 30-plus supes before, but now we finally get to watch him in action. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Starlight struggled up from the warped hood behind her. Looking at Benjamin's broad back, she said gratefully, "Thank you, Soldier Boy. What the hell are you thanking me for? Get your ass out of the way. You wanna stay here as a punching bag and let that ice-throwing pussy beat the shit out of you again? Go drag out the cops who are still breathing. Don't stand there getting in my fucking way." Starlight quickly nodded, then turned and pushed through the pain as she began dragging the surviving officers pinned to the ice towards safety. Meanwhile, the supervillain across from them felt humiliated. The temperature around him plunged again. He compressed all of his superpower together and sent another huge, solid ice wall crashing toward Benjamin. Benjamin did not move an inch. He took head-on the same kind of massive ice wall that had just sent Starlight flying. Under the ice supervillain's terrified gaze, Benjamin smashed through the ice wall with ease and appeared right in front of him. To Benjamin, those ice walls were as fragile as paper. Then Benjamin's fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed squarely into the hooded man's chest. This was LV6 strength. Boom. The supervillain was sent flying instantly. He spat a mouthful of blood in midair, flew more than 10 meters, and crashed into a pile of rubble. That's it. Benjamin frowned. Almost the moment the supervillain hit the ground, Benjamin had already broken into long strides, running toward him. To stop him from escaping, he had to get over there and beat him down before he could get back up. In the rubble, the supervillain's chest was deeply caved in. His organs had already ruptured, and he was coughing up mouthfuls of bloody foam, barely breathing. He stared in terror at the green figure jogging toward him. Without saying a word, Benjamin stepped down and crushed the hooded man's right hand. Then he raised his shield and smashed it down into the hooded man's terrified face. Bang! Maybe he felt the shield didn't hit as hard as his fists. Benjamin clenched his fist and started hammering the man's forehead. Punch after punch. The dull sound of bone and flesh breaking echoed through the silent ruins until the body beneath him stopped twitching entirely. Only then did Benjamin stop. The supervillain's head was already pulp. Not far away, Starlight stared in shock. She had imagined what Soldier Boy fighting would look like, but she had never expected it to be this clean and efficient. Brutally practical, unlike her. All flash, no real punch. Holy fuck, that was insane. Starlight muttered in awe. Soon, news that the battle was over spread quickly. The police outside the perimeter finally dared to enter the scene, and the media reporters flooded into the street. Blinding camera flashes went off in a continuous burst. Mr. Soldier Boy, how did you take that villain down so fast? Miss Starlight, are you hurt? Is Mr. Soldier Boy your savior? Can you two take a photo together? Soon, the blinding camera flashes and the reporters' noisy questions finally died down. The PR team and cleanup crew Ashley had sent quickly took over the scene. They skillfully set up police tape and loaded the mangled remains into black body bags. Benjamin casually tossed his blood-stained shield into the trunk of Vought's car, opened the door, and got into the back seat. Starlight quickly climbed in after him and sat beside him. The car was quiet, with only the sound of Benjamin taking deep pulls from his cigar. Starlight carefully broke the silence. She turned her head, her big, beautiful eyes fixed seriously on Benjamin. About today, thank you. Really. Thank you so much. If you hadn't shown up in time, those cops wouldn't have been the only ones. I probably would have been skewered by those ice spikes too. You saved my life. Wasn't a big deal. Benjamin exhaled a mouthful of blue smoke. Starlight unconsciously leaned a little closer to him. Tonight, can I buy you dinner? Just the two of us. Benjamin raised an eyebrow and finally turned to glance at her. You're paying. Yes, I'm paying. Anywhere you want. Starlight nodded hard. The way she looked at Benjamin grew brighter and brighter, even carrying a hint of fangirl worship. You know, I honestly hate who I used to be. How the hell was I so blind that I treated a coward like the Deep as my idol? Compared to him, you're the perfect superhero. It was like Starlight had opened the floodgates, and she began praising him non-stop. Soldier Boy, you're way hotter than Deep. You're so strong, and the way you fight is so clean and decisive. And you actually have a sense of justice. You protected those cops. Stop. Right there. At the mention of the Deep, Benjamin rubbed his temples helplessly and cut her off. Fuck, praise me all you want, but don't you fucking compare me to that fish fucking asshole, okay? Starlight froze for a second, then couldn't help laughing. Okay, I take it back. Starlight rested her chin on one hand, her deep blue eyes staring straight at Benjamin. But, from today on, you're my idol, Soldier Boy. Now and in the future. Always. Put away those bedroom eyes, Annie. Seeing her like that, Benjamin leaned back against the seat and teased, you're acting like you want to hop into bed with me right after dinner tonight. What? You don't want to be America's sweetheart anymore? You want to be Homelander's stepmom. Benjamin had only meant it as a joke. But to his surprise, Starlight actually froze for a second, and a blush rose across her cheeks. She bit her sexy lip. Not only did she not deny it, she boldly met Benjamin's gaze instead. If you don't mind me, I'd be happy to. He had already saved her twice. And after spending this time around Benjamin, she had long since fallen for this handsome older man. Homelander? All right. We'll talk about dinner later. Benjamin waved a hand, changing the subject for now. After all, the driver was still in the car. Come back to Vought headquarters with me first. I need to settle things with that idiot Deep. What do you need Deep for? Starlight asked, puzzled. What else? Benjamin gave a cold laugh. Find that wimp and beat his ass. The most unreliable person in the original series had always been the Deep. Who would have thought he would still be just as useless now? Huh. Starlight's mouth fell open, but for some reason, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. Half an hour later, Vought headquarters, Benjamin's office. Benjamin and Starlight had just sat down on the sofa when the office door was carefully pushed open. The Deep, wearing his tight green-scaled supersuit, poked his head inside. He had just come back from outside, and the moment he entered headquarters, Ashley told him Soldier Boy was looking for him. Sir, you wanted to see me. The Deep forced out a flattering smile. Benjamin did not waste a single word. He stood up from the sofa and grabbed the Deep by the collar. His other fist was already raised high, ready to beat the shit out of him. Starlight stood to the side, watching the show. Sir, wait. The Deep hurriedly said, I have a reason. There's a really important reason I didn't go support Starlight today. Benjamin lowered his hand and stared at him coldly. If your reason is that you ran off to some aquarium again to party with a bunch of dolphins, or some sexy octopus, then I'm not just beating your ass today. I'm slicing up all your dem fish into sashimi and feeding them to the whole company. Beside him, Starlight licked her sexy lips. Seeing that, the Deep shuddered from head to toe. No, absolutely not, sir. Sir, do you remember, back when you first took over the company and kicked me out of the 7? Benjamin sat back down on the sofa, lit another cigarette, and signaled with his eyes for him to keep talking. Well, around the time I got kicked out and was completely depressed, a very mysterious church reached out to me. They called themselves the Church of the Collective. The Deep swallowed and spoke quickly. Their leader told me that as long as I joined them and donated a lot of money, they could use their massive social resources and other means to help get me back into the 7. Benjamin frowned slightly. In the original series, the Deep had gone through something like this too. While he was being brainwashed and getting high, he even talked to his own gills and sang a song. The Deep gave an awkward smile. But sir, as you know, later on, you brought me back with one phone call. So I figured this Church of the Collective was just some money-grubbing cult, and I ignored them. Get to the point. Benjamin cut him off impatiently. The point is, the Deep lowered his voice, his expression turning serious. I've been going to the beach a lot lately to clear my head. Some of my very good friends, marine life, dolphins and whales. They told me that mysterious fishing boats have been moving around at night near the edge of international waters. Those fishing boats may be smuggling Compound V. As for the money trail and the people behind those smuggling ships, I suspect the Church of the Collective is pulling the strings. Benjamin paused slightly at that. Compound V smuggling? Hadn't that already stopped? Looks like the Church of the Collective had been involved even before it was shut down. And even now, after it had stopped, the Church of the Collective was still stirring up trouble. Either they were using leftover stock, or there was a mole inside Vought. The Deep continued, there's one more thing, sir. The leader of the Church of the Collective is incredibly arrogant. They don't just scam money and smuggle goods. The Church's main method is using its followers to collect and steal private information on celebrities and influential people. When I dealt with them before, it seemed like they had dirt on a lot of Vought executives, including members of the 7. And, they apparently even have backups of dirt on you. Maybe that's why the Church of the Collective acts so damn arrogant. If Vought refuses to cooperate with their demands, or starts investigating them, they can dump all that dirt straight to the media. Of course, that might just be my guess. I still haven't figured out what the Church's motive is. They may have had one before, since Vought was funding them, but now, I'm not really sure. At that point, the Deep stood there anxiously, barely daring to breathe. Sitting on the sofa, Benjamin narrowed his eyes and sank into thought. Dirt on me. Benjamin quickly sifted through the original body's memories. To be honest, the original Benjamin had never been some shining moral role model. Aside from regularly bullying his teammates, if anyone really wanted to dig up scandals big enough to cause a public uproar, there were plenty. For example, Soldier Boy's so-called D-Day landings and frontline kills during World War II were largely staged by Vought in sets built specifically for promotional filming. His actual role on the battlefield was nowhere near as heroic as the movies made him look. Then there was the fact that the original Benjamin had started out as an uneducated troublemaker who only knew how to cause problems. He had an older brother who had truly been to war and earned medals. His brother was the real soldier. Later, the original Benjamin used his father's connections to pull strings and get both himself and his brother into the lab. In the end, Benjamin succeeded and became the soldier boy admired by the masses. As for his outstanding older brother, the experiment failed. Soldier Boy did not really care about that rotten history. But not caring about his reputation did not mean he could tolerate these disgusting bastards. In the original series, the Church of the Collective was an extremely repulsive organization. It used mind control to brainwash supes, politicians, business elites, and celebrities, then squeezed money out of them like crazy. Later, the chairman of the Church of the Collective tried to threaten Edgar, only to have his head popped by the head popper. The series never explained exactly how Vought dealt with the aftermath, but in any case, taking out the Church of the Collective's chairman should have been enough. Deep, good work, Benjamin said. Go tell Anika to find the headquarters address of this bullshit Church of the Collective and dig into their background. After that, you and A-Train are fully responsible for this matter. If you can't handle it, I'll step in. Consider it a test. Yes, sir. The Deep nodded and quickly left the office. Starlight asked curiously, Sir, it's hard to believe. A great World War II legend like you actually has things you don't want people seeing. Ha, Benjamin sneered. Annie, don't put me on a pedestal. In this world, every damn person has dirt on them. Dig deep enough with a shovel, and even the holiest priest in a church might have a few little boys hidden under his covers. Perfect people don't exist. Everyone has a dark side. Starlight nodded thoughtfully. The two of them soon left headquarters and went to an extremely upscale French restaurant in downtown New York for a candlelit dinner. Over dinner, they drank quite a bit of expensive red wine. Afterward, they walked side by side through the bustling streets of New York. The night breeze drifted past, and Starlight's heart fluttered wildly. She felt nervous, but also filled with a strange sense of anticipation. She had even started mentally rehearsing what position they should use once they got to the hotel. Whoosh! Just then, a red and blue figure descended from midair and landed in front of Benjamin. It was Homelander. What Starlight found unbelievable was that the normally arrogant Homelander was now carefully holding a 7 or 8-year-old little blonde boy in his arms, one who looked almost exactly like him. You brought Ryan out. Benjamin stopped and glanced at Ryan, who was hiding in Homelander's cape while curiously looking around at the street. His tone was calm. "Yeah," Homelander said with a smile. The second this little guy saw the outside world, he was so happy he didn't even want to blink. "I was planning to take Ryan to that Korean barbecue place we went to last time. Dad, wanna come?" Benjamin nodded, then turned to ask, "What do you think, Annie? Are you going to head to the hotel, get a room, clean yourself up, and wait for me, or are you coming with the three of us?" Starlight's face instantly flushed red. "Seriously? Did you have to say it that bluntly?" Starlight complained inwardly. Beside them, Homelander glanced at Starlight's shy expression, then at his father's calm face, and instantly figured it out. He did not mind. After all, who did not like a young, pretty female coworker with big tits and long legs? As long as Dad was happy. Homelander also thought of Maeve, though things between them had not been going smoothly lately. Starlight, of course, knew the upcoming three-generation family dinner was not really a place for an outsider like her to tag along. She bit her lip and smiled softly. "Then I'll wait for you." With that, Starlight tactfully turned and left. "Grandpa." Only after Starlight had walked away did Ryan finally poke his head out of Homelander's arms and call out to Benjamin in a clear, bright voice. After seeing the outside world from the sky, he now felt close to the dad who had taken him flying and the cool grandpa beside him. Strangers were different, though. Aside from his parents and grandpa, he barely knew how to interact with anyone. Without his dad and grandpa, he would have gone his whole life seeing almost no one except his mom. Benjamin stepped forward, casually ruffled the kid's blonde hair a couple of times, and said, "You brought the kid out. Aren't you afraid Becca's gonna lose her mind? Who cares about her?" At the mention of Becca, disgust and irritation flashed through Homelander's eyes. "She's a lying bitch. Ryan can't let her ruin him." Ryan grew a little unhappy again when he heard Homelander talk about his mom that way. He had been furious earlier, but his anger had already faded. Kids were like that. They got mad fast and got over it just as fast. "So after dinner, are you planning to take Ryan back?" Benjamin asked casually. Ryan immediately pricked up his ears. Homelander hesitated. Honestly, he wanted nothing more than to take Ryan straight back to Vought Tower and never deal with that annoying woman again. But when he looked at Ryan in his arms, excited yet still a little uneasy, he sighed. "Let's see what Ryan wants. He's already had enough scares for one day." Only then did Ryan relax. It seemed that even though Dad and Mom did not get along, Dad still respected him and his mom. Soon, the three generations, father, son, and grandson, arrived once again at that familiar Asian barbecue joint. Maybe someone had been promoting the place, or maybe the Asian owner really was that good at cooking. Either way, compared with how empty it had been last time, the barbecue place was packed tonight. When two men in superhero uniforms and a little boy walked inside, the noisy barbecue joint suddenly went quiet for a moment. Every eye in the place locked onto them like spotlights. "Holy shit, is that Homelander? And the guy in dark green beside him, is that Soldier Boy? Oh my god, actual superheroes eating at a street stall. Wait, look at the kid Homelander's holding. Blonde hair, blue eyes. He looks exactly like him. Oh my god, is this three generations out for a late night snack together? This is insane." Whispers spread through the crowd as excitement quickly filled the air. The three of them picked a random corner table and sat down. They had just ordered 2 big platters of grilled beef, grilled shrimp, other skewers, and several dozen beers. As they ate, the hardcore fans started losing control. Plenty of young people stood up with their phones in hand, faces flushed with excitement as they kept staring over at them. A few bold hot girls even pushed through the crowd and swayed their way over to Homelander's table. "MMR Homelander? Can we take a picture with you? I love you so much." Faced with such enthusiastic fans, Homelander, who had always cared deeply about his public image and craved everyone's worship, naturally would not refuse. He immediately put on that perfect fake PR smile, nodded, and even cooperated by giving a thumbs up. But once there was a first, there was a second. It was not just Homelander. Even Benjamin, who was smoking beside him, was soon surrounded by people shoving papers, pens, and phones at him. "Mr. Soldier Boy, please sign this. I grew up hearing your stories." Benjamin's brow furrowed, and his face visibly darkened. Unlike Homelander, he found this kind of no personal space socializing irritating. A pretty decent hidden gem of a restaurant had somehow turned into a massive fan meet and greet. If the barbecue place had not gotten popular, they could have sat there quietly and had a drink. Now it was like a damn marketplace. Before long, more and more people crowded over, forming layer after layer around them until their table was completely boxed in. Camera flashes kept going off. Ryan had been sitting there happily chewing on a piece of grilled beef. But then, faced with dozens of strangers pushing in, screaming, and flashing blinding lights in his face, Ryan, who had grown up in an isolated community and had never experienced anything like this, quickly panicked. The beef slipped from his hand and fell onto the table. He covered his ears and squeezed his eyes shut. Bang! Benjamin slammed his palm down on the table. His tall, muscular body shot to its feet as he roared, "Can you fucking idiots back the hell off? If you're here for barbecue, then sit your asses down and eat your damn barbecue. If you want photos or autographs, can't you line up like normal people? Why the hell are you all crowding us?" Benjamin pointed at the trembling Ryan. "Fuck, can't you see my grandson can't handle this shit?" Benjamin's furious scolding startled many of the fans, and they quickly backed away, forcibly clearing out a large open space. Of course, plenty of fans also thought Soldier Boy defending his family like that was unbelievably cool. Homelander quickly realized something was wrong with Ryan too. Guilt hit him, and he hurriedly picked Ryan up, gently patting him on the back. It's okay, Ryan. It's okay. Daddy's here. Under Homelander's comfort, Ryan's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. Homelander stood up, his expression turning cold as he raised a hand to stop the fans trying to approach again. Sorry, everyone. That's it for tonight. Please move aside. Holding Ryan, he strode out of the barbecue place under the crowd's disappointed gazes. Benjamin did not feel like staying either. He tossed down a bill and followed him out. Because of his earlier outburst, the crowd automatically parted for him the whole way, and no one dared stop them. They reached a quiet street corner. Ugh, what a fucking buzzkill. Homelander held Ryan and sighed in frustration. His old man finally had free time, and his son was by his side. He had wanted to enjoy spending time with his family, but it had turned into this mess. Still, deep down, Homelander felt conflicted. On one hand, he felt bad that his son had been frightened. On the other, facing those fanatical fans had felt incredible, giving him a huge sense of satisfaction. Maybe that was why he had accidentally overlooked Ryan just now. Daddy. Ryan, who had kept his face buried against Homelander's chest, finally spoke in a small voice, with a trace of pleading in it. I want to go home. The people here are scary. Homelander froze. Looking at his son's frightened little face, he felt torn. He really wanted to refuse and take him back to Vought Tower, but in the end, he still looked up at Benjamin and said helplessly, Dad, then I'll take Ryan back first. Go. The kid got scared pretty bad today. Take him back early. Benjamin waved him off. Ryan immediately brightened. Watching Homelander carry Ryan as they slowly rose into the air and flew away, Benjamin's eyes shifted slightly. Honestly, if this had been the Homelander from the original series, after bringing Ryan out to see the wider world, there was absolutely no way he would have sent Ryan back to that prison. He sure as hell would not have cared that his son wanted to go back. Buzz, buzz. Just then, the phone in Benjamin's pocket vibrated twice. He took it out and glanced at it. Several unread messages from Stormfront had popped up on the screen one after another. When he opened them, they were all selfies of Stormfront wearing extremely skimpy, revealing supersuits, or posing seductively in front of a mirror. Underneath was a suggestive message. Old man, my injuries are almost healed. Coming over tonight to punish me hard. Of course, aside from that, there was also Starlight's hotel address. Benjamin ignored Stormfront's hint, did not reply, and strode toward the hotel where Starlight was staying. The night sky was cold, the wind howling. Homelander held Ryan close, streaking through the clouds like a shooting star as he flew straight toward the Vought secret community. All the way there, Ryan kept his face buried deep in Homelander's cloak. The little guy had none of the excitement he'd had on the way out. His clear blue eyes were filled with timid unease. I'm sorry, Dad. Ryan clutched Homelander's supersuit tightly, his voice soft and shaky. Maybe I shouldn't have kept asking to come back. Back at the barbecue place, did I embarrass you and Grandpa? Hearing his son apologize, Homelander's expression softened at once. Don't say stupid stuff like that, son. Homelander shook his head and gently patted Ryan's back with his broad hand, his voice tinged with self-blame. I didn't think it through. That's on me. I shouldn't have taken you somewhere so crowded, with that many people staring. I scared you? When Ryan realized Homelander wasn't blaming him, the weight in his chest finally eased. But soon, he felt conflicted again. A moment ago, he had been scared because there were too many people, so he had instinctively wanted to go back to that familiar home. But now, as he looked down at the sealed-off community below, locked behind towering walls, he remembered all the lies his mother had told him. Dad. Ryan lifted his head into the night wind and asked quietly, will you still take me out again? To see other places? Of course. A bright smile tugged at Homelander's mouth, his tone full of affection. Anytime you want. Don't forget, you've got a phone now. Just call me, and wherever you want to go, Dad will take you. A few minutes later, in the yard of the small cabin, Becca sat collapsed on the cold grass in despair. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was gripping the scissors so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. As time dragged on, the fear in her heart only grew worse. She didn't believe for a second that a devil like Homelander would keep any goddamn promise. If Homelander didn't bring Ryan back tonight, she had already made up her mind. Even if she had to risk her life escaping the community, she was going to find her son. Just as Becca was on the verge of breaking down, whoosh, a rush of air sounded overhead. Becca looked up and saw the man in the stars and stripes supersuit land steadily in the middle of the yard. And in his arms was Ryan, completely unharmed. Mom. The second they touched down, Ryan wriggled out of Homelander's arms and ran straight into Becca's embrace. My son? Oh my God, my sweet boy. Becca grabbed Ryan and held him tight as her tears broke free. She kissed Ryan's hair and cheeks again and again, her voice shaking with lingering terror. I'm sorry. Mommy is so sorry. I didn't protect you. I'm so sorry. A few steps away, Homelander watched Becca coldly. Becca. Homelander straightened his cloak, his voice laced with mockery. Don't go running around saying I don't keep my promises. I said I'd bring my son back after barbecue. He wanted to come back, so I brought him back. Hearing Homelander's voice, Becca looked up. Her tear-streaked face showed surprise that he had actually returned, but the disgust in her eyes had not faded. If you really love Ryan, then you should never come near him again. Your existence will only ruin him. The moment Becca started lecturing him from that moral high ground again, Homelander's temper flared. He suddenly remembered what Becca had said earlier, that he wasn't a normal person. By Becca's logic, he didn't deserve to be a father. He had no right to come looking for Ryan. But why the hell not? It was Vought International. It was Madeline. They were the ones who worked together to hide his son from him, who ripped away his right to be a father for 8 whole years. Homelander's face went blank, but his eyes burned with fury, turning red on instinct. Mom, stop! Ryan suddenly shouted from Becca's arms. The little guy broke free from his mother's embrace, turned around, and yelled, "Dad's a good guy. He didn't pick on me. He took me flying and even bought me a phone, so stop yelling at him." Hearing Ryan defend him, the faint red glow in Homelander's eyes flickered once, then quickly faded back to their original deep blue. Homelander looked deeply at Becca and Ryan. Then he bent his knees slightly, and with a boom, shot into the sky, vanishing into the endless night. Once she saw Homelander fly away, Becca's taut nerves finally loosened. "Ryan, listen to me." Becca pulled her son toward her and said, "He isn't a good person. He's a goddamn devil, a monster. He only wants to take you away and hurt you. We hid in this place so we could get away from him forever." But Ryan yanked his hand free. The little guy stared at his mother with confusion and disappointment, then took 2 steps back. Dad had clearly been so good to him. He hadn't looked down on him for not knowing anything about the outside world, and when he got scared, Dad had held him tight. So why had Mom been lying to him all this time in this fake world, and why did she keep saying awful things about Dad behind his back? Seeing the doubt in her son's eyes, Becca's heart sank completely. She sighed and let her hands fall weakly to her sides. She knew Ryan had already been fooled by Homelander. Nothing she said would matter now. All she could do was wait until he was a little older, then tell him the brutal truth about how she had been raped all those years ago. Elsewhere, because Ryan had defended him, Homelander didn't lose his temper, but the rage was still burning inside him. He flew aimlessly through the New York night sky at high speed, his eyes filled with confusion. Goddamn Madeline. The more Homelander thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt like the first half of his life had been pathetic, back when he had no father and no son. But Madeline's head had already been blown apart by his own heat vision, and Vogelbaum's neck had already been snapped by his father, Benjamin. They were dead. So who was he supposed to take his anger out on? Suddenly, something clicked in Homelander's mind. He thought of his father, Soldier Boy. Whenever Soldier Boy was in a bad mood, he seemed to beat people up. No, that wasn't right. Even when he was in a good mood, if he felt like beating someone up, he would do it anyway. I can do that too. But who should he beat up? Very quickly, Homelander had an idea. He hovered in midair, pulled out his phone, and sent a message. Then he turned around and flew at full speed toward an extremely well-hidden safe house on the outskirts of New York. He pushed open the door of the safe house. The lights inside were dim. On the carpet, a woman in a business suit with short blonde hair knelt on the floor, trembling. It was Madeline. Madeline knelt there, tilting her head up to look at Homelander as he walked in expressionlessly. When Madeline saw Homelander come in, her eyes filled with regret and terror. Tears streamed down her face as she begged, "I'm sorry, Homelander. I'm so sorry." Homelander slowly walked closer, his voice heavy with pressure. "You lied to me this whole time. You took my son from me. You hid the fact that my father was still alive. You treated me like a dog whose only purpose was to work himself to death for you. And only now are they finally back with me. It was all my fault. I deserve to die. I'm so sorry." Madeline wept pitifully. If this had been the old Homelander, he would have been holding Madeline and sobbing by now, maybe even sucking on her fingers for comfort. But now, bam. Homelander stepped forward and slammed a right hook into Madeline's face. He controlled his strength with terrifying precision, just enough to hurt her badly without killing her on the spot. Gah! Madeline screamed as she was sent flying, smashing hard into the wall. "You goddamn bitch! Fuck! Fuck!" Homelander rushed after her. Bam! 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 He punched her again and again, venting the rage burning inside him. Yes, this was it. Homelander cursed as he beat her. Until, Madeline had been beaten black and blue, and she finally couldn't take the punishment anymore. With a strange gurgling sound, like flesh and bone twisting under the skin, the woman on the floor suddenly began to change. In the blink of an eye, Madeline disappeared, replaced by a huge, bloodied fat man, his whole body trembling, weighing well over 300 pounds. So this Madeline had been Doppelganger. "Mr. Homelander, please, stop. I really can't take any more." Doppelganger clutched his completely deformed, swollen face and screamed for mercy on the floor like a pig being slaughtered. "It hurts. My ribs are broken. If you keep hitting me, you're really going to beat me to death." Seeing the fake return to his original form, the rush Homelander had been enjoying from his revenge was instantly ruined. He stood up and shook the blood from his hands in disgust. "Change back." Homelander's order was ice cold. "No, no, sir." Doppelganger scrambled backward in terror. "I'm seriously dying here. My face is swollen up like a balloon, and I had to hold that pose the whole time you were hitting me. I'm completely wiped out, body and mind. I really can't take any more." Homelander took a deep breath. He walked over to the leather sofa and sat down, pulled a photo from a hidden layer of his supersuit, and tossed it in front of Doppelganger with a sharp slap. The person in the photo was Becca. I'll let you off today. Homelander leaned back on the sofa, staring at Doppelganger with contempt. After all, Doppelganger used to do Madeline's dirty work, and he had done plenty of disgusting shit. Homelander had hated him for a long time. Even the Deep was more normal than this guy. Rest for a few days. Then, once the injuries on that fat body of yours heal up, turn into Stan Edgar. And Becca. Those two have been pissing me off for a long time too. I'm going to beat them as well. Homelander spoke slowly. Yes, Mr. Homelander, I promise I'll do it. Doppelganger let out a breath of relief. He was a supe, after all. Injuries like this should heal on their own in a few days. To stay alive, he gritted his teeth and forced himself up from the floor. With another gurgling sound of twisting muscle, Doppelganger transformed back into the battered Madeline. He slipped into the role with practiced ease. Madeline knelt at Homelander's feet, slapping herself hard across the face over and over while confessing loudly in a voice full of sincerity and humility. It was all my fault. I'm the fakest, most worthless woman alive. I deserve every bit of this. I'm sorry, Mr. Homelander. Watching this, Homelander's anger gradually faded. Before long, he left Doppelganger's room. Only after Homelander was gone did Doppelganger finally breathe out and return to his original form. Phew. Lingering fear covered Doppelganger's face. If Homelander hadn't come back to his senses just now, he probably really would have died. Before this, Doppelganger had thought Homelander was keeping him hidden so he could turn into Madeline, or some other woman, and do all kinds of weird shit. But no, turns out he wanted him to turn into people he hated so he could beat the hell out of him. Wasn't that fucking insane? Doppelganger shook his head helplessly. But the guy was the strongest supe in the world. What the hell could he do to stop him? The Peninsula Hotel, penthouse suite. On the wide, soft bed, messy silk sheets lay scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the heavy scent of hormones and alcohol. Benjamin was bare-chested, leaning comfortably against the headboard. One of his thick arms was wrapped possessively around Starlight's smooth, pale shoulder. His other hand held a cigar, and he exhaled a dense smoke ring in pure satisfaction. Now this was what you called living. Benjamin sighed inwardly. Since crossing over, he had no shortage of women, no shortage of pleasure, and on top of that, he had one hell of a capable son. Benjamin felt like he was starting to drown in luxury. Still, Vought's profits had definitely dropped a lot recently. It wasn't just because of the falling stock price. A bigger reason was that the film release schedule had slowed down, since the superheroes were spending most of their time dealing with supervillains. But it didn't matter. Once they dealt with the Church of the Collective, there would probably be another huge pile of money coming in. And there was one more thing. All research on Compound V, along with all human trials, had been suspended. But that didn't mean Benjamin would never research it again. If possible, the best outcome would be finding a way to develop Compound V without doing anything cruel or immoral. Maybe, with the power of Compound V, they could invent something that actually helped people. For example, improving physical condition, or extending lifespan. Of course, that would definitely take a long time. After all, they weren't doing human experiments like in the original series. But that didn't matter. The one thing Benjamin had plenty of was time. Right then, Starlight was nestled against his chest, and her beautiful big eyes were still flickering with dazzling white light from time to time. Benjamin took a drag from his cigar. Watching Starlight's eyes flicker on and off like a flashlight, he couldn't help letting out a low laugh, his tone teasing. Annie, I've seen a lot of shit in my life. But I've gotta admit, for a few seconds back there, I really thought somebody had tossed a couple flashbangs by the bed. Starlight instantly blushed and said, "Stop it. I can't help it. Sometimes when I get too worked up, my powers just slip out on their own." Thinking back to how she had lost control and started glowing because of that overwhelming feeling of being conquered, Starlight felt horribly embarrassed. And the after effect was way too strong. "Don't worry. I'll let you light up again in a bit." Early the next morning, Benjamin and Starlight got dressed and returned to Vought headquarters. Homelander, meanwhile, had flown out of headquarters before dawn to hunt down the supervillains causing chaos all over the world. After all, back when he wanted to force supes into the military, he was the one who ordered A-Train to spread Compound V to terrorists across the globe. Aside from seeing his son, Homelander spent most of his time dealing with that mess. He also had to search for Kimiko and her brother, though Homelander still had no idea why Soldier Boy cared so much about those two, nor did he know whether Soldier Boy was just looking for something new. And so, the days passed. Benjamin's life became unusually regular and fulfilling. Every now and then, he would go to the Peninsula Hotel with Starlight and enjoy the company of this new generation supe American sweetheart. Other times, Benjamin would push open the door to Stormfront's apartment and have a hard-hitting, hardcore sparring session with her. Perhaps because Benjamin refused to agree with Stormfront's grand ideals, Stormfront had clearly started slacking off during this period. She stopped going out onto the streets to fight crime. Instead, she half-assed her way through each day, shooting lousy films in Vought's studio, or putting on that black uniform to appear on talk shows and give speeches about female empowerment and the like. To be fair, Stormfront really was good at giving speeches. Her approval among women of every age group rose sharply, and her popularity even began to faintly surpass Starlight's. Stormfront and Starlight also became more active in the public eye. Together with Maeve, the three of them were hailed as symbols of female empowerment. Of course, aside from the times when Starlight and Maeve were tracking down supervillains, the rest of their time was mostly spent joining Stormfront at various events. Some of Stormfront's speeches were even more forceful than Benjamin's. Benjamin was not angry about Stormfront's passive resistance. On the contrary, he was more than happy to see it. He understood this old woman's true nature far too well. She might be saying she would follow the rules now, but deep down, she was still an extremely radical racist lunatic. If Stormfront were allowed to go out on missions, and she ran into a few black or Asian criminals, the massacre and destruction she caused would probably be 100 times worse than anything those supervillains could do. Keeping her caged under the spotlight as a pretty prop was actually the greatest protection society could get. Stormfront had made promises before, sure, but this woman was anything but honest. She and Starlight were complete opposites. When it came to scheming, there were few supes who could compare to Stormfront. Meanwhile, the Deep and A-Train, the two former outsiders in the Seven, were frantically investigating the Church of the Collective. A few nights later, somewhere in the Middle East, at an abandoned militant camp choked with smoke and gunpowder, splat. Homelander expressionlessly lifted his glowing red eyes, and a crimson beam instantly blew apart the terrorist leader's head. This was the third supervillain he had cleaned up today. These disgusting bugs just never fucking end. Homelander looked at the corpse in disgust. As the final scream faded, the violent crimson glow in Homelander's eyes gradually died away. He took a deep breath, and that terrifying aura around him receded. Homelander carefully reached into the blood-free inner pocket of his supersuit and pulled out a beautifully packaged, limited edition Homelander Lego set. Looking at the toy in his hand, the tyrant who had just slaughtered dozens of people actually broke into a soft, goofy smile. It's almost time to see Ryan again. The little guy's gonna love this. Boom. With a thunderous roar that tore through the sound barrier, Homelander hugged the Lego box to his chest and impatiently burst through the clouds, flying at top speed toward a secret community in the United States. In the American Midwest, inside an abandoned church, two groups stood facing each other. On the left was Grace Mallory, former deputy director of the CIA. She wore a washed-out gray trench coat, and her wrinkled face was etched with vigilance. But from the shape of her features, it was still easy to tell that Mallory had been beautiful when she was young, with an exceptional presence. The original soldier boy had even flirted with her once, only to get thoroughly shut down. Behind Mallory stood Mother's Milk, William Butcher, Frenchie, and their only supe, Kimiko. The last time Butcher's group had planned to expose Compound V to the public, Soldier Boy beat them to it and released the news first, catching all of them completely off guard. On top of that, because they had killed Translucent and were sold out by Mesmer, they had become fugitives. Superheroes, police, and plenty of others were hunting them down. As a result, Butcher's situation was far worse than in the original series, forcing him to seek shelter under Colonel Mallory. As for Huey, because events had gone differently from the original series, he had not been present when Mesmer was threatened. That meant Huey had not become a wanted man. Right now, he and Robin were living a relatively comfortable life. Standing across from them was a man in an immaculate custom-made white suit, his hair slicked back, a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. He was none other than Alistair Adana, leader of the Church of the Collective, a cult leader with millions of fanatical followers across the United States, who had amassed a fortune through brainwashing and mental control. Behind him stood several expressionless supes in sharp suits. These supes did not belong to Vought. They were a backup plan Edgar had left behind. Colonel Mallory. Adana was the first to break the silence. He gave a graceful, slight bow. To be honest, when I sent the invitation, I assumed that with your stubborn old-fashioned nature, you would never come to this meeting. And yet, here you are. Cut the nauseating bullshit, you fraud. Mallory looked at him coldly. I have nothing to discuss with a cult leader who lives by sucking people dry, mind and marrow. If that intel hadn't mentioned Vought, I'd put a bullet through your head right now. But you did come, didn't you? Because you don't have a choice. Adana was not bothered in the slightest. He spread his arms. Come on, Colonel. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right now, we have a common enemy, and an unbeatable one at that. Vought? According to my intelligence network, the boys patrol you secretly assembled is almost the only force that has ever truly hurt Vought. Translucent, for example. You killed him. Fuck you. Butcher, standing behind Mallory, could not stop himself from cursing. He stepped forward, his stub-bled face full of violence, and jabbed a finger toward Alistair's face. You cultist cunts are just the same rotten filth as Vought, wearing a different suit. How many compromised superheroes have you cleaned up for Vought? How many dirty little jobs have you done for them? What, now the split's gone bad, so you're crawling out to bite your master? Facing Butcher's abuse, the smile on Adana's face finally faded a little. He sighed and gave a helpless shrug. Mr. Butcher is right. We really were the best of allies once. Vought needed us to clean up after the supes, and we needed Vought to provide money, protection, and even status. But now, times have changed. A flicker of fear passed through Adana's eyes. That crafty bastard Stan Edgar is dead. Madeline's gone too. Vought is under completely new management now. Soldier Boy and Homelander, that terrifying father and son supe duo, control the entire company. They don't play by the rules at all. They don't need the church to take in their members. They don't need our church to clean up their image. They might simply want to reshuffle everything through absolute violence. Just the day before yesterday, they officially removed the Church of the Collective from their list of partners and cut off every funding channel we had. They may even have sent supes to hunt down our church. Adana gritted his teeth. If we don't strike first, the Church of the Collective will soon be erased by that father and son through every method imaginable, disappearing completely from public view. And I will have nothing left. Ha! Mallory let out a cold, mocking laugh. Well, looks like Vought actually did something good for humanity for once. Scum like you, who use a cult to control people's minds. In some ways, you're even more disgusting than Vought. You want to use us as your gun? Keep dreaming. With that, Mallory turned to leave. What if I told you? Adana watched Mallory's back as he slowly said, Vought International is still running human trials with Compound V on people all over the world. Still creating God knows how many supervillains. Mallory stopped walking. Kimiko's face changed instantly. She whipped around and locked her eyes on him. For Kimiko, the one she hated was Vought. She hated Vought for turning her and her brother into what they were. Even now, she still had not found her brother. And there was a very real chance her brother had already been wiped out by Vought's superheroes as a supervillain. What do you mean? Mallory frowned slightly. Just a few days ago, Soldier Boy publicly announced at a press conference that Vought acknowledged its past crimes and promised it had completely stopped every Compound V experiment. He said all remaining doses had been collected and destroyed. My sources don't feed me bullshit. Come on, all of you. Adana spread his hands theatrically, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You people actually believe the bullshit coming out of those two bastards' mouths. Butcher and Mother's Milk exchanged a look. Deep suspicion and anger flashed in both their eyes. True enough, they had never believed a single whitewashed statement from Vought. Adana smiled with absolute confidence. He snapped his fingers, and a bodyguard behind him immediately handed over a black waterproof tablet. He tossed the tablet onto a pew. And besides, I have intel and leads. When it comes to gathering information, the Church of the Collective is no worse than you people. The screen lit up. Several highly secretive night vision surveillance clips appeared on it. In the footage, out on the rough open sea, several unmarked fishing boats were carrying out a handoff. Crate after crate was unloaded and moved onto another fishing boat. The people on the receiving side opened them to inspect the contents. Inside were vials of blue liquid. Compound V. Those goddamn animals. I knew it. Mother's Milk's voice shook with hatred and rage. Compound V, that damn shit destroyed my family? Soldier Boy, that bastard was doing one of his street show stunts back then. Just to catch some robber, he threw a car and crushed my family to death. Exactly. How the hell could he ever become a real superhero? This whole thing is just a fucking show put on by that father and son. The more Mother's Milk spoke, the angrier he got. He looked ready to charge straight into Vought Tower and tear Soldier Boy apart with his bare hands. Mother's Milk had hated Soldier Boy from the start, so of course he could not believe Soldier Boy had chosen to become a real superhero, and he sure as hell did not believe Vought's PR spin. Beside him, Butcher patted Mother's Milk on the shoulder, holding his brother back. Then he shot back, videos can be faked. How the fuck am I supposed to know this isn't just some story you cooked up to con us, you cult prick? Because it makes sense, Mr. Butcher. You know that better than anyone. Adana stepped in front of Butcher, looked him straight in the eye, and said softly, Mother's Milk's family was killed by Soldier Boy, and you, Mr. Butcher, your beloved wife, Becca, was raped by that animal Homelander. So tell me, do you really think two pieces of shit with that much blood on their hands would suddenly grow a conscience, go legit, and become real superheroes who save the world? Don't make me laugh. You're a piece of shit too. Mallory stared at him coldly. So what the hell do you want? Mallory cut Adana off. I'm just a poor man of the church trying to protect his life's work. Adana straightened his tie and continued, rather than letting that lawless father and son pair at Vought rule the world, wouldn't it be better for the Church of the Collective to take their place? Our influence on society would be much gentler, don't you think? What do you need us to do? Butcher's eyes turned dangerously cold. If it meant killing Homelander, he was willing to make a deal. Simple. Adana smiled. I'll use every intelligence network and resource the church has left to support you fully. And the boys will use my intel to bring down Vought by any means necessary. Of course, if you need it, I can even provide you with a few doses of Compound V. Mallory fell into thought. A few minutes later, Mallory led the boys out of the abandoned church without looking back, disappearing into the night. The empty church fell deathly silent again. The warmth on Alistair's face vanished, replaced by smug satisfaction. He turned and walked toward the broken cross. His situation had indeed been terrible lately. Fortunately, before his death, Stan Edgar, the former CEO of Vought, had left behind plenty of intelligence and contingency plans. According to that intelligence, he knew Vought would soon carry out a full purge of the church. And thanks to some of the backup plans Edgar had left him, Alistair had gotten his hands on quite a few things. In that case, why not strike first? After all, Vought was going to settle accounts with him sooner or later. And according to Edgar, Soldier Boy actually seemed to want to become a real superhero. That was the most absurd, hilarious part of all, but Adana had no choice but to believe it. Alistair muttered to himself, Soldier Boy, he said you might really want to become a true superhero. But that won't work, wouldn't that get in the way of my church's growth? The black van drove along the highway. Inside, a heavy, oppressive silence filled the cabin. Colonel Frenchie, sitting in the back, could not help asking, are we really gonna work with trash like that? We don't have a choice, Frenchie. Mallory sat in the passenger seat, her voice cold and decisive. In this shit pit, we don't get to pick clean allies. If Alistair's intel is true, if Vought is really still running experiments in secret and creating supervillains, then we have to stop them no matter what it takes. That charlatan was right about one thing. Letting a money-grubbing cult cling to life is still a hell of a lot better than letting those superheroes take over the world. In the driver's seat, William Butcher's eyes stayed calm, his thoughts unreadable. Listen, Butcher. Mallory turned her head. I just intercepted a piece of intel. A supervillain has appeared in Newark, New Jersey. Her tone sharpened as she continued. If you can lead the team in and capture him alive, then combine that with the smuggling evidence from the Church of the Collective, we can bring that supervillain to the upcoming congressional hearing as living, ironclad proof that Vought is still conducting human experiments, and shove it right in the global media's face. Understand? On top of that, we have plenty of dirt on superheroes. If all of it comes out at the hearing, it'll crush Vought. Butcher did not react. He kept driving. If you pull this off, I'll give you Becca's address. Screech. With a piercing scream of tires, the speeding van slammed to a halt on the dark highway. Everyone inside was violently thrown forward by the force. What did you say? Butcher stared at Mallory. Becca is still alive. Get this done, and I'll give you Becca's address so the two of you can reunite. Butcher's rough hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly the veins stood out across the backs of them. Becca, she's still alive. 1,000 things surged through Butcher's mind. All those late nights drowning himself in booze. All those times he woke from nightmares and smashed bottles against the wall. In some of those nightmares, he even saw himself kneeling there, watching Homelander and Becca with his own eyes. Even back then, Butcher had never believed Becca was dead. He had taken a sledgehammer himself and smashed the cold tombstone bearing her name to pieces. Somewhere deep down, he had always felt that Becca was not dead. And now, Mallory had finally confirmed that hunch. Butcher slowly turned his head and fixed his eyes on Mallory in the passenger seat. You knew she wasn't dead all along, didn't you, Colonel? Butcher's voice was eerily calm. All these years, you knew everything. Facing Butcher's stare, Mallory remained expressionless. She did not deny it. She simply looked back at him coldly. In this brutal game to bring down Vought, nobody's hands were clean. Butcher laughed coldly to himself. Yeah, Mallory was using him. But hadn't he also been using Mallory and the CIA resources behind her to track down his wife? They were all ghosts clawing their way through the same filthy swamp. None of them had the right to call anyone else dirty. I get it, Butcher said. I'll bring you that supervillain alive. You'd better pray that when it's done, you keep your promise. Hearing Butcher take the job, Frenchie let out a breath from the back seat and asked, so, do we bring Huey in on this one? The kid's a bit of a coward, sure, but he's got a good head on him. And after killing Translucent, he's seen blood before. Butcher's foot hesitated slightly on the gas. Huey's face flashed through his mind, like the face of a little brother. Because A-Train had never smashed Huey's girlfriend Robin to pieces in the street, Huey did not carry that bone-deep hatred that came from losing everything. The only reason he had gotten dragged in before was because Butcher had forced him into it, which led to him being hunted by Vought's Translucent. In the end, he had pressed the detonator in a state of pure panic. Now that the Translucent incident had died down, Huey rarely got involved with the boys anymore. He also had never been seen by Mesmer. Kimiko and Huey did not know each other either, so Mesmer had not learned about Huey from her memories. So Huey had returned to a normal life. He had a whole family. He had Robin, alive and well. No. Butcher bit down on the cigarette in his mouth and shook his head. The kid's doing fine now. Huey's not like us. Huey, he's still an outsider. Leave him out of it. Dragging someone with a normal life into this kind of dangerous shit by force. For some reason, Butcher suddenly found the idea tasteless. The van fell into a strange silence for 2 seconds. Mallory turned and looked Butcher up and down with utter disbelief, like she was seeing him for the first time. Then she gave a quiet laugh. Well, I'll be damned. The sun must be rising in the west. Butcher, I thought you were the kind of rabid dog who'd use anyone and not give a damn, as long as it got you what you wanted. In the back seat, Mother's Milk and Frenchie exchanged a deeply understanding look, then nodded hard without hesitation. Even Kimiko, who had been sitting silently in the corner the whole time, nodded too. Butcher glanced at the comrades who had been through hell with him in the rearview mirror. His brow twitched, and he cursed roughly. Fuck. Is that really what I am to you bastards? Some no-limits piece of shit. Yes. Mallory, Mother's Milk, Frenchie, and even Kimiko all nodded at the same time. Fuck all of you. Butcher rolled his eyes hard and floored the gas. Meanwhile, Vought's secret community, Becca's cabin. Warm afternoon sunlight poured through the glass windows and spilled across the living room carpet. Ryan lay on the floor, completely focused on the pile of colorful Lego bricks in front of him. He was using them to build what he imagined as a perfect, cozy family. In the little Lego scene, there was a pretty small house, with 3 figures standing on the lawn. One was a female figure wearing an apron, representing Mom. One was a little boy figure, representing Ryan himself. And beside them stood a black-haired uncle figure. That black-haired uncle figure had been put together by Becca herself. Mom. Ryan held the black-bearded figure in his hand, his bright blue eyes full of confusion. He turned to look at Becca, who was sitting on the sofa mending clothes, and asked with a pout, "This isn't Dad at all. Dad has blonde hair, and he wears a cape. And Dad is handsome. This black-bearded uncle doesn't look anything like Dad." Hearing her son's innocent question, Becca gave a bitter smile. She reached out and stroked Ryan's little head. "Ryan, you'll understand one day." Ryan did not understand at all. Boom. A familiar sonic boom rang out outside the cabin yard. With a click, the cabin door opened. Homelander strode in. "Look, my little genius Ryan, guess what Daddy brought you?" Homelander pulled the set out from behind his back. It was Vought's newest Homelander Lego set, and a limited edition at that. The kind no one could get unless they were a serious superfan. Ryan froze for a second. Then his blue eyes went wide. He threw aside the poor black-haired uncle in his hand and cheered as he flung himself into Homelander's arms. "Whoa, it's Daddy's Lego? That's so cool." Ryan hugged Homelander's leg. "Dad, you're so good to me." Hearing that, Homelander felt nothing but pure joy. He shot a smug glance at Becca, whose expression had turned ugly, then lifted Ryan high into the air with a doting smile. "Silly kid. You're my son? If I'm not good to you, who the hell am I supposed to be good to?" After playing Lego with his son for a while, the father and son went out into the yard to play baseball. The crisp crack of the bat and Ryan's laughter echoed through the community. Once they were both sweaty from playing, Homelander suddenly stopped. He looked at Ryan, who was picking up the ball, and said, "Ryan, come here." Then Homelander set down his baseball glove and opened his arms. Ryan obediently ran over. Homelander scooped him into his arms and bent his legs slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, the two of them flew up onto the roof of the cabin. The cabin roof was at least 6 meters off the ground, about the height of a 2-story building. A light breeze blew past, and the view suddenly opened wide around them. Ryan stood near the edge of the slightly sloped roof and poked his little head out to look down. It was a little high, but he was not scared. Instead, he was thrilled by the feeling of standing higher than everyone else. After all, he was a kid. Homelander had once carried 10,000 meters into the sky. "So, Ryan? Feels pretty great standing up here, doesn't it?" Homelander stood with his hands on his hips, facing the wind, savoring that sense of control that came from looking down on everything. "Yeah, super cool." Ryan nodded excitedly. "That's it." Homelander crouched down and looked Ryan in the eye. "That feeling of standing up high and looking down at the world is amazing, right? The freedom of the wind rushing past your ears. Doesn't it feel just like when I took you up into the sky?" "Yeah, Dad." "Ryan, your mom has never held you and flown you into the sky. She's never brought you up here either, has she?" Ryan listened to his father and nodded honestly. No, Mom's afraid of heights. She doesn't let me come to places like this." Seeing Ryan agree with him, Homelander smiled. "And that's exactly why boys need their dads." The two of them stood on the roof, bathed in the warm sunset. From a distance, the scene looked incredibly peaceful and sweet. But it was about time to teach Ryan how to use his powers. When he was Ryan's age, he had already broken the sound barrier, hadn't he? Homelander's mind drifted back to his childhood in the cold Vought laboratory, to those painful memories of researchers pushing him off high platforms again and again to test his limits, throwing him into deadly situations over and over. The laboratory had taught him that instinct only awakened in desperate situations and extreme fear. This was the only way of teaching he knew. "Ryan." Homelander suddenly put away his smile and said, "I think it's time. Are you ready?" Ryan froze. "Ready for what? Dad, are we playing a new game?" Homelander pointed at the lawn more than 6 meters below them. "Jump down, Ryan." The little guy lowered his head and looked at the green lawn below. Ryan was completely stunned. He instinctively took a step back. "Dad, you're not serious, right? It's so high. I don't want to jump." "Ryan, look at me." Homelander's smile was still gentle, but there was no room for argument in it. "You're my son. You can fly. Just like me. It's instinct." I don't want to jump." Ryan shook his head. "Take a deep breath, son." Homelander crouched down. "Close your eyes, then bravely take one step forward. That's all. You'll get it right away. The second you leave the roof, your body will fly on its own. It'll take care of everything." "But I can't fly." Ryan was getting anxious. His dad was a superhero with powers, but he did not have any. "You're gonna love it. Trust me, son." Homelander kept trying to persuade him. "I really can't fly, Dad." "You can. I promise you can. Just jump, and you'll discover a whole new world. Trust me, okay." Seeing that nothing was getting through to his father, Ryan's little brain raced, and he kept arguing. "Dad, please, don't make me jump. I mean, Grandpa can't even fly. Maybe I took after Grandpa. Maybe I can't fly at all." At that, Homelander froze for a second. That kind of made sense. Now that he thought about it, the little brat actually had a point. What if Ryan really did take after Soldier Boy? But Homelander quickly shook his head. "No, definitely not. If your dad, can fly, then that means our genes evolved. And since you're my son, you should definitely fly higher and faster than me." Seeing that his father could not be reasoned with, Ryan fell into complete despair. A moment later, Ryan pulled his phone out of his pocket without hesitation and quickly dialed one of the only 2 numbers in his contacts. Seeing his son suddenly take out his phone and make a call, Homelander froze, then asked curiously, "Who are you calling right now?" Ring, ring, click. The call connected. "Grandpa, it's Ryan." Ryan called into the phone. At the word grandpa, Homelander's eyebrow twitched. Holy shit. This little brat had learned how to tattle? Wait, Ryan? Hang up first. Homelander started to panic a little. This is training between father and son. No need to bother your grandpa. Your grandpa hates flying. He might yell at you. Benjamin's voice came from the other end. Who? Ryan quickly said, Grandpa. My dad wants to make me jump off a 6-meter high roof. He says I can fly. The air went quiet. Homelander was starting to regret buying his son a phone. After a brief second of silence on the other end, Benjamin said, Isn't that fucking obvious? Your dad can fly. You're his kid, so of course you can fly too. It's just jumping off a roof. Take a deep breath and jump. Even if you can't fly, you won't get hurt. Don't stand there crying on the roof like a little bitch. It's only 6 meters. You'd be fine from 600. Beep, beep, beep. After cursing him out, Benjamin hung up without the slightest hesitation. Ryan stood there holding the phone, now filled with the dial tone, completely frozen. Homelander, standing beside him, heard that Soldier Boy had not scolded him and had actually agreed. His earlier panic instantly vanished. Homelander smiled. You hear that, Ryan? Even your grandpa thinks you should jump. Homelander spread his arms excitedly. Crash. From the lawn below came the sharp sound of a ceramic plate shattering. Becca had just come out of the kitchen carrying a plate of washed fruit, and she happened to see the terrifying scene on the roof. Oh my god, what are you doing? The fruit plate slipped from Becca's hands and smashed onto the ground, fruit rolling everywhere. Her face went deathly pale as she stared up at Homelander and Ryan standing at the edge of the roof. Ryan, don't move. Homelander, you animal, get him down from there right now. Dad, please. At that moment, half of Ryan's feet were already hanging over the edge of the roof. His fair little face was full of despair. Homelander stared at the fear reflected in those bright blue eyes exactly like his own, and froze slightly. He had been about to keep coaxing him. For some reason, a scene from his childhood in the lab flashed through his mind. Little John, wearing nothing but a thin hospital gown, had been forced by a group of expressionless scientists onto a towering test platform. Back then, he had looked just like Ryan did now, staring desperately at those adults, those so-called elders, begging them again and again with his eyes. But those scientists had not agreed. They had only told Homelander, Jump, John. Trust us. It won't hurt you. That was probably what they had said back then too. But there had been no way around it. It was to awaken his superpowers, to make him control his superpowers. Homelander's cheek twitched, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Then he remembered what Ryan had said earlier, worried that because Grandpa can't fly, I inherited that from Grandpa, so I can't fly either. Homelander did not know what to do anymore. If he really made Ryan jump today, Ryan truly would not get hurt, but then what difference would there be between him and those scientists in the lab? Homelander took a deep breath. He looked at Ryan, trembling all over, and sighed helplessly. In the end, his tone softened. Okay, Ryan. We'll do it another way. Homelander took a small step forward and held out both hands as if ready to catch him. Here's what you do. Jump down and try to feel the wind. If you really can't fly, Daddy promises you, before you hit the ground, I'll fly over and catch you in an instant. I'm faster than a bullet. Nothing's gonna happen to you. How's that? Hearing that promise, Ryan froze for a moment. The little guy thought it over as fast as his still immature mind could manage. He had seen how fast Dad was. When Dad took him flying, he could not even keep his eyes open. Since Dad promised he would catch him, then maybe this really could work. No matter what, his begging had worked in the end. Dad still loved him. Oh okay, Dad. Ryan gritted his teeth. Count 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, I'll try to jump down and fly by myself, but you have to catch me, Dad. You really, really have to. Don't lie to me. Becca was stunned, still frantically shouting for Ryan not to do it. Homelander ignored Becca and said, Okay, don't worry, Ryan. Dad would never lie to you. Homelander smiled and nodded, even gently straightening Ryan's collar. 3. Homelander slowly said the first number. Ryan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and tried hard to stop his weak legs from shaking. In his heart, he kept telling himself that when Dad counted down to 1, he would bravely jump. But, just as Ryan was still trying to psych himself up, before Homelander could even say 2, he pressed his broad palm against Ryan's back and shoved him hard. Down you go. Ah, fuck. Caught completely off guard, Ryan plunged straight down from the 6-meter-high roof. The sudden rush of weightlessness swallowed him whole. Down below. No. Becca, who had been looking up and staring fixedly at the roof the whole time, completely broke down when she saw it. She had been begging desperately from below, screaming herself hoarse, but nothing had worked. That demon had really pushed her precious son off the roof. Whoosh. Just as Ryan was about to hit the ground, a figure flashed across the ground. Homelander dropped smoothly to one knee and caught the still terrified Ryan in his arms with perfect precision. The whole thing was effortless. Ryan did not feel even the slightest impact. Of course, he did not feel himself fly either. Ha 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 ha, see? I told you I'd catch you. Homelander stood up with Ryan in his arms, laughing. But Ryan did not find it funny at all. He gulped down air, his little face deathly pale. Ryan struggled desperately, jumped out of Homelander's arms, and ran without looking back toward Becca as she rushed over. Mommy. Ryan threw himself into Becca's arms. My baby? Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Becca held Ryan tightly, trembling all over. Worried and terrified, she still softened her voice to comfort him. It's okay. It's okay. Mommy's here. You're okay, baby. Come on, he didn't even get hurt. Homelander argued. I caught him, didn't I? Sure, he wasn't ready, but this is a necessary step if we're going to unlock his potential. Bottom line, he didn't get hurt at all, right? Not a scratch. After a pause, Homelander added. And, hell, even if I hadn't caught him just now, with the genes in his body, a little 6-meter fall wouldn't have done a damn thing to him. Hearing that pathetic excuse, Becca turned around and glared viciously at Homelander, cursing him outright. You goddamn lunatic? You cold-blooded monster? You inhuman piece of shit. He's 7 years old. How could you do something so cruel to him? You don't deserve to be a father. At Becca's insults, Homelander's eyes shifted slightly. Homelander advanced on Becca step by step and shouted. Listen, I've seen Vought's files. Ryan is the perfect soup child. You know why? Because he's my son. Soldier Boy's grandson. The continuation of the most powerful bloodline in this world. And you? Homelander pointed at her accusingly. You've kept him caged in this fake little world? You're ruining him. You don't deserve to be his father. Ryan, come on. Don't listen to this deranged psycho. Becca had no intention of listening to this monster's insane bullshit. She grabbed Ryan's hand and turned to head back inside. The moment he heard the word deranged, Homelander reached out and grabbed Becca's arm with his large hand. Everything I've done is for my son's own good, but you keep raising him like some little girl. Let go of my mom. Ryan, who had been protected behind Becca the entire time, finally got angry when he saw his father bullying his mother. Ryan used no technique. He acted purely on instinct, reaching out with his two small, fair hands and gripping Homelander's arm as hard as he could. Then, using every bit of strength in his body, he wrenched it outward and shoved Homelander hard. Under that burst of strength, Homelander was forced back 3 full steps. Homelander froze. His eyes widened as he stared at Ryan, standing several meters away. He was not shocked because the little brat had dared to defy him. What mattered was that Ryan had just released a tremendous force, enough to drive him back several steps. At that moment, Ryan stood firmly in front of Becca, shielding her. His usually clear blue eyes were now glowing red with anger. Those 2 glaring red lights looked exactly like a chibi version of Homelander. Seeing those red eyes, almost ready to fire lasers, Homelander was delighted. He was not angry that his son had attacked him. Instead, he praised him. Good boy. As for Ryan, after that burst of strange strength, he was gasping for breath, and the red glow in his eyes slowly flickered and faded away. The little boy looked down at his hands, then at his father, whom he had shoved back several steps. Fear rose in his eyes. He seemed to realize he might have gone too far. He looked at Homelander, not knowing what to say. But Dad really had been scary just now, and it had looked like he almost hurt Mom. Ryan bit his lip, staring at Homelander with a complicated expression. Ryan. Becca pulled Ryan tightly into her arms, using her own body to block Homelander's line of sight. Holding Ryan close, Becca was terrified. She kept her eyes locked on Homelander, rage burning in her chest. It was all because of Homelander that her son had become like this, but she still did not dare provoke him any further. Becca hated Supes to the bone, and now her own son had awakened superpowers too. Becca quickly carried the silent Ryan back into the house. Seeing that, Homelander's cheek twitched a couple more times. He said helplessly, "Kid's got a hell of a temper." Homelander shook his head, a faint bitter smile tugging at his mouth. He did not force his way in. "We'll take it slow, my little Superman." Homelander murmured under his breath, then turned and shot into the sky with a boom. He would wait until the kid cooled off, then come back in a few days with some new Lego toys. Next time, he might as well bring a Soldier Boy Lego set. Ryan would definitely love that. Vought Tower, Benjamin's office. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Benjamin leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of whiskey on the rocks as he stared at the tablet on the coffee table. On the screen was an extremely blurry screenshot from a street surveillance camera. In the image, a thin, clearly Asian teenage boy was moving warily through the dark alleys of Lower Manhattan. Vice President Anika stood beside him. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and reported in a crisp tone. "Sir, this is the high-risk target our intelligence department just intercepted. Based on data comparison, this Asian teenager is most likely the latest super-terrorist to infiltrate the United States. To avoid causing public panic, I plan to immediately send Starlight and Queen Maeve to carry out a covert pursuit." As Benjamin listened to Anika's report, he drained the strong liquor in his glass in one gulp. He recognized the Asian teenager in the photo at a glance. It was Kimiko's younger brother, Kenji. So Kimiko's brother had finally shown up? In the original storyline, Kenji had terrifying telekinesis. Not only could he snap someone's neck out of thin air, he could even flip a yacht with his bare hands. He was very powerful. And Kenji's appearance probably meant one thing. According to the original storyline, William Butcher's the boys would likely get involved. Of course, Benjamin was not sure whether that would actually happen. After all, things were already different from the original series. "Send the order. Cancel your deployment plan, Anika." Benjamin stood up and said. "Gather the 7 immediately. Meeting in the top-floor conference room in 10 minutes. "Yes, sir." Though Anika was a little surprised, she immediately accepted the order and left. 10 minutes later, on the top floor of Vought Tower, inside the 7th circular conference room, the symbol of supreme authority, the heavy doors were pushed open. Homelander had already arrived. He had happened to be on his way back to Vought, so he returned very quickly. Soon after, Queen Maeve, Starlight, the Deep, A-Train, and Stormfront, who had been slacking off lately, entered the conference room one after another. Benjamin sat in the main seat and tossed the tablet with Kenji's photo onto the center of the table. This supervillain operation is no longer a two-person job. I'll lead the team myself. All of the 7 will move out together to capture him. The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. Queen Maeve frowned and said in surprise, "Sir, sending all of the 7 after one Asian supervillain? Isn't that overkill? If he's just an ordinary supervillain, Starlight and I should be able to handle it." Across from her, Stormfront narrowed her eyes, a flicker of doubt flashing through them. In her mind, for Soldier Boy to make such a big move, even lead the team personally, there had to be something special about this monkey-looking Asian boy. "Shut up and let me finish," Benjamin continued. "The reason everyone is going is because the intel shows he isn't alone. Besides this boy, there's also his sister, who is also a supervillain." Benjamin paused, his expression turning extremely stern. "And I have one requirement for this operation. I need them captured alive. No lethal force, and no killing them. After they're captured, bring them back to Vought headquarters in one piece." Hearing that requirement, everyone froze. Starlight blinked in confusion and asked curiously, "Why, sir? They're supervillains." Facing Starlight's question, Benjamin thought for a moment, then gave his reason. "Because they're different from that frost madman who killed people randomly in the street. According to my investigation, this brother and sister have never hurt innocent civilians. They were abducted by a terrorist organization and forcibly injected with Compound V. They're just poor monsters created for profit by former CEO Stan Edgar. So far, the only people they've killed are the bastards who once imprisoned and abused them. If Vought kills victims like that without even asking questions, victims who were pushed into this against their will, then what makes us any different from the old Vought that treated human life like garbage?" After hearing that, Starlight's beautiful eyes widened. "That actually makes sense." Starlight nodded, looking at Benjamin with even deeper admiration. This was what a real superhero looked like. Benjamin continued, "From now on, during operations, if you run into a supervillain who has hurt large numbers of innocent civilians, isn't in their right mind, and is beyond saving, like that Iceman last time, don't ask for permission. Put them down on the spot. Kill them, but if you encounter someone similar, someone whose nature isn't actually bad, then I want them captured alive and brought back." Benjamin went on, "If they can be recruited, and their abilities make them suited to becoming a superhero, then great. If they refuse, I can use power nullification directly on their superpowers and turn them back into an ordinary person." The moment those words left his mouth, everyone in the conference room, aside from Homelander, was stunned. Homelander instinctively touched the pistol at his waist. P-power nullification. Queen Maeve looked at Soldier Boy, her thoughts unreadable. "My God." The Deep shuddered and blurted out, exchanging a look with A-Train beside him. "Ben, since when?" Stormfront stared at Benjamin in shock. If Benjamin really had that kind of ability, didn't that mean he could strip anyone of their superpowers whenever he wanted? What the fuck is there to be surprised about? Go through 40 years of nuclear radiation experiments and maybe you'll get it too. Sorry, Ben. Realizing she had hit a sore spot, Stormfront quickly apologized. Benjamin raised an eyebrow but did not explain further. At that very moment, out on the open sea, a luxury yacht meant for vacations was cutting across the water, heading in a certain direction. Inside a second-floor bedroom on the yacht, an Asian woman in a black top was anxiously signing with both hands at the Asian teenager in front of her. She was Kimiko, and the boy before her, his wrists and ankles locked in heavy chains, his eyes as fierce as a frightened young wolf's, was her younger brother, Kenji, who possessed terrifying telekinesis. Kimiko signed rapidly, pleading with him through her eyes. She was trying to tell her brother to stop killing people. If he went with the boys, this group of hot-tempered but barely decent people, maybe they could still survive. But Kenji would not listen at all. Soon, Kimiko left helplessly. And just like in the original series, Kenji controlled a soda can and opened the chains. Click. Free again, Kenji was about to jump into the sea and escape. Just then, a helicopter happened to pass low over the yacht. He swung his hand sharply, and the attack meant for Butcher instantly turned toward the helicopter instead. Boom. The multi-million-dollar helicopter looked as if it had been slapped by an invisible giant hand. Belching black smoke, it plunged nose first into the sea hundreds of meters away, blasting a towering column of water into the air. Goddamn kid. Before Kenji could jump into the water, Kimiko had already thrown herself at him. She forced her brother, who had just shown his power, back down onto the deck and tied him up again. But the boys did not even get a chance to breathe. Bang, bang. Two heavy, muffled impacts suddenly came from the bottom of the yacht. The entire hull began shaking violently right after. Fuck, what the hell's going on? Mother's Milk was nearly thrown into the sea by the shaking and grabbed the railing for dear life. The hull's taking on water. Frenchie leaned halfway out of the cabin, his face full of panic. Sharks? A whole pack of crazy great whites is ramming the hull? They're attacking the yacht. In just a few dozen seconds, the yacht's waterline began dropping visibly. Faced with the open sea and a yacht that was about to sink, even a mad dog like Butcher had no choice but to make a tactical retreat. Abandon ship? Lifeboat? Move. Butcher kicked the lifeboat's cable loose. In the chaos, they tossed the tightly bound Kenji inside, then jumped into a lifeboat fitted with a powerful motor and sped toward the distant coastline at full throttle. But the danger on the water was not over. Behind the lifeboat and on both sides, more than a dozen razor-sharp dorsal fins sliced through the surface, staying right on their tail. The great whites were like trained hunting dogs, refusing to let up. And just as they were about to reach the shallow beach, splash! With a deafening roar of breaking water, an enormous sperm whale burst up from beneath the surface. Standing on top of it were the Deep and A-Train. The Deep struck a cocky pose, staring down the boys and the others. The whale beneath his feet soon kicked up towering white waves with its massive body, making the lifeboat rock wildly. Then the whale charged straight onto the shore and lay across the beach like an unbreakable wall of flesh, completely blocking the lifeboat's landing point. A-Train. The Deep. Butcher, who was driving the lifeboat, fixed his eyes on the two men standing on the whale's back. On the whale's back. A-Train took off his sunglasses, looked down at the sperm whale beneath them, then looked at the Deep beside him like he was staring at an idiot. I mean, brother. A-Train's mouth twitched as he asked, completely baffled, if you can control all this seafood, why the hell didn't you just make the big-ass seafood ram their shitty lifeboat? The Deep smugly adjusted his green-scaled supersuit, raised an eyebrow, and laughed. Bro, I think all that running fried your brain. Mr. Soldier Boy told us over and over in the meeting. We take them alive. Alive. If that piece of shit boat flips and the kid with superpowers drowns, Mr. Soldier Boy is gonna twist my head off. After hearing that explanation, A-Train shot back, utterly speechless. Is your head packed full of fucking fish? You could have just controlled a couple of those dolphins you usually party with and had them grab the tied-up supervillain? As for the other assholes with guns on the boat, who gives a fuck if they die? Why the hell did you have to drive a whale onto the beach like a goddamn roadblock? Faced with A-Train's extremely reasonable tactical analysis, Deep froze. Right. Why not just have the dolphins snatch the target? The Deep thought A-Train had a point, but his pride wouldn't let him admit he was wrong. Relax. This interception will work just fine. My sweet Lucy will definitely stop them. Who the hell is Lucy? A-Train asked. This beauty right here under my feet? I named her myself. Cute, right? As he spoke, the Deep crouched down lovingly and stroked the whale's thick hide. Oh, my god, Deep. A-Train covered his face. That's just a damn whale. Don't you dare talk about Lucy like that. While the two of them were busy bickering like maniacs, out on the water, the black lifeboat that the Deep had expected to slow down in fear, maybe even turn and run, showed no sign of slowing at all. Instead, the engine roared even louder. Vroom. The Deep's pupils widened in terror. The bow of the black lifeboat lifted high as it pushed to top speed. In the driver's seat, William Butcher didn't look scared in the slightest. A wild grin was stretched across his face. He had the throttle pinned, and the lifeboat came tearing straight toward Lucy, the whale lying across the beach, without slowing down at all. Fuck. These guys are insane. As the fastest man alive, A-Train's reflexes were far beyond any normal person's. Whoosh. Without wasting a single word, A-Train turned into a blue blur and vanished from the whale's back in an instant. The Deep, who still hadn't reacted, was left with his ass in the air and both hands frozen in the middle of petting the whale. He stood alone on the massive whale's back, his face locked in shock. The Deep simply could not understand why anyone would be this crazy. Boom. A dull, thunderous crash rang out across the quiet beach. William Butcher drove the lifeboat straight into the massive body of the sperm whale Lucy. Driven by sheer momentum, the sharp bow tore through the whale's thick hide and blubber in an instant. Blood blasted into the air like a fountain. Chunks of crimson organs and a flood of gore sprayed everywhere, staining the entire beach a horrifying dark red. Woo. The sperm whale let out one last short, piercing cry. Its massive body convulsed violently, then went completely still, dead beyond any doubt. As for the Deep, who had been standing on the whale's back with his ass sticking out, he didn't even have time to scream before the sudden impact launched him into the air. With a heavy thud, the Deep slammed into the sand. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out cleanly. Behind a huge reef several hundred meters away, A-Train, who had bolted away a split second earlier, watched the blood and guts carnage on the beach. Helpless, he pulled off his goggles and slapped a hand to his forehead. We're literally at the ocean, and Deep still managed to screw it up this badly. A-Train shook his head. But this was no time to complain. He took a deep breath, and the muscles throughout his body exploded with power. Whoosh. A sonic boom rang out as A-Train crossed several hundred meters in an instant, appearing right beside the lifeboat lodged in the whale's innards. A-Train recognized Kimiko the moment she crawled out of the cabin. She was one of the first supervillains he had been responsible for transporting back when he was helping Homelander smuggle Compound V. Without the slightest hesitation, A-Train flickered and appeared behind Kimiko. He reached out, ready to use his terrifying speed to throw her over his shoulder and carry her off to finish the job. But just as his hand was about to touch Kimiko, a sharp, needle-like pain stabbed through his heart. He had just carried the Deep to the beach at high speed, and now the after-effects of long-term abuse of high-purity Compound V had triggered his heart failure again. A-Train clutched his chest, pain twisting across his face. Right then, before he had even had a chance to recover, BZZZ. An insanely violent telekinesis shockwave slammed head-on into A-Train's chest. Gah! Already in agony, A-Train let out a muffled grunt and was sent flying backward. He skipped across the sand like a stone over water, tumbling more than a dozen meters before finally stopping with a mouthful of sand. The one who attacked him was Kenji, who had just crawled out of the cabin. The instant A-Train clutched his heart, Frenchie had decisively unlocked the handcuffs binding Kenji's hands. Freed from his restraints, Kenji's face was full of fury. He gave the scruffy Frenchman a deep, hard look, then telekinesis flared around his hands again as he prepared to turn and run off on his own. Wait, you can't leave. Frenchie didn't even bother wiping the whale blood off his face before shouting, Vaught's people found us. The 7 are gonna be here any second. If you don't come with us, you won't last 1 fucking minute alone on this beach. Kenji glanced at him coldly and kept walking, clearly unmoved. You really want? Frenchie pointed at Kimiko, who was desperately trying to hold her brother back, and shouted through gritted teeth, you really want your only sister to get sliced apart by those goddamn superheroes' lasers, or beaten to death, just to protect you? Those words made Kenji stop dead. He turned back and looked at his sister, her face wet with tears, her eyes pleading with him. Years of imprisonment and torture had taught him not to trust anyone. But in that moment, blood and family still reached Kenji in the end. Kenji shut his eyes in pain, then shook his head hard. Then we go together. Move? Those monsters are coming. Soon, Mother's Milk and Butcher woke up. The 3 members of the boys' squad took Kimiko and Kenji with them and plunged straight into the maze-like urban storm drainage system behind the beach. 5 minutes later, Homelander descended from the sky with Soldier Boy and landed steadily beside the dead sperm whale. Right after that, the Stormfront trio arrived beside them. The moment they stepped onto the beach, the thick stench of blood and rot hit them head-on. The smell made Starlight, who was following behind, gag involuntarily. At that moment, the Deep, who had just woken up, looked utterly devastated. He stroked the sperm whale with both hands, overcome with grief. Boo-hoo. My Lucy? My poor Lucy? How could you die like this? The Deep pressed his face against the whale's corpse, heartbroken. What the fuck are you doing? Benjamin stepped forward and snapped, where's A-Train? The Deep jumped, looked up, and stammered, sir, A-Train got hit, and then he went ahead to track those people down. And you? Homelander stood with his hands on his hips, his deep blue eyes filled with utter contempt. He slowly walked up to the Deep, looked down at him, and asked with a cold sneer, he went after the enemy. So what the hell are you doing here, Deep? The Deep's scalp went numb under Homelander's stare, but his grief had completely short-circuited his brain. I am mourning my Lucy. Mourning my ass. Bang. Benjamin finally snapped and punched the Deep right in the bridge of the nose. The Deep clutched his nose and cried out as blood started running down his face. If you say one more fucking word about that goddamn whale in front of me, I'll rip your gills out and make sashimi out of them right now. Benjamin pointed at the Deep's nose and shouted, get to the point. What the hell happened? Holding his bleeding nose, the Deep told everyone exactly what had just happened. Toward the end, the Deep hesitated, then said, A-Train. The way he looked just now, I think his heart might be in bad shape, but he still went after them. And it was the same when he and I were looking into the Church of the Collective. A-Train had several moments where his heart seemed to be acting up. Whether he was trying to dodge responsibility or was genuinely worried, the Deep brought up A-Train's heart condition. Benjamin frowned slightly. A-Train's heart problem really had never been fixed. For a speedster soup, being unable to run was basically the same as being half useless. Add in the Deep, another useless piece of shit, and letting them get away was hardly surprising. Fuck. This was your home turf, and you still let me down. Benjamin sighed, shook his head, and cursed. Split up and search. Benjamin shouted to the others. Still, Benjamin wasn't counting on Maeve or Starlight, whose speed was nothing special. He wasn't counting on the Deep to find anyone, either, and he definitely wasn't counting on A-Train with his bad heart. Most likely, Stormfront and Homelander would find them first. And who knew whether Stormfront would actually listen to him if she passed through a black neighborhood? Better to beat them to it and find the target first. The group quickly entered the maze-like flood control tunnels. The inside of the flood control tunnel was dark and damp, thick with the stench of sewage and the rotten smell of decaying moss. The huge concrete pipes were like the guts of a labyrinth, branching in every direction and stretching down into darkness. The moment the 7 entered the passage, they split up. Homelander and Stormfront, the 2 supes who could fly and move at extreme speed, turned into 2 blurs almost instantly. With a sharp crack of displaced air, they vanished into the pitch-black depths of the tunnel, searching non-stop for the supervillain. Benjamin, meanwhile, stayed behind and jogged at an easy pace. He carried the heavy White Eagle shield in one hand, his military boots splashing through the standing water with dull, wet slaps. At the other end of the passage, Butcher was leading the boys in a frantic escape through the maze. Suddenly, 2 crimson points of light flared in the darkness ahead. A figure slowly emerged, blocking their only way out. Homelander. He stood there casually, hands clasped behind his back, head tilted slightly, his red glowing eyes studying the mortals in front of him like a bunch of rats. When Homelander's gaze finally landed on the bearded man holding a gun, the red glow in his eyes slowly faded. He paused for a second, then the corner of his mouth curled into a deeply amused smile. Butcher, too, didn't back away in fear when he saw Homelander. Instead, he stopped. The two archenemies finally faced each other head-on for the first time in that dark, stinking sewer. William Butcher. Homelander's voice echoed through the empty passage. Former CIA agent. The man who blew up my colleague Translucent. I finally get to meet you. Homelander took a small step forward, his voice growing a little excited. But, your target was never Vought, was it? It was me. You went through all that trouble, wrecking shit everywhere, even killing Translucent, one of the 7, even putting your own life on the line. What do you want from me? Money? Fame? Or are you trying to prove something to me with this incredibly stupid little stunt? Facing one of the strongest supes on Earth, Butcher not only refused to lower his gun, he gave him a wicked grin. What do I want from you? Butcher raised an eyebrow, smiling at Homelander. You think way too much of yourself, you caped freak. I've only got one goal. To hurt you. To hurt you right down to the fucking bone. Homelander froze for a moment. Ever since he was a child, in this world, no ordinary mortal had ever dared challenge him to his face with such pure, undisguised malice, so intense it almost felt fanatical. Aside from his father Benjamin, aside from the now-dead Stan Edgar and Vogelbaum, almost everyone in the world either blindly worshipped and feared Homelander, or looked up to him with the same reverent awe as the common people. He was used to being feared. Used to fake praise. So when hatred this pure, without a single trace of anything else, appeared in front of him, Homelander didn't feel the immediate urge to slice the man in half with his lasers. He had always respected people who weren't afraid of him. Edgar before, Vogelbaum, and now, Butcher. And this was the first time anyone had dared face him this honestly. Boom. A deafening crash shattered the standoff. Kenji, who had been hiding behind the boys, suddenly rushed out of the shadows. He threw both hands upward. He wasn't attacking Homelander at all. He was attacking the sewer itself. As his terrifying telekinesis erupted, the massive concrete slab beneath Homelander's feet instantly collapsed and caved in. At the same time, the support pillars above the passage were snapped apart by psychic force. Hundreds, even thousands of tons of rubble, rebar, and dirt came crashing down like a violent landslide. Before Homelander could take flight, the mountain-heavy debris buried him underground. The violent collapse didn't just bury Homelander. It also smashed a massive hole through the ceiling of the passage, opening a direct path to the surface. Blinding sunlight poured in through the opening. Without the slightest hesitation, Kenji seized that split-second chance, leaped upward, and escaped from the boys. Seeing her only family run away again, Kimiko panicked. She scrambled up the rubble after him, desperately chasing toward the opening above. The siblings' figures quickly disappeared into the sunlight. Butcher coughed hard, choking on the falling dust. He raised his gun and was just about to climb over the rubble after them. Butcher, stop. Frenchie grabbed Butcher's arm hard and shouted, we have to get the fuck out of here right now, didn't you see? Homelander came in person. That means the 7 are probably all out today. The Deep and A-Train are here, Homelander's here too. Stormfront and Soldier Boy have got to be close. Frenchie pointed at the pile of rubble. Homelander only needs a few seconds to dig himself out. Once he's free, we're all dead. We need to move now. Butcher stared hard at the opening above. He still hadn't caught that supervillain. He still hadn't gotten the ironclad evidence he needed to bring down Vought. More importantly, Mallory had promised him that once the mission was done, she would give him Becca's address. He was one step away. Running off like some beaten dog? Butcher would rather die than swallow that. No time? Move. Mother's Milk rushed over too and grabbed Butcher by the collar. In the end, reason won out over madness. Butcher let out a furious, humiliated curse. With no other choice, he followed Frenchie and Mother's Milk while Homelander was still trapped, scrambling through another extremely hidden sewage pipe and fleeing the scene in disgrace. As for Kimiko, Frenchie was worried sick, but Kenji was her baby brother. It made sense for Kimiko to chase after him, and Frenchie could only let her go. Up on the surface, Kenji ran, panting hard, into a residential parking lot packed with cars as he looked for a way out. Thud. A figure tackled him from behind. It was Kimiko. She pinned her brother's shoulders down tight and signed frantically at him. She told him she loved him, her dust-covered face full of desperation and pleading. Kenji looked at his sister, a flash of painful conflict crossing his eyes. But just as the siblings were caught in that moment, you too. Benjamin walked over slowly with his shield in hand, looking down at the desperate siblings from above. Finally fucking found you. Soldier Boy? Kenji and Kimiko's pupils shrank as they stared at the shield-wielding monster. They had seen this man's terrifying record on TV. Not long ago, he had beaten more than 30 supes without taking a scratch. He was also the strongest first-generation supe. Run? That was the only thought that flashed through both their minds at the same time. Against a monster on that level, neither of them had any desire to fight. Kimiko grabbed her brother's hand, and the two of them bolted. You really think you can run? Benjamin gave a cold sneer and chased after them. Then his wrist snapped forward, and the shield flew from his hand. In an instant, the shield sliced clean into Kimiko's lower back from behind. With a shrill scream, the shield severed Kimiko's spine along with half her waist and abdomen, sending blood spraying everywhere. She collapsed face first to the ground, while the shield clanged and buried itself deep in the wall of the apartment building ahead, smashing a huge hole straight through it. Some of the black residents inside were startled, but luckily, Kimiko's body had bled off some of the shield's momentum when it was thrown. Otherwise, it might have punched through the wall and killed some of the residents inside. Hearing the commotion, the whole Black family looked out the window. Only then did they realize it was Soldier Boy. From the look of it, Soldier Boy was chasing down supervillains. Sis. Seeing Kimiko lying in a pool of blood, Kenji, who had been running ahead, was so furious his eyes nearly split. He turned around and glared at Soldier Boy. Kenji roared. In the next instant, every ounce of telekinesis in his body erupted without restraint. Buzz. An invisible force instantly swept over the entire parking lot. Under the control of that terrifying telekinesis, the dozen or so parked cars around them all rose into the air. Then the cars came smashing wildly toward Benjamin. The Black residents broke out in a cold sweat, worried that if Soldier Boy got crushed to death, the supervillains might hurt them. What those residents had not considered was that if Soldier Boy had arrived one step later, the one who hurt them would not have been a supervillain, but the superhero Stormfront. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening crashes rang out one after another. Benjamin had no intention of dodging. He let the heavy cars slam down over him and bury him completely. Seeing that, Kenji gasped for breath, a flicker of satisfaction flashing through his eyes, as if he had finally taken revenge. Even if that could not hurt Soldier Boy, it should at least hold him back for a while, just like before. But his satisfaction lasted less than 3 seconds. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, explosive sounds came from inside the pile of cars. Then, boom. The dozens of tons of wrecked cars were blasted outward in every direction by a terrifying explosion, as if they were nothing more than a pile of flimsy foam boards. Fortunately, Benjamin had slightly controlled the strength of the nuclear blast. Otherwise, the car wreckage and debris might have blown up the entire building where the Black residents lived. They were startled again, staring at Benjamin in awe. A very small number of the slightly smarter residents fled the scene. The less clever ones stayed where they were, staring blankly at everything. Benjamin stood in the middle of the rubble and brushed a little dust off his supersuit. Forget being injured. Not a single hair on his head was out of place. Against level 6 defense, an impact at that level was completely useless. That all you got? Benjamin slowly approached. That's impossible. Kenji was completely stunned. He stared at the unscathed monster in front of him, his brain completely shutting down. Benjamin did not give him any more time to think. He took one step forward, activating super speed LV1, and appeared in front of Kenji in a flash. His sandbag-sized fist smashed into Kenji's face. Thud. Kenji's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Benjamin pulled out a pair of Vought-made super alloy handcuffs from his waist and locked the kid's hands tightly behind his back. As long as he could not wave his hands around to cast, the kid had no superpowers. After that, Benjamin turned and looked at the ground. By now, Kimiko's freakish self-healing had already kicked in. The horrifying wound across her waist was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kimiko was struggling to get up from the ground and keep fighting. Benjamin strode over and kicked her back down just as she had managed to rise halfway. Without a word, Benjamin bent down, clamped both hands around Kimiko's head with brutal efficiency, and twisted hard. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bone rang out. Kimiko's neck snapped instantly. Her head drooped limply, and she fell back into a state of suspended animation. Before she could heal, Benjamin pulled out a Vought-made rope and tied Kimiko up tight, wrapping her like a rice dumpling. The fight was completely over in less than a minute. Cheers rose from the Black residents. Watching Soldier Boy deal with two supervillains so cleanly and decisively, they saw him as practically unstoppable. Just then, with a flash of purple lightning, Stormfront finally arrived at the scene. When she saw the two supervillains captured alive on the ground, and Benjamin calmly puffing on a cigar like nothing had happened, a faint look of surprise crossed Stormfront's sharp, heroic face. My God. Ben, I honestly have no idea how you pulled that off. Stormfront stepped forward, looking at the two captives, neither of whom showed even the slightest sign of having resisted. You don't have super speed, and you can't fly. So why is it that every time we're on a mission, you always find the target before I do, then wrap up the fight so damn cleanly? How the hell does that work? Benjamin had no idea what to say. It wasn't like he could tell her he had super tracking powers. You useless idiots are slow as hell. Where's Homelander? A short while later, Homelander finally drifted down from the sky at an unhurried pace. Right now, he looked pretty damn rough. His iconic supersuit was covered in sewer dust and sludge. Clearly, getting buried alive under Kenji's rubble down below had taken him some effort to crawl out of, leaving him filthy and disheveled. When he saw that Benjamin was not only unharmed, but had already captured the targets alive with flawless efficiency, Homelander froze in place, suddenly at a loss for words. Stormfront glanced at the Black spectators watching nearby, irritation stirring in her chest. But with Benjamin standing there, she had no choice but to hold back. Soon, Queen Maeve, Starlight, A-Train, and the Deep arrived one after another. The 7 were all present. Benjamin looked at the team in front of him, supposedly the strongest fighting force on Earth, yet every single one of them was more useless than the last. He shook his head in disgust. In the end, it still came down to him, an old man over a century old, stepping in personally. The Deep and A-Train really were a pair of worthless idiots. A-Train was at least a little understandable, with the heart condition and all. But the Deep was just worthless beyond saving. I don't even know what the hell to say to you people. Fuck, you're a bunch of deadweight morons. Benjamin sighed and cursed. At Benjamin's scolding, Homelander actually looked a little hurt. He wasn't sure whether he had disappointed Benjamin. He wanted Benjamin's approval, but now he had screwed everything up. Starlight and Maeve exchanged a look. The two of them had basically been bystanders the entire time too, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were not exactly fast, after all. All right, let's head back, Benjamin said. A dozen minutes later, a beat-up black van pulled up discreetly at the corner of the street. Butcher, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie slipped out and moved in quietly. But when they saw the empty parking lot, along with the wreckage of cars that had been flipped and crushed into scrap by terrifying force, despair sank deep into all three of them. Shit. Frenchie dropped to his knees, staring at the pool of blood that belonged to Kimiko, both hands gripping his hair in anguish. Kimiko and Kenji were running this way. I know they were. But now there's not a dim soul here. Everything's wrecked. They must have been taken. The thought of that girl, savage as a wild animal on the outside but fragile and kind underneath, falling into the hands of Vought's bunch of freaks made Frenchie feel a sharp pain in his chest. Those goddamn soup siblings. All they do is fuck everything up. Butcher cursed, pissed off. If Kenji had not butted in halfway through, he might still have had a chance to grab that bastard and trade him to Mallory for Becca's location. Now he had nothing. Kimiko is not some goddamn soup. Hearing Butcher insult her, Frenchie shot back. She's a victim? She was just trying to save her brother. All soups deserve to die. Butcher snapped. Shut up. Both of you, stop it. Mother's Milk, who had been silent the whole time, stood at the edge of the ruins. Even though he had stopped his two teammates from arguing, he himself had fallen deep into hatred. Mother's Milk clenched his fists. Soldier Boy. Vought Tower, the highest level soup detention facility. There were no cold iron bars here, only minimalist pure white walls and reinforced glass, the kind of place that made it easy to lose all sense of time. Benjamin walked down the white corridor with steady steps. Behind him, Vice President Anika followed closely in her high heels, carrying a top-secret PR proposal she had just drafted. To be fair, Anika had striking features, especially her beautiful large eyes. Dressed as a vice president. Sir, this capture operation was a huge success. Anika was visibly excited. The 7 deployed in full force, and with you personally leading the team, this is absolutely major news. I suggest we immediately hold a globally broadcast press conference and show the public these 2 captured super terrorists. Not only would this send a powerful warning to the enemies hiding in the shadows, it could double Vought's stock price this quarter. Save your bullshit, Anika. If you want that, go find Homelander and the others. Benjamin did not even look back, dousing her enthusiasm without mercy. And another thing. Vought isn't a Hollywood talent agency anymore. I don't need to act like some circus clown, wagging my tail in front of the cameras begging for praise just because I caught a couple of rats. Anika went rigid and lowered her head respectfully. Yes, sir. Anika watched Soldier Boy's back as he walked away, admiration shining in her eyes. He pushed open the heavy door to pure white cell number 1. Kimiko was bound tightly to an interrogation chair with specially made ultra-strong alloy chains. At the sound of the door opening, she snapped her head up and glared viciously at Benjamin as he walked in. Benjamin stopped in front of her and looked down at the girl, whose face was full of hostility. He did not use violence. He simply waved a hand. With a click, the electronic lock restraining Kimiko's right hand opened. Then he tossed a folder and a black marker onto the metal table in front of her. I know you're mute. So unless you want this to hurt, we'll talk this way. Benjamin pulled over a chair, sat down, and lit a cigar. Kimiko rubbed her wrist, which had turned purple from the restraints, and gave him a cold look. The next second, she grabbed the marker, yanked off the cap, and, fueled by rage, wrote 7 huge English letters across the clean A4 paper. Then she slapped it down in front of Benjamin. Fuck you. Huh. Benjamin did not get angry. Instead, he shrugged, looking almost speechless. The girl's temper really was a little like his own. Come to think of it, once she could talk, that thunderous mouth of hers was pretty similar to his too. Then again, plenty of people had pretty damn foul mouths. Save your strength, kid. I don't have time to waste on this. Benjamin exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his deep eyes fixed on Kimiko. I'm not going to feed you a bunch of useless crap either. I know your background, and I know your abilities. I know your superpowers came from that bullshit terrorist organization, the Shining Light Liberation Army, forcibly injecting you with Vought's drug. At the mention of Shining Light Liberation Army, the hand Kimiko held the pen with trembled hard, and shock and hatred flashed through her eyes. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. Benjamin held up 2 fingers. First, join us. Become one of Vought's superheroes. I'll give you the best treatment and the best resources. Second, I personally strip the superpowers out of your body, turn you back into a powerless ordinary person, then toss you out onto the street. After that, whether you go home or do whatever the hell else, that's up to you. Kimiko froze. She stared hard at the demon in front of her, the one who had just snapped her neck without the slightest hesitation. Strip away her superpowers and turn her into an ordinary person? How was that even possible? But looking into Benjamin's cold, serious eyes, she had the feeling he probably wasn't lying. As for the first choice, becoming muscle for Vought, the root of all this evil, Kimiko gritted her teeth, and a flash of fierce resistance crossed her eyes. She would rather die than agree to that. Seeing the struggle and distrust in Kimiko's eyes, Benjamin stood up. Forget it. A choice like this affects your whole damn life, so take your time thinking it over. We've got plenty of time here. When he reached the door, Benjamin suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly, and said, "By the way, speaking from experience, I'd recommend the first choice. Become a superhero who can control her power. After all, in this fucked up world, you and your brother aren't the only kids who've been persecuted by the Shining Light Liberation Army and ripped away from their families. Don't you want to tear that organization out by the roots with your own hands? Or don't you want to save the other kids being persecuted? They might be suffering under all kinds of terrorist groups, or they might be suffering under the Vought that Edgar used to control. My goal is to stop all of it." Bang! With that, the door shut. In the empty, pure white cell, Kimiko was left sitting alone in the chair, dazed. She stared at the tightly closed door, Benjamin's last words echoing in her mind. After leaving cell number 1, Benjamin stopped by cell number 2 next door, where Kenji was being held. Unlike Kimiko's struggle, Kenji's interrogation was a total failure. The kid had been completely brainwashed by the Shining Light Liberation Army. During the time he was held by the terrorist organization, he had seen the US military and Vought superheroes join forces to bomb his hometown, slaughter his village, and kill nearly all of his people and friends. Deep down, the terrorist organization was his family, while America and Vought were sworn enemies. Faced with Benjamin's threats and offers, Kenji just spat at him like a rabid dog, cursing non-stop, refusing to listen to a single word. After thinking it over, Benjamin decided to wait a while. If Kenji really couldn't be controlled, then he would just give him a chest blast. As for Kimiko, Benjamin already had a plan. He intended to let Starlight handle the persuasion. Starlight's naive, kind, deeply empathetic saintly nature was basically the perfect medicine for a girl like Kimiko, prickly on the outside but starved for love underneath. Besides, in the original series, they had been the boys' teammates fighting side by side. They should have some interesting chemistry. Late at night, on the outskirts of New York City, rain fell without stopping. A black SUV was parked beside an almost deserted street. Butcher, wearing his signature long black trench coat, leaned against the car door and smoked hard. Rainwater dripped down his hair, and his bloodshot eyes locked onto a black sedan approaching from up ahead. The door opened, and Mallory stepped out with her cane. She quickly took a sealed manila envelope from her coat pocket, walked over, and handed it to Butcher. Butcher froze for a split second. The fingers holding his cigarette trembled as he snatched the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a single slip of paper, with coordinates written on it. The secret Vought community where Becca was being held. "I'm not sure this address is 100% accurate. It's Vought's highest level secret, after all." Mallory looked Butcher in the eye, her voice low as she warned him. "But even if it's real, Butcher, you need to understand something. That place is a death trap. You go in, you might not come back. Security is extremely tight." Butcher stared hard at the slip of paper. After a long while, he lifted his head. His stub-bled face showed no expression, and his voice was rough. "Colonel Mallory, far as I remember, I didn't finish the job you gave me." Faced with Butcher's question, Mallory fell silent. Rain soaked the female agent's shoulders. For once, a trace of guilt and exhaustion flickered in her eyes. "Butcher, I'm only giving you information that should have been yours a long time ago." Mallory sighed and met Butcher's gaze directly. "All these years, I was the one who refused to tell you the truth. Not letting you go look for her was my fault. I kept steering you on purpose, kept making you go after Homelander like a rabid dog, using your hatred. This address is something I owe you." Hearing that, Butcher carefully tucked the slip of paper close to his body. "So what am I supposed to do next?" Butcher turned and pulled open the car door as he asked. "Find a new supervillain if you can." Mallory tightened her grip on her cane. "If that doesn't work, I'll contact that cult fraud named Alistair. I'll use the dirt those superheroes don't want anyone seeing, plus the smuggling intel from the Church of the Collective, and accuse Vought directly at the hearing." "Got it." Butcher climbed into the driver's seat. Sitting behind the wheel, his chest rose and fell violently. "Becca." Butcher shouted that name in his heart, longing flickering in his eyes. No matter how many armed guards were waiting there, no matter whether the road ahead was hell itself, this time, he was bringing his wife home. As long as Becca came back, everything would be fine. In the end, everything Butcher did was because of Becca. If Becca came back, he wouldn't need to go after Homelander, and he wouldn't need to target Vought or that terrifying soldier boy. Once Becca was back, they would leave the country right away and find somewhere Vought could never reach them. But what Butcher didn't know was that Becca might not want to leave with him anymore. In the Vought secret community, beneath an abandoned overpass hidden in a surveillance blind spot, Butcher pressed himself against the bridge pier's cold concrete wall. With the extraordinary counter-surveillance skills of a former top CIA agent, he had forced his way into this unmonitored blind spot inside a steel cage so secure that not even a fly should have been able to get in. Before long, the sound of a car approached. Becca drove up. Becca. Butcher was shaking with emotion. The moment Becca got out of the car, she threw herself at him without a second thought and crashed into Butcher's broad, warm embrace. The two of them held each other tightly beneath the cold overpass. 8 years. A full 8 years of hell, living like the Walking Dead. In this moment, she was finally free. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Billy. This is my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you." Becca buried her face against Butcher's chest, sobbing as she poured out 8 years of fear and pain. "No, this ain't your fault. It's mine. I should have protected you. I should have been there for you." Butcher held Becca's thin face in his hands, his eyes bloodshot. He had thought he would never cry again in his life. But now, hot tears poured down his cheeks. After that brief moment of warmth, Butcher wanted to take Becca away. Billy, I can't go with you. Becca took a step back, her eyes full of pain and inner struggle. Why? Butcher froze, then said urgently, that cape-wearing freak locked you up here. Vaught's a complete mess right now. This is our only shot at getting out. You have to come with me. Butcher still did not know that if Becca were just one woman, Vaught would never have bothered building such a massive secret community to imprison her. At that moment, Butcher still believed Homelander had locked Becca away here purely to satisfy his own desires. Because I still have Ryan. Becca took a deep breath, as if using up every last bit of strength she had, and finally told the cruel truth to the husband she loved most. Billy, I've been living here for 8 years, and I gave birth to a child. His name is Ryan. He's Homelander's biological son. When Butcher heard that, he went completely blank. Ryan? Homelander's kid? For 8 years, he had lived like a ghost, searching for his wife. Every single day, he had planned how to carve Homelander into pieces. But his wife? Not only was she alive, she had spent 8 whole years in this pretty little secret community, raising the bastard child of the enemy who raped her, the sick freak who ruined everything they had. All Butcher felt was rage and grief. Yet when he lowered his head and saw Becca's terrified, helpless eyes, like a startled deer's, his heart twisted again. It's okay, Becca, it's okay. Butcher stepped forward and pulled Becca back into his arms, comforting her in a hoarse voice. I told you, it wasn't your fault. It was an accident. You've been locked up in this shithole the whole time. You didn't have a choice. You've suffered enough. Butcher also understood now why Becca had been kept here. It was not because of Becca, but because of Homelander's child. Vaught wanted to raise a new little Homelander. Hearing her husband comfort her, Becca's tears fell even harder. Then, why don't we take the boy, Ryan, with us? Butcher knew Becca. Once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. If he tried to drag her away without Ryan, she would absolutely kill herself on the spot. So they had no choice but to take Ryan too. Go get him. Then I'll take both of you out of here. We'll get the hell away and start over. From now on, I'll be Ryan's dad. Butcher did not mean those words willingly. After all, that meant taking his enemy's bastard child with them. More than that, the thing he hated most in the world was soups. But for Becca, he could only compromise. Becca was his whole world. When Becca heard that Butcher was actually willing to accept Ryan, joy appeared on her face. Really? Billy, you're really willing to take us both? You don't mind who Ryan is? Of course not. He's your child. How could I mind? Butcher said. But when a woman becomes a mother, her instincts are razor sharp. Even though Butcher's voice was gentle and his act was almost perfect, Becca still caught the disgust buried deep in those bloodshot eyes. Besides, what kind of man was Butcher? He was a rabid dog who would do anything to kill soups. How could he truly accept a superpowered monster with Homelander's blood running through his veins? Becca knew it would not work. You're lying to me. Billy, you can't accept him. Becca, listen to me, Butcher said anxiously. Meanwhile, in a small cabin a few kilometers from the overpass, Homelander opened the door with an eager smile on his face, holding an extremely delicate limited edition soldier boy figure in his hand. He had specially brought it from Vought headquarters today, planning to use it as a gift to repair his father-son relationship with Ryan. Ryan, look what Daddy brought you. Homelander's voice cut off abruptly. In the spacious living room, Ryan was the only one there, lying on the carpet and drawing. Ryan, where's your mom? Homelander's brow furrowed slightly. His instincts told him something was wrong. Mom said she was going out to throw away the trash and take a walk. She's been gone for a while, Dad. Ryan answered obediently. He had already stopped being angry. It was the same as always. Kids got mad fast and cooled off just as fast. The smile vanished from Homelander's face in an instant. A walk in the middle of the night? Becca, that woman who guarded Ryan like he was her whole damn life, would never leave him home alone when she knew Homelander could show up at any moment. Oh, yeah, then you keep playing. Daddy's going to pick up Mom. Thanks, Dad. Ryan said happily. Homelander gently handed the figure to Ryan, then turned and walked out of the cabin. The instant the door closed, Homelander's pupils widened, red light flickering in his eyes as he activated super hearing and super sight. For him, the strongest god-human on Earth, finding someone inside this closed community of only a few square kilometers was easier than drinking water. Homelander shot into the air and began searching. Within seconds, his super hearing caught 2 heartbeats and a familiar voice beneath the overpass in the distance. Heh, so a rat really did sneak in. Under the overpass, Butcher and Becca were still arguing. Becca, have you lost your fucking mind? You'd rather stay with that freak's bastard than leave with me, your actual husband. Butcher asked, and I mean it. I can raise Ryan. The two of them were standing by the trunk, pulling back and forth. Just then, footsteps echoed through the dark. Tap, tap. Now, let's see who's putting on this touching little family drama under a pitch-black bridge. Homelander walked slowly out of the shadows, hands clasped behind his back, his steps smooth and graceful. That signature fake smile hung at the corner of his mouth. His gaze moved between the terrified Becca and the wary Butcher. Becca flinched and stumbled back several steps. But Butcher did not back down. The moment he saw Homelander, he shoved Becca behind him and raised the gun in his hand. Homelander looked at Butcher and clapped with exaggerated admiration. Clap, clap. Clap. William Butcher. I have to say, I'm starting to see you in a whole new light. Homelander tilted his head and said, a powerless human like you actually slipped through Vought's tightest security and found your way to a place that doesn't even exist on any map. That kind of persistence really is fascinating. Homelander's smile widened, smugger than ever. But sadly, Butcher, you spent 8 years tearing yourself apart chasing this, suffering through all that pain, and in the end, you were still one step behind me. His tone dripped with triumph. After all, I found this place before you did not long ago. I was the one who left the noblest bloodline inside the woman you love. And now, I'm the one taking your place as that adorable boy's father. Faced with Homelander's vicious humiliation, Butcher said nothing. Though it was less a provocation than a boast, Butcher still caught one important detail. Homelander had only found this place recently, which meant Vought had kept him in the dark too. Why? Because Soldier Boy had returned? After taunting Butcher, Homelander stared at him again with great interest. Then he tilted his head slightly, his eyes sliding toward Becca, who stood off to the side trembling, watching Butcher with worry written all over her face. Looking at this doomed pair of lovers, reunited after 8 years of being torn apart, Homelander's lips slowly stretched into a grin. Butcher, honestly, I really do admire you. Homelander kept his hands behind his back and even strolled forward a couple of lazy steps. You're like a cockroach that just won't die no matter how many times someone stomps on it. Honestly, I'd love to keep playing this little game with you. It's made my boring life a lot more entertaining. But, his tone shifted sharply. The smile disappeared, replaced by open irritation. Homelander pointed at Becca. I have to say, your lovely wife is a real pain in the ass. Especially when I come here, thrilled to see my son, and she always finds some way to ruin it for me. At that, Homelander suddenly leaned closer to Butcher, lowered his voice, and said, so, William Butcher, since this whole thing started with that little accidental one-night stand between me and Becca, I'm going to be merciful and give you a choice. Take that precious Becca of yours and get the hell out of this community. Right now. Get out of my sight and never come back. Homelander spread his hands and continued, as for Ryan, leave him to me. I'll take a little time and tell my son, with all the proper regret, that his mother cruelly abandoned him for some crude wild man. That way, Ryan will only have me in this world, me, his all-powerful father, and his grandfather. That's practically a perfect ending, isn't it? Hearing Homelander say it so casually, Butcher's face shifted, because Homelander had just said exactly what he himself had been thinking. Butcher's breathing grew uneven. For 8 years, he had lived like a rat in the sewers. The only thing keeping him alive had been revenge for Becca. And now Becca was alive, and Homelander was willing to give her back to him. For Butcher, it was a temptation he almost could not refuse. Butcher turned his head and stared at Becca. The meaning in his eyes could not have been clearer. But under her husband's burning, hopeful gaze, Becca's body went stiff again. Her lips trembled as she looked at Butcher and shook her head. No. Becca's voice was full of pleading. No, William, no. Ryan can't be without me. He can't be without his mother. Becca went on, you know better than anyone, William. What does a soup child become without a mother to guide him? He can't grow up like Homelander? I can't abandon my own child. I just can't. Shut up. Every trace of amusement vanished from Homelander's face. Deep in his eyes, 2 crimson lights began to gather. That was why he truly hated Becca. Every time she spoke, she hit the rawest nerve buried deep inside him. You bitch. You dare bring that up in front of me. Homelander glared at Becca. I'm giving orders here. I'm not discussing it with you. Homelander's voice turned threatening. Becca, listen carefully. Either you get the hell out of here with Butcher right now, or I crush his bones inch by inch right in front of you, then burn his head to ash. And don't forget, he's the prime suspect in Translucent's murder. If I take him out, I'll be avenging Translucent while I'm at it. Butcher looked at Becca again. This man, who had always been hard as iron, now had a rare pleading look in his eyes. It was a brutally cruel choice. A mother forced to choose between the husband she had been separated from for 8 years and the son she had carried in her womb. Butcher clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. God, how he hoped Becca would choose to come back to him. He was only Homelander's son. By all rights, she should have hated the son of the man who raped her. And yet fate seemed to take a sick pleasure in grinding salt into Butcher's wounds. Becca closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the despair in them said everything. Once again, she had let Butcher down. No, you can't do this. Please, don't. Becca shook her head in despair, her body going weak as she collapsed to the ground. Enough bullshit? Choose. Homelander advanced 1 step at a time, looming over her. Which is it? Lose your husband, or lose your son. 3 seconds. 3, 2. As Butcher watched Becca fall apart completely, the last glimmer of hope in his eyes vanished. So in these past 8 years, he had been the only one stuck in place. But this was Becca's decision, and he respected it. Butcher's eyes quickly turned cold and resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and planted himself firmly in front of Becca, putting his own chest in the path of Homelander's heat vision, ready to take it the moment it erupted. Butcher said nothing, but his actions had already given his answer. Since you can't choose, I'll choose for you. Looking at the mortal standing in front of him, the red glow in Homelander's eyes flickered. Wow. Homelander clapped, staring at Butcher like he had found some priceless treasure. Looks like this great husband has made the choice for you. William Butcher, I gotta say, you just keep earning my respect. For my kid. For my kid's mother. You're really willing to hand over your life? That's touching. Really. Homelander stepped up to Butcher until their noses were almost touching. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he murmured. But killing you that easily would be way too kind. And way too boring. No, don't kill him, don't kill my husband. Behind him, whether Becca wanted it both ways or was driven by guilt, she scrambled forward on her hands and knees, trying to grab Homelander's cape. Homelander quickly stepped back, not letting Becca's hand touch it. Only he, his father, and his son were allowed to touch his cape. I'm begging you, just let him go, and I'll do anything for you, anything. Hearing that, Homelander raised an eyebrow, a wicked curve tugging at his mouth. Anything. Of course Homelander wasn't thinking about some sleazy Japanese plot. Right now, his head was full of family, not that kind of thing. Then came a thunderous whoosh. A violent gust instantly whipped the grass clippings off the ground. Butcher's vision blurred, and a powerful blast of air shoved him back 2 steps. By the time he steadied himself again, Becca, who had been collapsed on the ground, had vanished into thin air along with Homelander, right where they had been. Only Butcher remained, standing there alone as if the whole world had abandoned him. Becca. Butcher roared like a madman, but no answer came. Thousands of meters above the ground, Homelander held Becca by the collar, leaving her dangling high in the open sky. If he let go, Becca would be smashed to pieces. But Becca did not beg. She only glared at him. You said you'd do anything, right? Homelander's voice cut clearly through the raging wind. Good. I can be merciful and spare your husband. But in exchange, from now on, you only get to play one role. Ryan's perfect mother. Homelander leaned close to Becca's ear and continued. I'll allow you to keep raising Ryan. But if you dare run away with him, or try to poison him against me, or if I hear even half a bad word about me in front of him. His hand tightened slightly around Becca's neck. I'll carve the flesh off Butcher's body piece by piece, right in front of you. Understand? Becca's face turned red from the lack of air, but she did not hesitate. She nodded desperately, tears whipping away into the wind. She agreed. For Butcher's life, she was going to sell off the rest of her own. Even without Butcher by her side, at least she still had Ryan. Only 3 minutes later. Bang! Homelander and Becca reappeared in front of Butcher. Becca's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping hard, not even daring to lift her head and meet Butcher's eyes. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Damn, that was moving. Homelander straightened his cuffs, walked up to Butcher, and looked at him with unbearable pity. What a shame, William. You crossed mountains and oceans, came all this way burning with love to find your beloved wife. And what happened? Your Becca betrayed you and gave you up without a second thought, all to protect my son with her. Homelander did not waste another word. He grabbed Butcher by the collar again. With a whoosh, the two of them shot straight into the sky and vanished into the horizon. High in the air, the brutal pressure felt like it was about to crush Butcher's organs. Homelander kept flying at a speed that would not kill Butcher, but would absolutely torture him. He carried him across the ocean, across continents, and finally dove sharply, hurling Butcher away like garbage and slamming him hard into a barren wasteland in the middle of nowhere. Cough, cough. Butcher spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to snap. This was an uninhabited area in some remote, war-torn African country. Homelander slowly descended in front of Butcher, hovering in midair without even a speck of dust touching the soles of his boots. Nice place, right? Perfect for you to sit here and think about your life. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you about the deal I just made with your wife. She swore she'd be a good mother to my son forever, and that she'd never see you again, all in exchange for your miserable little life. Listen to that. So noble. Homelander smiled. Butcher, you're pathetic. 8 years of revenge. 8 years of searching. And in the end, all you proved was one thing. In your wife's heart, my son matters 10,000 times more than you, her husband. Your whole life is one big fucking joke. Butcher was furious, but there was nothing he could do, because Homelander was telling the truth. Becca had chosen Ryan. She had not chosen him. That look? God, I love it. Homelander smiled faintly and said with genuine sincerity. Still, William, I really do hope you make it out of this desert alive. Keep coming after me to win back that wife who betrayed you. Otherwise, if you just die that easily, it'll be way too boring. With a father, a son, and a worthy opponent, Homelander felt like life was getting pretty damn good. A moment later, he shot into the sky, turning into a red and blue streak as he disappeared into the horizon. Only Butcher was left behind, sitting there alone, thinking about his life. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, inside Vought's secret community, Becca had already returned to Ryan's room. She held Ryan tightly in her arms and bit hard into her lip, swallowing down all her grief, fear, and guilt toward her husband. She knew she had to steady herself. Because from this day on, she was no longer William Butcher's wife. She was simply a mother, one who had to keep the man she loved from being hurt again, and live for her own son. Syria. A dry, war-scarred land ravaged over and over by gunfire and smoke. Yellow sand whipped through the air on the howling wind, scraping over shattered walls and ruins like sandpaper. The smell of gunpowder hung thick in the air. Yet in this death zone, where even local militants had to move with extreme caution, a man and a woman were strolling across the desert as casually as if they were out for a walk in the park. The man was tall and imposing, dressed in a dark green supersuit with a distinctly vintage look. Shield in hand, he walked at an easy pace without so much as glancing at the sniper nests hidden in the shadows around them. It was Benjamin, Vought's current supreme ruler, Soldier Boy. Walking half a step behind him was Starlight Annie, wearing her signature platinum white supersuit. Her old supersuit, of course. Even in the sand-choked winds of Syria, Starlight's beautiful face and striking figure still stood out sharply. Only now, she was not wearing the carefully practiced smile she usually put on for the cameras. Instead, she followed Benjamin step for step, her eyes carrying a trace of worship and obedience. Some time had passed since Vought International captured the superpowered Asian girl Kimiko and her brother Kenji. Benjamin knew nothing about what had happened in the secret community between Homelander, Butcher, and Becca, mostly because Homelander had not cared enough about it to mention it to him. Today, Benjamin had brought Starlight all the way from bustling New York to Syria, not to soak up some exotic scenery or play tourist, but to deal with a problem. A supervillain named Nikib. More precisely, a terrorist who could blow himself up at any moment like a human nuke, then recover without a scratch. That power was a little like his own. In the original storyline, this self-detonating supervillain had been handled by Black Noir, Vought International's most ruthless killing machine. Unfortunately, Black Noir had already had his heart ripped out by Homelander himself. Without Black Noir, that tireless cleaner who did all the dirty work without complaint, Nikib had been left sitting there like a bomb waiting to go off. Of course, part of it was also because Benjamin had been bored out of his dim mind lately inside Vought Tower. Aside from his usual nighttime visits to Stormfront's apartment or RV to coach that crazy woman on her combat skills, or enjoying Starlight Annie's worship and service in his office, Benjamin would occasionally visit Anika's apartment late at night too. What surprised Benjamin was that Anika, who loved almond-filled chocolates, had never even had a boyfriend. This was America, after all, and a very open-minded America at that. Not to mention this was the world of the boys. The only downside was that Anika was just an ordinary person, with no superhuman physical ability, which meant that whenever Benjamin went to her apartment or the vice president's office at night, he had to hold back a lot. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, Benjamin decided to get out for a change of scenery, bring Starlight along for some fresh air, and personally kill the self-destructing bastard Black Noir should have dealt with. Annie, Benjamin asked, how's it going with that Japanese girl, Kimiko? Starlight froze for a second, then quickly took 2 steps to catch up. Her expression turned hesitant, as if she was choosing her words carefully. Kimiko still seems unsure. Starlight smoothed back her blonde hair, mussed by the wind, and reported seriously, at first, she was very resistant. I followed your instructions and spoke with her privately a few times. I also promised her that you're different from the old Vought executives. Her attitude has softened a lot now, and she seems to be considering coming over to our side. At that point, Starlight paused. She lifted her head, her clear eyes sneaking a glance at Benjamin's broad back, and her voice lowered without her realizing it. But Kimiko wrote something down for me. She said the reason so many supervillains injected with Compound V suddenly started popping up around the world wasn't actually President Edgar or Madeline's fault. Then Starlight's voice grew even weaker. It was Homelander. Back at the beginning, in order to help the company secure a military contract with the Department of Defense, Homelander secretly had people deliver the compound to those terrorists. The more Starlight spoke, the guiltier she sounded. After all, Homelander was Benjamin's son. So, Starlight forced herself to finish. Kimiko doesn't trust Homelander, and she doesn't really trust Vought either. If possible, she'd rather have you remove her and Kenji's superpowers, but she's even more afraid that you're lying to them. To Starlight's surprise, after hearing all that, Benjamin did not get angry. Instead, he simply nodded like it did not matter. Not bad. That was indeed my brainless, spineless son's handiwork. Benjamin's tone was blunt. Seeing Starlight's adorable, stunned look, her red lips slightly parted in shock, he could not help giving a soft laugh. He was not surprised that the boys and Kimiko knew about it. No need to look so shocked, Annie. Benjamin shrugged. Then he pulled a sterling silver flask from his pocket, tilted his head back, and took a swig of hard liquor. The burning liquid slid down his throat, cutting through the dryness of the wind and sand. If I hadn't woken up from that goddamn Russian cryogenic pod and come back to Vought to take charge, that attention-starved son of mine would absolutely have done shit 100 times dumber than this in the future, all for vanity and ratings. Benjamin said, but that doesn't mean Homelander can't change, does it? Hearing Benjamin speak so openly without dodging a thing only made Starlight admire him more. That was Soldier Boy's charm. He was not fake, and he did not hide from anything. Starlight nodded hard, light shining in her eyes. I believe in you, sir. Under your leadership, you, Homelander, and all of the 7 will definitely become real superheroes. Starlight continued. As for Kimiko, I'll go back and keep trying to persuade her patiently. But, sir, I'm a little worried. If we just let her and her brother out so easily, what should we do if she agrees on the surface, then secretly switches sides again and runs back to the boys? Starlight was genuinely worried about that. Benjamin found it funny. Annie, do you think I need to kiss some stray dog's ass and beg her to stay by my side? If she wants to join us, great. If she runs, we catch her again. That's simple. In truth, Benjamin was not worried about Kimiko joining the boys. In the original storyline, the reason Kimiko fully joined the boys was, at the end of the day, because her brother Kenji, the only family she had left, had his neck snapped by that crazy bitch Stormfront. But now, Stormfront had long since been trained into complete obedience. Without Benjamin's permission, there was no way she would execute Kenji on her own. I understand, sir. Good. Benjamin patted her head with satisfaction. Along the way, Benjamin had basically spent his relaxing hours at night with Starlight. If it were not broad daylight, and if there were not possible danger nearby, just from Benjamin patting her head, Starlight really wanted to kneel down. Before long, nearly half an hour had passed. At the edge of their vision, an armed stronghold came into view, built from abandoned concrete structures, barbed wire, and piles of sandbags. Several pickup trucks mounted with heavy machine guns were parked at the entrance. A dozen heavily armed terrorists with vicious eyes patrolled back and forth with axe in hand. Some of them were also carrying rocket launchers. This was the most dangerous restricted zone in the entire desert. The camp of Nakib, a supervillain with the ability to self-detonate. From the camp ahead came the faint sound of terrorists barking orders in Arabic. "We're finally here," Soldier Boy said slowly. "Stormfront was right, sir. You really are damn good at finding people. Based on our speed, I figured it'd take us at least another 3 or 4 days, but I didn't expect." Starlight was confused, but her voice was full of admiration. The current Starlight was different from the one she would become later. She couldn't fly yet, and her speed was about the same as an ordinary person's. As for Soldier Boy, although he had speed LV1, he had been walking slowly to accommodate her. Benjamin stopped. He turned to look at Annie, who was practically itching to charge in beside him, and said flatly, "Annie, stay right here and don't move. I'll handle that bunch of trash up ahead." Annie froze for a moment, then a flash of defiance crossed her beautiful eyes. "Sir, I know you're strong, but I'm still a superhero from the 7. Annie lifted her chest slightly, her platinum-colored supersuit gleaming in the sunlight. "My superpowers aren't weak either. I can fight right alongside you." "You sure?" Benjamin tilted his head slightly, his deep gaze fixed on Annie. "You want to lose your superpowers and turn into some delicate woman who can't even beat a regular strong guy? If that happens, you won't be able to protect the people you want to protect." Annie instinctively took half a step back. Looking at Benjamin's serious expression, which didn't look like a joke at all, she couldn't help swallowing hard. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Benjamin's mouth as he looked toward the distant camp. "In a minute, I'm gonna show that little self-detonating brat in there what a real fucking self-detonation looks like." With that, Benjamin ignored Starlight, who was still standing there in a daze. Carrying the impossibly heavy eagle shield in one hand, he strode forward at an unhurried pace toward the terrorists' camp. Left behind, Annie pouted her full red lips helplessly. As she watched that broad back, a strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart. She was a superhero of the 7, an idol to countless teenagers across America, yet following Soldier Boy around now, she felt like some useless little mascot. Aside from being fucked half to death by this domineering man in bed at night and serving as his bedwarmer, whenever danger actually showed up, there was no need for her to do anything. Benjamin alone could crush every problem like an ant. Fine, being protected by the person she liked did feel pretty damn good, but Starlight wanted to fight too. Still, that frustration lasted only a second before it was replaced by intense curiosity. What exactly was the method Benjamin had mentioned earlier, the one that could strip people of their superpowers? He said he was going to show that supervillain what a real self-detonation looked like. Could it be that, aside from his freakishly powerful body, he could also trigger some kind of self-detonation that destroyed superpowers? Thinking this, Annie obediently pushed all her other thoughts aside and found a relatively safe boulder to use as cover. She poked half her head out, cupped her hands around her mouth, and shouted at his back like the most fanatical little fangirl. "Mr. Soldier Boy, kick their ass." As Benjamin kept approaching, the terrorists on the sentry towers around the camp finally spotted him. In a hellhole like Syria, where people died every single day, these desperate bastards didn't bother with warnings or small talk. The moment they saw through their binoculars that a burly man in a vintage supersuit was swaggering toward them, they didn't hesitate at all. They immediately pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Deafening gunfire tore through the silence of the desert. A Soviet-made DSHK heavy machine gun mounted in the bed of a pickup truck opened fire first. This terrifying weapon, with a caliber of 12.7 mm, was normally used against light armored vehicles and armed helicopters. Against an ordinary person, a single round was enough to cut them clean in half. A dense hail of bullets instantly swallowed the area around Benjamin. Clang, 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 clang. But what happened next nearly made the eyes of every terrorist who had opened fire pop out of their sockets. Those heavy machine gun rounds, powerful enough to tear through steel plate, struck Benjamin's dark green supersuit and even hit his chest and neck, yet all they produced was a crisp series of metallic clangs. The moment the warheads touched Benjamin's skin, the sheer force of the rebound flattened them into metal pancakes before they dropped uselessly onto the scorching sand. Benjamin didn't even blink. He simply walked forward against the heavy machine gun fire, keeping the same steady, unhurried pace. Fuck. What the hell is that thing? RPG? Blow him apart with an RPG. A terrorist who looked like a leader shouted in panic. Whoosh. 2 militants carrying rocket launchers immediately leaned out. 2 RPG rockets, dragging long trails of flame behind them and screaming through the air, slammed toward Benjamin from the left and right. At the same time, on a high point 800 meters from the camp, a deeply hidden sniper also pulled the trigger of his Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Bang. An armor-piercing round shot toward Benjamin's forehead at supersonic speed. RPGs. A heavy sniper rifle. Of course, terrifying as these weapons were, they probably couldn't even hurt Annie, let alone Soldier Boy. Facing the rockets already right in front of him, Benjamin didn't even bother raising his shield. Boom, boom. The two RPGs exploded directly against Benjamin's chest. Blinding fire and thick black smoke swallowed him in an instant, while the terrifying shockwave sent sand and dirt flying across more than 10 meters around him. At the same time, the Barrett armor-piercing round struck Benjamin squarely in the forehead amid the flames. Hit! The sniper shouted in wild excitement from behind his scope. But when a gust of wind blew the smoke away, everyone's breath caught. Benjamin was still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed, without the slightest sign that the barrage had done anything to him. My turn, you little shits. Benjamin rolled his neck. The next second, he charged in. Boom. Benjamin closed in on the wall and smashed straight through it, crashing into the crowd. He threw a simple, no-frills straight punch. Bang. A militant holding an AK didn't even have time to scream before his entire head burst into a mist of blood. Right after that, Benjamin casually swung the shield in his hand. Clang. The solid shield sliced the pickup truck mounted with the heavy machine gun, along with the terrorist on it, clean in half. In less than half a minute, Benjamin moved through the camp like he was taking a casual stroll. He did not use any flashy moves. One punch, or one shield strike. Wherever he passed, the ground was left covered in severed limbs and twisted, mangled guns. Only then did these militants, brainwashed by religious fanaticism, finally break completely. It's a supe. Shit, VOD International sent a supe. Run. He can't be killed. Screams and terrified cries ripped through the camp. The surviving militants threw away their gear and scattered in every direction like lunatics. The massive commotion finally alerted the owner of the camp. The door of the sturdiest building in the center of the camp was kicked open. A bare-chested man stepped out, a distinctive emblem marked on his body. Nakib, the supervillain who had once infiltrated a CIA safe house and leveled an entire building with one self-detonation. As soon as Nakib stepped outside, his eyes landed on the towering man standing in a pool of blood, shield in hand. The instant he recognized him, Nakib sucked in a sharp breath, his scalp going numb. Soldier Boy. As someone with superpowers, Nakib naturally knew Soldier Boy. He recognized this legendary figure, the symbol of America's strongest military force, at a glance. Fear spread through Nakib's heart. Why the hell had they sent Soldier Boy to kill him? But soon, that fear was swallowed by a sick kind of madness. After all, he was an extremely powerful supe too. Even if his self-detonation could not kill Soldier Boy, it should at least hurt him. And if it could hurt him, maybe there was a way to take Soldier Boy down. Nakib lowered his head and glanced at the energy surging wildly inside him, power that could destroy everything at any moment. Ha 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 ha. Nakib suddenly burst into crazed laughter. He stared at Benjamin. Soldier Boy, today I'll use you, America's top superhero, to test just how strong I've become. Nakib secretly imagined it. If he could seriously wound Soldier Boy today, his name would echo across the entire global underground dark web. He would become a new god. What he did not know was that forget taking a blast head-on, even setting off a small nuclear bomb inside Soldier Boy's body would not kill him. It might not even hurt him. After all, the Soviets had spent decades researching how to kill Soldier Boy. All charged up yet, little firecracker. Benjamin casually planted his shield into the sand at his feet, clapped his hands, and looked at Nakib as the glow around him grew brighter and brighter. Go on, little firecracker. Blow yourself up as hard as you want. Just don't bore me. Burn in the truth. With Nakib's hysterical, fanatical roar, the orange-yellow light surging like magma in his chest reached its breaking point. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted from Nakib and swept outward in a raging ring. Violent flames swallowed everything within a dozen meters in an instant. Solid concrete walls and the wreckage of abandoned armored vehicles were vaporized like paper. The intense heat even melted the yellow sand on the ground into dark red, glass-like crystals. Nearly half the camp was turned into a sea of fire and ruins by that devastating blast. And Benjamin, standing at the absolute center of the explosion, did not move an inch. The raging flames swallowed him completely. A few seconds later, the aftershocks gradually faded. Nakib gasped hard, staring at the center of the rolling smoke. Ha ha ha, even if you're the legendary Soldier Boy. His crazed laughter stopped dead. A scorching breeze blew away the smoke. That tall, imposing man was still standing there in silence, completely unharmed. This is impossible. Nakib's legs suddenly went weak. His full power attack, strong enough to flatten a building, had not done a damn thing. Big noise, I'll give you that. Too bad the temperature's too low. The Soviets used lava about that hot to give me baths. Benjamin rolled his neck slightly. Now it's my turn, little firecracker. Soon, a terrifying white light flared at the center of Benjamin's chest. This was not ordinary firelight. It was nuclear radiation. Nakib's pupils shrank. He opened his mouth to scream for mercy, but it was already too late. Boom. Terrifying nuclear energy erupted from Benjamin's chest. In that instant, Nakib did not even have time to scream. The moment his body touched the nuclear blast, it completely disintegrated. His body, and even the compound V genes inside him, were forcibly erased. Then the shockwave from the nuclear blast swallowed the entire terrorist camp with unstoppable force and expanded outward at a horrifying speed. In the distance, Starlight Annie, who had thought she was safely standing hundreds of meters away, felt an overwhelming threat in that instant. Oh my god. Annie's face went pale as she watched the once flat stretch of desert ahead get swallowed by the nuclear blast. To avoid getting caught in it, Annie stopped caring about how she looked and scrambled backward on all fours for over 100 meters, hiding behind a sand dune. A long while passed. Only then did the apocalyptic commotion finally settle. Still shaken, Annie peeked half her head out from behind the dune. When she saw what lay ahead, her whole body froze. Her beautiful eyes went wide. The heavily guarded militant camp, along with everything around it, had vanished into thin air. In its place was a massive crater. In the middle of the hellishly hot ruins, Benjamin held his shield in one hand and walked up the sloping edge of the enormous crater step by step. Even after standing at the center of a nuclear blast, his supersuit was still spotless. What are you standing there for? Let's go, Annie. Benjamin walked up to Annie, glanced at Starlight, who was still trembling, and called out casually. Oh, right. Yes, sir. Annie snapped back to herself, swallowed hard, and hurried after Benjamin at a jog. She looked back at the terrifying crater behind them. Then she looked at Benjamin's broad, mountain-like back. Sir. Annie hesitated for a moment, but she could not suppress her curiosity and asked carefully, didn't you say you were going to show me your ability to strip people of their superpowers? What? Benjamin stopped, turned around, and looked at Annie like she was an idiot. Did I not just demonstrate it perfectly? Huh. Annie was stunned. But. Annie pointed at the massive crater in shock. Didn't he just get blown to dust? Come on, little Annie. Use your head. Benjamin explained, the nuclear blast I release contains special radiation that can completely destroy Compound V. So yes, I did strip that kid of his superpowers. It's just that his little firecracker body was way too fragile. He couldn't survive the radiation impact. How the hell is that my fault? Put simply, a supe who can withstand the nuclear blast loses their superpowers. A supe who can't withstand it disappears from this world completely, superpowers and all. That's insane. Starlight was dumbfounded. In other words, if Homelander or Maeve took that nuclear blast, maybe they could survive it, but afterward, they would lose their superpowers outright. It was powerful. It was practically broken. That said, I can control the size of the nuclear blast too, Benjamin continued. If you want to lose your superpowers, I can adjust the frequency a little so I don't hurt you. No, sir. I think I'm good the way I am. I have superpowers, I can be a superhero, and I can help people who need it. Starlight quickly shook her head. After dealing with that overconfident Nakib, Benjamin was in no hurry to take Starlight back across the ocean to New York. Since they had finally come all this way, of course they were going to enjoy themselves a little. Over the next half-month, Benjamin took Annie on an extremely pleasant vacation through a country where war and desert sands were woven together. During the day, they rode in a private bulletproof SUV specially approved by Vought International, hunting down reckless warlord militias out in the no-man's land. At night, inside an incredibly luxurious tent, he enjoyed Starlight's increasingly skilled and obedient service. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, on the top floor of Vought Tower in New York, Benjamin would never have imagined that Homelander was upset again. Crack. Inside Vought Tower's luxurious lounge, an ugly look flickered through Homelander's eyes. The wine glass in his hand shattered in an instant. Expensive red wine mixed with shards of glass dripped from his pure white glove onto the priceless carpet. Homelander's face was so dark it looked ready to drip water. He stared hard at the huge LCD screen mounted on the wall. On the screen, that day's Fox News headline was playing. In the footage, Stormfront stood atop a pile of rubble in a black supersuit, her short hair framing her face as she held a half-dead supervillain in one hand and flashed a confident, cocky smile at the countless cameras and microphones. Yes, protecting the American people is my duty. Unlike certain people who only know how to float around in the sky and pose, I prefer to keep my feet on the ground and wipe out trash like this. As he listened to Stormfront's inflammatory speech on TV, as he heard the crowd erupt into thunderous cheers, Homelander felt as though a massive stone had lodged itself in his chest, making even his breathing grow heavy. Ever since Benjamin and Starlight left for their trip to Syria, Stormfront, who had once done nothing but coast and slack off in the Seven, suddenly seemed to have lost her damn mind. Out of nowhere, she started throwing herself into the spotlight like she was hopped up on adrenaline. That damn Stormfront had shown terrifying energy, whether actively responding to rescue missions around the country or attending every kind of press conference and talk show interview. What Homelander found most unbearable was what happened just yesterday. A high-profile supervillain who had already been assigned for him to personally take down and use to boost his approval ratings had been snatched away by Stormfront first. Stormfront not only took down and killed that supervillain, she also stole every headline that should have belonged to him. And this was not the first or second time it had happened. Every time Homelander wanted to show off, that woman Stormfront was smart enough to cut in first and steal the spotlight. There were even memes about Homelander spreading online now, and that was what he hated most. Some asshole had photoshopped Homelander's head onto Stormfront's body in a picture of the Seven. Someone else had photoshopped Soldier Boy and Stormfront onto Homelander's back, the two of them standing on the flying Homelander as they soared through the sky hand in hand. Soldier Boy was one thing. But Stormfront? Who the hell did she think she was? Who the hell did she think she was? The more Homelander thought about it, the angrier he became. I'm the leader of the 7? Soldier Boy and I are the greatest superheroes in the world. The veins in Homelander's neck bulged one by one. In the past, if anyone in the 7 had dared to steal his thunder like this, Homelander would have found some night without surveillance cameras and used heat vision to slice their head off bit by bit. Then he would squeeze out a few tears in front of the cameras and announce that they had tragically died in the line of duty. But with Stormfront, he did not dare. Homelander clenched his teeth, took several deep breaths, and forced the red glow in his eyes back down. Because he knew exactly what kind of relationship Stormfront had with his father. Out of respect for his father, Homelander could only swallow the anger like a wronged child who did not dare throw a tantrum. He was afraid that if he touched Stormfront, Benjamin would be unhappy. Homelander let out a long breath, grabbed a tissue to wipe his hand, put on the fake, perfect smile he usually wore in public, pushed open the lounge door, and headed toward the 7's circular conference room. He needed to patrol his territory and remind people he existed. This was one of Homelander's favorite things to do, especially when Benjamin was not around. Then Homelander was the goddamn sky over Vought. However, just as he passed the quiet hallway beside the conference room, his super hearing, millions of times sharper than an ordinary person's, suddenly caught a familiar voice. It was Maeve. At that moment, Maeve was standing in a blind spot at the end of the corridor with her back to him, holding a private cell phone that was not connected to Vought International's surveillance system as she spoke on a call. As her former lover, Homelander had an extremely sick possessiveness toward Maeve, even though they had broken up long ago. But in Homelander's mind, Maeve had once been his woman, which meant she would always be his private property. Homelander could choose not to have her, but Maeve was not allowed to betray him. Homelander stopped walking and stood at the corner like a ghost, listening closely. I know. I'm sorry, Elena. I really can't get away right now. Trust me, okay? Once I'm done with what I'm handling. Maeve's voice was very low, but the tenderness in her tone caught Homelander's attention. The smile on Homelander's face stiffened. Elena? That was a woman's name. In theory, it was perfectly normal for two women to talk on the phone like close friends. But combined with Maeve's heartbeat and that tone in her voice, Homelander's almost pathological intuition instantly told him something was off. The relationship between those two women was definitely not simple. They were sure as hell not just friends. A few minutes later, Maeve hung up, took a deep breath, adjusted the expression on her face, and turned to walk down the hallway. The moment she rounded the corner, her pupils widened. Homelander stood there with his hands behind his back, wearing that signature smile as he stared at her. Homelander. Maeve forced herself to stay calm. Hey, Maeve. Homelander took one slow step forward, his tall body instantly casting Maeve in shadow. He tilted his head slightly and said gently, "Who were you talking to just now? Sounded like you were having fun." Maeve remained as cold as usual. "No one. Just a regular friend." "Why, a regular friend?" Homelander's smile stayed in place, but he no longer believed Maeve. He could hear it. He could hear it clearly. When Maeve said regular friend, the heart inside her chest beat faster than usual. She was lying. Maeve had someone. Maybe an ex-girlfriend he had never known about, or maybe a current girlfriend. Maeve had been lying to him all along. She would rather love some ordinary woman with no superpowers than open her heart to him. She had even broken up with him. An indescribable feeling of betrayal and loneliness wrapped itself around Homelander's heart. First, that bitch Stormfront kept targeting him, intentionally or not, stealing his spotlight. Now, even Maeve, the person he had once considered closest to him, had been feeding him lies the whole time. What the hell was wrong with this world? Homelander felt like his brain was about to split open. It seemed like the only people in the entire world who truly belonged to him were his father, Benjamin, and Ryan. Other than his father and his son. Had everyone else betrayed him? Homelander did not dare think about it. He was heartbroken. Maeve said, "Homelander, I just remembered there's an urgent meeting with PR that I need to attend." She lowered her head and squeezed past him. "I'm going." Watching Maeve's flustered figure hurry away, Homelander did not stop her. Maeve thought back to the slightly unstable look in Homelander's eyes just now, and a wave of helplessness rose inside her. Originally, when Soldier Boy Benjamin returned to Vought and forcefully brought everything under control, Homelander should have been properly disciplined. But now it seemed that was not necessarily true. Although Homelander had gotten much better recently, his true nature had not changed. Strip away the powerful cloak of his superpowers. Homelander was still that moody, love-starved giant baby. Maeve could only hope Benjamin and Starlight came back soon. A few more suffocating days passed. For Homelander, every minute of those days felt like being roasted alive over an open flame. He felt like he was going to explode from rage. Maeve's betrayal and deception were already lodged in his heart like a thorn. And that damn woman Stormfront was like a greedy vampire, sucking up the spotlight and fan cheers that should have belonged to him. Homelander could not take it anymore. He needed an outlet. He needed to blow off steam. So, radiating pure hostility, he stormed into Doppelganger's cabin. Doppelganger? Inside that dim little cabin, Homelander treated the supe who could transform into anyone like a living punching bag. He even forced Doppelganger to take Maeve's appearance. Then he drove his steel-hard fists into that face, punch after punch. Madeline, Edgar, Becca. As for Stormfront, Homelander did not do it. Mainly because Stormfront's relationship with Soldier Boy made him afraid to desecrate her image. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the cabin. Doppelganger was beaten until blood sprayed everywhere, begging for mercy again and again. In the end, he could not even maintain his transformation anymore and reverted to his original, hideous form, twitching in a pool of blood like a dead dog. If Homelander had not clung to the last shred of sanity at the final moment, Doppelganger's head would have been crushed under his foot like a watermelon. Even after beating Doppelganger, the fire in Homelander's chest barely died down at all. After that, he tried flying tens of thousands of meters into the sky and unloading his heat vision into the clouds. He tried causing avalanches in remote snow-covered mountains. He tried every extreme way he could think of to relieve the pressure. But that deep anxiety and insecurity still followed him like a shadow. Of course, Homelander was restraining himself. He was venting, yes, but he had not hurt a single person. Doppelganger, so? Homelander had thought about calling Benjamin. God, he wanted his father to act like a real elder, to pat him on the head, to tell him, good job, son. You're the best. Then he could tell him everything that had happened lately. But when Homelander's finger hovered over the call button, he jerked it back like he had been shocked. No, absolutely not. In Soldier Boy's eyes, only weaklings and pussies ran crying to their parents the second they hit a little setback. If he could not even handle one spotlight-stealing Stormfront, his father would be completely disappointed in him. Besides, the worst part was that Stormfront had not actually done anything wrong. She had just stolen his spotlight. I don't need help. I can handle this myself. Homelander gritted his teeth, a sick glint flashing in his eyes. He decided he would personally take back everything that belonged to him. A few hours later, outside the filming base for the Seven, Homelander's face was dark as he went straight for Stormfront's luxury RV without knocking, without a single word of greeting, and slammed the door open like a violent gust of wind. Stormfront was lounging comfortably on the sofa, sipping juice and scrolling through her steadily climbing Twitter follower count. When she saw Homelander storm in, furious and out of control, she did not get up. Instead, she raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smirk, like she was watching a show. Who the fuck do you think you are? Homelander stepped inside and roared, you think I'm blind? You think I can't see through your dirty, low-rent bullshit? You keep stealing my rescue missions everywhere, running your mouth in front of the media? You trying to take my team from me? Trying to push me out of the Seven? The more Homelander spoke, the more worked up he became. I know exactly what you're doing. You want to crawl into my father's bed. You want to look better than me in front of him. You want to take everything from me. I'm telling you right now, that is never fucking happening. Faced with Homelander's hysterical rant, Stormfront did not even blink. She simply shifted into a more comfortable position on the sofa. I'm the fucking captain of the Seven, not you. Homelander kept going. I still have massive approval ratings. Ages 3 to 15, 18 to 49, even 25 to 53, all of them love me. And everyone else in the Seven, and Soldier Boy, they all love me. When he shouted that last line, they all love me, his voice even cracked, carrying a pitiful tremor. Stormfront looked at the man in front of her, this man with godlike power and the fragile heart of a 3-year-old giant baby, with open contempt, like she was staring at an idiot. Wow. Well, congratulations. Stormfront's voice dripped with sarcasm. I mean, needing everyone to love you like they're soothing a baby every second of the day is pretty pathetic, but... At this point, Stormfront deliberately drew out her words and made an extremely provocative gesture at Homelander. Yay. That mocking yay was enough to push Homelander over the edge. He snapped, and his eyes turned scarlet in an instant. Seeing Homelander huffing with rage, Stormfront was about to try to calm him down. But just then, boom. A shield gleaming with cold metal light smashed through the RV's heavy bulletproof door from outside like a cannonball fired from a barrel. The violent impact sent broken metal and splintered wood flying through the cabin. The shield tore through the air before finally slamming into the metal wall between Homelander and Stormfront with a heavy thud. Stormfront's entire RV shook violently. Inside the cabin, everything went dead silent. Stormfront froze. Homelander, whose eyes had just been glowing with terrifying red light, took several steps back the moment he recognized that shield. A steady, powerful set of footsteps came from beyond the shattered door. Looks like while I was away for half a month, the members of the Seven have been getting along just fine. A low voice rang out. Then Benjamin slowly stepped into the cabin, dressed in a dark green supersuit, his whole body carrying the hard, blood and gunpowder reek of someone who had just returned from the Syrian battlefield. Behind him, Starlight followed quietly like an obedient personal attendant. Benjamin glanced over the wrecked RV. Inside, the silence was deathly. The golden eagle shield embedded in the metal wall was still faintly trembling, letting out a chilling hum. Benjamin walked forward with steady steps and slowly came to a stop between the two of them. He ignored Homelander, who was looking at him with an almost pleading, wounded expression. Instead, he slowly turned his head and fixed his deep eyes on Stormfront. Stormfront swallowed and was just about to force out one of her usual harmless smiles to explain herself. But in the next moment, Benjamin's thick right arm swung up hard, and a piercing sonic boom exploded through the air. Bam! A heavy impact rang out. Benjamin's fist slammed squarely into Stormfront's left cheek. Pfft! Stormfront was sent flying as if she had been hit head-on by a heavy truck at full speed, spraying a mouthful of blood into the air. Her body shot backward, smashed through the RV's solid wood interior with a boom, shattered the liquor cabinet behind her, and finally lodged deep in a pile of broken glass and wreckage. Don't think just because I'm not in New York, I don't know what kind of crap you've been pulling behind my back. Benjamin slowly drew back his fist and looked down at Stormfront as she writhed in pain in the wreckage. Without mercy, he tore away her mask, his voice ice cold. Clara. Just moments ago, Ashley, the current CEO of Vought International, had already reported everything that had happened inside the company to him in exhaustive detail. Ashley had not only noticed Homelander's recent extreme instability and violent mood swings, but had also told Benjamin all about Stormfront's actions, the ones that looked on the surface like simple power struggles. After all, Stormfront had never been this eager before. There had to be a reason. As a transmigrator with an omniscient perspective, and with Ashley's report on top of that, how could Benjamin possibly fail to guess Stormfront's real goal? This female Nazi, who had lived for nearly a century, had never once given up on her little fantasy of supes ruling the world. When Benjamin was at the company, Stormfront behaved like an obedient kitten. Every day, aside from warming his bed, she played harmless in front of the cameras. But the second Benjamin left for Syria, she started stirring shit up. On the surface, she was stealing the spotlight. In reality, she was deliberately provoking Homelander. She was trying to slip in when Homelander was at his weakest and angriest. Then she would use that extremist ideology of hers to corrupt him. Listen, Clara. This is the last time I'm warning you. Benjamin grabbed Stormfront by her messy hair and said, those stinking Nazi ideas rattling around in your head? I will never agree with them. And my son, no matter how stupid or brainless he is, would never agree with them either. Even in the original timeline, Homelander had sneered at Stormfront's racist ideology about ruling the world. Later, when Stormfront was lying in bed and realized Homelander would not help her unite the world under supes, she chose to kill herself. If I catch you pulling this kind of crap behind my back again, Benjamin said, pressing his thumb hard against Stormfront's carotid artery, his voice freezing cold, I'm not just kicking you out of the 7. You fucking understand me. Feeling the terrifying pressure at her neck, Stormfront's badly swollen face twisted into an extremely complicated expression. I was wrong, Ben. Stormfront weakly held her face, her voice trembling. That punch was the hardest she had taken in decades. She felt as if her skull was about to crack open, and her brain was still buzzing. Benjamin really did seem like he had wanted to kill her. She kept feeling that Benjamin had changed. Decades ago, before Vought International sold him out to the Soviets, Soldier Boy had been domineering and crude, but he definitely had not been this bad-tempered. Back then, even when she talked about those Nazi theories, Benjamin would at most snap at her impatiently or refuse to agree. He never would have reacted like this. And yet that change brought Stormfront a twisted sense of submission through the pain. So what if he had a temper? He was the strongest, most perfect man in the world? In Stormfront's extreme, strength-worshipping mind, only violence like Benjamin's, violence that could absolutely crush everything, was worthy of the word leader. I swear, Ben. I'll never do it again. Stormfront lowered her head like a beaten bitch and meekly swallowed down all her ambition. Meanwhile, Homelander stood not far away, watching it all. The anger on his face vanished. The corners of his mouth lifted higher and higher until he could no longer hold back a smug smile. He was thrilled. He was so happy he felt like he could fly. See that? Father hit her. Father heard that arrogant Stormfront, the one who kept stealing his spotlight, for his sake? In Father's eyes, he was more important than Stormfront. Homelander felt utterly satisfied. Even the suffocating frustration from Maeve's betrayal vanished in that instant. Fantastic. Homelander took a deep breath and straightened his messy cape. He put away all his hostility and put on the expression of a good son who had just been wronged and finally found someone to back him up. He could not wait to take 2 steps forward, looking at Benjamin as he finished dealing with Stormfront and turned around. I knew you'd do it for me. But before he could finish speaking, whoosh, Benjamin had just turned around, and he did not waste a single word. The same right fist that had just sent Stormfront flying came swinging straight at Homelander. The smile on Homelander's face froze. Bam. In that instant, Homelander did not even have time to understand what was happening. He only felt as if his left cheek had been hit dead on by an armor-piercing missile. No, that was too light. Homelander slammed hard into the RV's tough alloy floor. Both Stormfront and Homelander had been beaten by Benjamin. Starlight stood outside the door, so frightened that she covered her mouth and sucked in a sharp breath. Inside the cabin, everything fell into dead silence again. Only Stormfront's labored breathing could be heard from the wreckage. The punch had been powerful, but Homelander clearly had not been seriously hurt. Even so, he did not get up right away. He stared wide-eyed with those deep blue eyes, his gaze filled with confusion and utter disbelief. What the hell was going on? Why would Soldier Boy hit me? What did I do wrong? Homelander clutched his badly swollen left cheek, looking like a child who had been smacked out of nowhere and left stunned. He slowly stood up, and the wounded look returned to his eyes as he gazed at Soldier Boy. You've really disappointed me, John. Benjamin looked at Homelander, his voice thick with the kind of frustration that came from expecting better. But that hurt Homelander even more than the punch. For Homelander, who craved his father's love more than anything, the word disappointed was deadlier than 10,000 armor-piercing rounds to the heart. Homelander clutched his swollen cheek and had no idea what to say. You think I hit you because you were throwing a tantrum in here? Benjamin pointed at Stormfront and let out a cold laugh. Use that brain of yours, the one stuffed full of ratings data? You really think she did all this today just to steal your spotlight? just to piss you off." Homelander froze. He was not stupid. As a supe, his reason quickly began to return. When he connected it with what his father had just said while dealing with Stormfront, words like corrupt, brainwash, and Nazi ideology, Homelander's pupils shrank. He seemed to understand the purpose behind Stormfront's insane behavior these past few days. "No, let me explain." Homelander panicked and hurriedly shouted, "I swear, she didn't get to me? How the hell could I agree with that kind of thinking? That shit is too extreme, too insane." Homelander desperately tried to prove his innocence. "I'm Justice? I'm a superhero? I just thought she was trying to take my spot as captain of the Seven. I was just pissed off. You know me." Watching Homelander babble incoherently, Benjamin frowned. "Fine. Let's leave that bitch Stormfront out of it." Benjamin advanced on Homelander step by step, his overwhelming presence forcing Homelander to retreat again and again. "Tell me why. Why the hell did you fall apart just because she stole your spotlight a few times? Because she grabbed a few headlines from you? Look at yourself just now." Hysterical. Useless fucking rage. Benjamin's deep eyes seemed to pierce straight through Homelander's soul. "You have the strongest power on this planet. You're the most powerful supe alive. But inside, you're fragile as a giant baby. A freak with a black hole in his head that nothing can ever fill. Giant baby. Freak." If those words had come from anyone else, Homelander would have burned them to ash with heat vision without a second thought. But coming from his father, Homelander had no way to argue back. Stormfront was right about one thing just now. "You're pathetic, John." Benjamin showed no mercy. "You're sick with wanting the whole world to love you. You only feel like you exist when you're staring at those approval ratings." Every word of Benjamin's scolding hit Homelander's heart like a sledgehammer. Homelander's eyes reddened visibly. Benjamin noticed that Homelander's expression had turned deeply wounded, as if he might burst into tears at any second. He quickly stopped. The air froze for several seconds. Then he shook his head, and his tone softened noticeably. "All right. I was a little too harsh just now. At the end of the day, John, this isn't entirely on you." Benjamin looked into Homelander's eyes and said slowly, "It's on Vought International, for raising you like a lab rat. It's on that cold, heartless laboratory." He paused, and a trace of self-blame entered his voice. "And more than anything, it's on me. During your childhood, when you needed a father's guidance and the warmth of a family the most, I wasn't there for you. I was absent from your life, and that's how those bastards twisted you into what you are now." Those words settled over him like a gentle rain. To Homelander, it was the most perfect redemption in the world. Because Benjamin had not abandoned him. He was even blaming himself for Homelander's psychological flaws. Homelander let out a long breath of relief. The heavy stone in his heart finally dropped. Father loved him. Meanwhile, Starlight, who had been hiding beside the shattered RV door and watching the entire thing, was already overwhelmed. Only now did she understand the truth. Homelander, the perfect idol in the hearts of the American people, was actually a giant baby starved for love. Stormfront, the new female hero whose popularity had been exploding online, was secretly a racist who wanted to pull Homelander in and rule all humanity. Add in A-Train, who had nearly run a pedestrian over, and the Deep, who had nearly assaulted her. Oh my god. Annie could not help sighing inwardly. It seemed like Queen Maeve, who kept a cold face all day and acted like she did not care about anything, was the only supe who could barely count as normal. Annie took a deep breath. Then she looked at Benjamin again. Thank God Benjamin, the one managing the Seven, was normal too. With him in charge, these superheroes probably would not cause any serious trouble, right? Thinking of that, Annie felt an unprecedented wave of relief and security. Thank God he was here. Just as Annie's thoughts were running wild, inside the cabin, Benjamin looked at the now calm Homelander and nodded. He raised his hand and, as usual, patted Homelander's broad shoulder. A superhero should fucking act like a superhero. Benjamin glanced at the sky outside the window, his tone as casual as an ordinary father who had just gotten off work. Come on. It's getting late. Have dinner with me. I just got back to New York, and I heard a pretty good tomahawk steakhouse opened up. The wounded look on Homelander's face vanished the moment he heard his father invite him to dinner. He even straightened his cape impatiently and followed after Benjamin. Benjamin stepped out of the RV. As he passed Annie, his steps paused slightly. Benjamin said, "Wait for me at the apartment, Annie. I'll come find you tonight." Annie's pretty face flushed at the aggressively suggestive hint. "Yes, sir. I'll be waiting." Homelander glanced at Annie, clearly not thrilled. Benjamin and Homelander soon left the RV. After watching the father and son leave, Starlight turned around, looked at Stormfront in the wreckage of the RV, and let out a helpless sigh. "Well, guess my work's not done yet." Muttering to herself, Annie walked over and grabbed Stormfront by the arm, hauling her up like a dead dog. She needed to get this world domination wannabe Stormfront to Vought's secret hospital for emergency treatment, fast. The New York night breeze carried a faint chill threaded with the city's noise. Neon lights sliced the skyline into strange, dazzling fragments. The father and son had just finished tomahawk steaks at a high-end restaurant, and now they were walking side by side down a relatively quiet street. Because of the violent clash that had broken out in the RV earlier, the atmosphere between them still held a faint, awkward stiffness. Homelander trailed half a step behind Benjamin with his head lowered, like a kid who had screwed up and was terrified of pissing off his parent again. Benjamin walked ahead with an unlit cigar between his teeth, his brow slightly furrowed as his mind raced over a troublesome question. How was he supposed to completely root out Homelander's sick, love-starved personality? Benjamin knew Homelander's nature all too well. In the original storyline, Homelander's giant baby syndrome and extreme lack of love were practically terminal illnesses buried deep in his bones. Even as the story moved into seasons 4 and 5, he kept abandoning his own humanity. And yet, even at the very end, he still never fully succeeded. In the end, Homelander still had humanity. He still craved love. Just like VOD International had said, he could never break free from his humanity. Originally, toward the later part of Season 4, Homelander had seemed like he was about to sever his mortal emotions and fully awaken into darkness. And then what happened? That low-tier female supe called Firecracker used a dose of motherly, glowing breast milk to force him right back down. Benjamin realized that Homelander's education had hit a bottleneck. It had been a long time since the system had given him a notification that Homelander's education had succeeded. That meant continuing the transaction, making Homelander change again and become better, was proving difficult. John. Benjamin suddenly stopped, turned his head, and fixed his deep gaze on Homelander's slightly uneasy face. Dad, I'm here. Homelander straightened at once. Benjamin took the cigar from his mouth. His tone was no longer as cold as before. Instead, it carried the weary clarity of someone who had seen too much. You need to understand something, John. The world has never been black and white. Some people will love you because you saved them. But there will always be people who envy you, fear you, or even hate you for no damn reason just because you're powerful. Otherwise, where the hell do you think internet trolls come from? I've been through all of it. Benjamin continued, you can't build your self-worth on the poll numbers of a bunch of stupid civilians. You have to let go of that sick obsession with making the entire world love you unconditionally. Homelander froze where he stood and said nothing. Confusion flickered in his bright blue eyes. Let go of the obsession? He didn't need everyone's love? To him, that was as impossible to understand as telling a fish to leave the water and breathe air. Benjamin did not care whether Homelander understood right away. He turned around, his back to New York's glittering nightscape, and left him with 2 lessons. Remember this. Love is mutual. If you want someone's real love, then you need to learn how to love others, and how to respect life. After saying that, Benjamin paid no further attention to Homelander, who had sunk into a storm of thought. He casually tossed the cigar into a trash can and strode into the darkness at the street corner. In his luxury apartment, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty named Starlight, dressed in a white and gold supersuit, was waiting for him under the warm covers so he could burn off his excess energy. Love is mutual. On the empty street, Homelander stood alone beneath the streetlight, repeating those words over and over. A breeze stirred the stars and stripes cape behind him. In the 30-plus years he had grown up inside Vought Labs, the scientists in white coats had taught him how to kill, how to use his superpowers, how to gain other people's love, how to fake a smile in front of the cameras, and how to maintain his approval ratings. But not a single person had ever told him that love was mutual. Homelander felt as if a slit had been torn open in his brain. Some emotion he had never experienced before was quietly sprouting inside that wound. He did not immediately fly back to Vought Tower. Instead, like an ordinary person, he walked aimlessly down the broken suburban road, step by step, thinking over what his father had said. The night grew deeper, and the suburban streets became utterly desolate. Just as Homelander was completely lost in his father's lesson. Help? Please, don't come any closer. A woman's shrill, desperate plea suddenly tore through the night sky and reached Homelander's sharp ears with perfect clarity. Before he met Benjamin, Homelander would not have so much as lifted an eyelid for some mortal's cry for help, as long as there were no cameras or media around. Homelander quickly headed toward the sound. About 2 blocks away, in a pitch-black, filthy dead-end alley, under the faint moonlight, 2 drunken, tattoo-covered pieces of human trash had cornered a heavily pregnant woman against the wall. Run, you filthy bitch! The fuck happened? Thought you could run. One of them, a bulky bald man, pulled a switchblade from his waistband and waved it across the pregnant woman's pale face. His eyes gleamed with disgusting lust. Now take your clothes off. Right fucking now, or I'll kick that little bastard in your belly to pieces. At those vicious words, the pregnant woman went weak with terror. She clutched her swollen belly in despair as tears streamed down her face. Gotta say, boss, this hot little mama with the big belly's got a different kind of flavor than those skinny street sluts. The other man, his face covered in pockmarks, licked his lips and let out a filthy laugh. The 2 of them kept threatening her, and the beautiful woman kept sobbing. Just fucking with you, bitch. The bald man's face suddenly twisted with malice. I think I'll kick that kid in your belly to mush right now, then I'll squeeze out some shampoo and make you service me while you bleed and scream. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, the burly bald man raised his right leg in a frenzy, his heavy Dr. Martens cutting through the air as he kicked viciously at the pregnant woman's fragile belly. If that kick landed, the baby in her womb was as good as dead. The woman herself might even hemorrhage and die. The pregnant woman shut her eyes in despair. And then, bang! A heavy, muffled impact rang out. The crushing pain she expected never came. The burly bald man only felt as if his right leg had slammed into an immovable mountain of steel. The force was so brutal that his leg bone snapped with a sharp crack. Aiic! The burly bald man screamed and looked up in a rage. But the moment he saw what stood in front of him, every sound jammed in his throat, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. At some point, a tall man in a supersuit and a cape had appeared silently before him. The man's right hand was clamped around his ankle, which was still hanging in midair, gripping it like it was nothing more than a toothpick. Homelander. The pockmarked man beside him went weak in the knees and dropped to the ground with a thud, foul-smelling yellow piss spreading from his crotch and pooling beneath him. He could not understand it. In this sewer-like slum with no security cameras, no media, and at this ungodly hour, how the hell had America's greatest superhero suddenly dropped out of the sky? Homelander ignored the useless piece of shit who had pissed himself on the ground. His cold gaze fell on the burly bald man whose ankle he was holding. Thanks to his super sight, Homelander immediately spotted the tattoo exposed by the man's collar, which had been pulled open by his violent movements. The tattoo was a full-color portrait of Homelander himself. Below the portrait, the words "Eternal Idol" were inked in English. By all rights, this man was one of his most fanatical die-hard fans. In the past, if Homelander had seen one of his believers, he might have handed him over to the police as a token gesture, just to protect his ridiculous approval ratings. He might even have thought that since this fan loved him, he was probably a good person. But right now, looking at this animal wearing human skin, then at the pregnant woman curled up in the corner, shaking with fear, his father's words surfaced in his mind again. You have to let go of that sick obsession with making the entire world love you unconditionally. Some people will love you because you saved them. A look of disgust suddenly appeared on Homelander's handsome face. I finally understand. Father was right. I don't need everyone's love. Homelander muttered under his breath, as if speaking to himself, and as if making a declaration to the entire world. He looked at the tattoo on the burly bald man's chest with revulsion, his voice ice cold. Especially not love from sewer maggots like you. You claim to love me, but you torment a defenseless woman, a weak mother who's already pregnant. Thinking of his own miserable childhood, thinking of how he did not even know who his mother was, and then looking at the two pieces of trash in front of him who had tried to murder an unborn baby, the long-suppressed violence deep in Homelander's eyes finally erupted. Love from garbage like you makes me fucking sick. No, Homelander, I'm your fan. I campaign for you every day. You can't. The burly bald man begged desperately, trying to use his status as a fan to buy himself one last chance at survival. But what answered him were two terrifying red beams that looked strong enough to burn straight through the Earth's crust. SCZZZZT. The two men were given no chance to react. Homelander's eyes erupted with blazing heat vision. The red light swept through the narrow alley like two unstoppable scythes of death. Bang, bang. Two muffled bursts rang out, like watermelons exploding. The two human scumbags who had been strutting around so arrogantly moments ago did not even have time to scream before their heads vanished. Their headless bodies toppled stiffly into a pool of blood, and a sickening burnt stench spread through the air. The alley fell into a deathly silence. The pregnant woman who had survived collapsed to the ground, still trembling in shock. She stared at the back of the man before her, as if she were looking at a god descended from heaven, and tears poured down her face like a broken dam. You're Mr. Homelander. The pregnant woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with shaking hands, both arms still wrapped tightly around her belly. Her voice was full of gratitude and awe after narrowly escaping death. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my baby and I would have been completely ruined tonight. You're our superhero. Hearing her thanks behind him, the slight rise and fall of Homelander's chest slowly settled. He turned around. The red glow in his eyes had faded, leaving behind that clear, deep blue. He did not put on his usual fake signature smile. Homelander crouched down and placed a hand on her belly. He simply looked quietly at this ordinary mother, feeling the child in her womb with his hand, and with his heart, feeling hers. And that gratitude, untouched by any media stunt, born purely from being saved, real and unfiltered. Love was mutual. So this was what it felt like to protect the weak. To protect other people's children, other people's mothers. It seemed much better than staring at cold approval rating numbers. Homelander helped the pregnant woman to her feet. Love your child well. After saying that, he shot up from the ground with a whoosh, turning into a blur before disappearing into the vast night. Only the grateful pregnant woman remained behind. Homelander left in style. However, this Homelander, who had just completed a psychological transformation, had no idea that less than 20 meters from the dead-end alley, behind a third-floor window in a rundown apartment building, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness had witnessed everything that had just happened. Not only that, a dark high-definition camera lens was peering through a gap in the curtains, its crimson recording light flashing. Gulp. The man hiding behind the curtains swallowed hard. Cold sweat poured down his body, and the hand holding the camera was shaking violently. But on that sleazy, acne-covered face, extreme terror and twisted rage were tangled together. His name was Thomas, an unemployed shut-in who spent all day hiding in a dark room. He had been lusting after the pregnant woman who lived alone downstairs for a long time. Before she got pregnant and after, he had tried more than once to chat her up, even stalked her, but the woman had shut him down every single time. Thomas's mind was twisted beyond repair. To get his hands on her, he deliberately paid two shady friends from the streets to harass her in an alley. According to his original vicious little plan, he would stand upstairs with a camera and film the entire assault on the pregnant woman. Once he had the footage, he would show up pretending to be concerned, drive the thugs off, and stage himself as the hero saving the damsel in distress. And even if the heroic rescue didn't work, he could still use the video as leverage to threaten that woman for a long time. What a perfect plan. Except, he was so close. Just seconds away from getting it, seconds away from capturing the juiciest footage. Then that damn Homelander dropped out of the sky and ruined everything. Not only did he save that bitch, he blew his two buddies' heads clean off. Motherfucker, fuck. Thomas stared at the camera screen, watching Homelander's terrifying heat vision cut them down in a brutal flash of death, and his legs shook with fear. But in Thomas's eyes, a crazed greed still flickered. A superhero slaughtering innocent civilians in the street. That's vigilante execution without a goddamn trial. Homelander, you ruined my plan. You killed my shot. Thomas gripped the camera tightly, his mouth stretching into a vicious grin. I'm leaking this video. I'm selling it to the big media outlets. I'm going to ruin you, you hypocritical superhero bastard. Over the next few days, the police departments across New York City and Vought's PR department were all thrown into a frenzy, because they had discovered that the high and mighty Homelander had lost control. By lost control, they didn't mean he had snapped and started killing people. Quite the opposite. It was because he kept saving people. Saving people without flashbulbs, without reporters, and without a prepared speech waiting for him. Even Vought, now under Benjamin's control, would still build momentum and hand superheroes things like speeches when they saved people. Benjamin had not stopped that practice. Mainly because if superheroes were truly saving lives, then doing that was just icing on the cake. There was no need to refuse it. Over these past few days, Homelander had become like a lone eagle with no fixed destination, draped in that stars and stripes cape as he moved through New York day and night. He even flew across half of America, searching for the meaning that belonged to him. His father Benjamin's words, "Love is mutual," had stayed carved into his heart. He desperately wanted to experience that feeling again. The pure, untainted gratitude that came from saving the weak. That kind of true love. Because his father had said that only by truly loving others could someone truly be loved in return. Homelander did not need fanatics who hurt children and bullied the weak. Across America, in these past few days, every corner of the country welcomed a true Avenger. At a high school in Brooklyn, a group of punk students who had bullied their classmates for years, even forcing their victims to drink toilet water, were getting ready to hurt someone again. Then, with a violent gust of wind, Homelander smashed through the roof of an abandoned warehouse like a god descending from the sky. He did not kill anyone. He only fixed those little bastards with his cold, sapphire blue eyes. Under that crushing terror, the punks pissed themselves on the spot. Then Homelander picked them up like chicks by the scruff and dumped them right in front of the local police station. On a remote farm in Texas, a chronic drunk and domestic abuser was whipping his wife and child with a belt, beating them so hard they were on the verge of death. Homelander kicked the farm's security door to pieces, ignored the shotgun in the man's hands, crushed the arm holding it with one hand, then wrapped the trembling mother and child in his cape before handing the howling abuser over to the patrol cars that came rushing in after hearing the commotion. The officers who stepped out of those patrol cars all stared at Homelander with admiration. Of course, when he ran into vicious gangsters committing massacres or trafficking people, especially child trafficking, Homelander did not mind showing them what heat vision really was. Those sinful souls were instantly reduced to ash in the searing heat. After every act of justice, Homelander would see the gratitude in the eyes of survivors who had just escaped death, and the worship in the eyes of those children, the way they looked at him like he was a real savior. No staging. No cheers. Yet Homelander felt that this brought him more fulfillment and peace than listening to tens of thousands of people screaming his name in frenzy at Vought Square. However, in this age where traffic was everything and entertainment ruled all, these private operations without PR team packaging eventually caused a massive problem. That was why, for most superheroes, even when saving people, even when it was not a drill or a performance, the PR department still had to be involved. Just 3 days ago, a high-definition video clip, with the beginning and end cut out, suddenly blew up on Twitter, YouTube, and all kinds of dark web forums. The footage showed exactly what happened that night in a dead-end alley in New York, Homelander using heat vision to blow the heads off those two street thugs in an instant. It was gruesome. Brutal. The visual impact of two heads bursting like watermelons sent shockwaves across the American internet. The person who posted the video was Thomas, that sleazy bastard who had been hiding upstairs trying to blackmail them. He had deliberately cut out the part where the thugs talked about raping the pregnant woman. But people weren't blind. Even with the clip chopped up, they could still see the woman slumped in the corner of the frame, clutching her belly. It was obvious this was a superhero saving someone in danger. And less than 2 hours after the video went viral, the pregnant woman Homelander had saved showed tremendous courage. Under enormous pressure from public opinion, she recorded a video herself and posted it online. In the video, sobbing, she told everyone what had really happened. If Mr. Homelander hadn't come down from the sky, those two animals would have tortured me and my baby to death. He didn't kill innocent people. He killed them to protect me. He's the one who truly saved my life. By all rights, once the victim came forward to clarify the truth, the whole thing should have died down. It might even have won Homelander a wave of good publicity. But Vought International's enemies, the anti-supe and anti-Homelander politicians, along with the keyboard warriors hiding behind their screens, were never going to pass up such a perfect chance to attack Homelander. No matter the reason, it was an undeniable fact that Homelander had carried out vigilante justice in broad daylight and brutally killed 2 American citizens who had not been convicted of any crime. An unprecedented online war instantly tore American public opinion apart. The first camp consisted of keyboard warriors and paid trolls hired by politicians, all waving the banners of human rights and the law. They hammered away at their keyboards online. Even if it was attempted rape, that should have been left to the cops and the courts. Who the hell does Homelander think he is, killing people on the spot? A supe who can take lives whenever he feels like it, without a trial, without a verdict, isn't a hero. He's a fascist? An executioner. Today he kills thugs because he feels sorry for a pregnant woman. Tomorrow, is he gonna kill regular people like us just because he's in a bad mood? Boycott Homelander? Demand that Vought International hand him over to face justice. The second camp, naturally, was made up of ordinary people at the bottom and die-hard supporters of strength. Of course, Vought's paid trolls were mixed in too. After all, Vought belonged to Soldier Boy now, so of course they had to help Homelander. They fired back furiously at those hypocritical arguments. Shut the fuck up, you sanctimonious assholes. That piece of trash threatened to kick a pregnant woman's stomach in. He could die 10,000 times and it still wouldn't be enough. Wait for the cops? By the time the cops got there, that pregnant woman would have been a corpse. Homelander did the right thing. Burn every last one of those scumbags to ash. The two sides fought endlessly online, hurling insults at each other. But under wave after wave of public backlash, on the massive screen in Vought Tower's PR department, Homelander's approval ratings, which had once sat firmly at the top, began dropping at a rate visible to the naked eye. If this had happened half a month ago, seeing his approval ratings nosedive might have sent the desperately approval-starved Homelander into an emotional collapse. But now, sitting in the Sevens conference room inside Vought Tower, Homelander held a cup of warm milk and watched the flashing red downward line on the screen. To everyone's surprise, his face was calm. He didn't fly into a rage. His eyes didn't turn red. Of course, he was probably still pissed deep down, but compared with before, his emotional control had clearly improved a great deal. Father was right, some people's love isn't just fake. It's stupid as hell. Homelander took a small sip of milk and looked out at the bustling city of New York beyond the window. What surfaced in his mind was the pregnant woman's grateful tears after surviving the ordeal, not the noisy abuse flooding the internet. I don't need love from you idiots. I don't need you. Homelander murmured to himself. He no longer seemed like that giant man-child held hostage by approval ratings. However, a tree may wish for stillness, but the wind will not stop. Homelander had already calmed down. But the politicians still refused to let it go. On the afternoon of the fourth day after the vigilante killing incident began to ferment, the plaza directly in front of Vought Tower in New York was packed with people, and camera flashes glittered like a silver sea. Thousands of protesters held signs reading "Stop Supe Violence," "Homelander, Get Out of New York," and "We Need Law, Not Tyrants," surrounding the entire plaza so tightly that water could not pass through. At the very center of the crowd stood a temporary platform. A black-haired woman in a sharp black business suit, with piercing eyes and an intensely stirring presence, stood on the stage with a microphone in hand, delivering a fiery public political speech. Congresswoman Victoria Newman. Look at this building. Look at those so-called heroes hiding behind that glass curtain wall. Newman's voice blasted through the speakers, echoing across the entire plaza and even carrying into the building itself. They claim they're protecting us, but in reality, they've turned our city into a slaughterhouse where they can do whatever the hell they want. Homelander burned 2 citizens to death in the street. Yes, those citizens may have committed crimes. They may have been scum. But on American soil, judgment should come from a judge's gavel, not from the heat vision of a dictator wrapped in the American flag. Newman's voice burned with passion. Today, we must send Vought International and the Seven a warning. This country does not belong only to supes. The crowd below ignited at once, erupting into thunderous cheers and agreement. Newman looked at the furious crowd beneath the stage, a cold, satisfied glint flashing in her eyes. The reason she had stepped forward at this moment as the anti-Vought vanguard was simple. It wasn't only for political capital. It was for revenge. After all, Benjamin had crushed Stan Edgar's neck with his own hands. Before his death, Edgar had told Newman that if he died, she had to find a chance to get revenge on Vought and Soldier Boy. Because Stan Edgar had not only been the former CEO of Vought International, he was also the adoptive father who had raised Newman from childhood and given her power and status. Newman had listened to Edgar and had been searching for an opportunity ever since. Because by nature, her public identity was that of an anti-supe, anti-Homelander, anti-Vought politician. In the original storyline, Newman was a polished self-interested operator who would betray Edgar after receiving a death threat from Homelander. But now, everything had changed. Because Homelander had never threatened her. Because the true owner of Vought International was now Benjamin. And Benjamin had killed her only family. So Newman, who should have been Vought's mole, had now become an anti-supe politician filled with hatred. She planned to use the political methods she knew best to drag Benjamin and Homelander, that arrogant father and son pair, down from their pedestal once and for all. Of course, this was also because neither of them had gone to threaten her. If Vought International refuses to hand over the murderer, Then I will personally submit a bill to Congress demanding full judicial restrictions on the Seven and a freeze on their funding. Newman's final sentence landed like a bomb, sending the entire crowd into a frenzy. The waves of protest grew louder and louder, almost shaking the glass of Vought Tower to pieces. Deafening chants swept across the whole plaza. Standing at the edge of the platform, Victoria Newman maintained the trademark compassionate expression of a politician. But anyone looking closely would notice the satisfaction glittering in her beautiful, wide eyes. Because this was exactly the effect she wanted. The people's anger was the perfect political bargaining chip. As long as she dragged those high and mighty superheroes down from their pedestal, she could not only gain greater power, but also avenge her dead adoptive father. She had already lost her undercover identity on Vought's side and lost her adoptive father too. Naturally, she needed more. But just as Newman was about to lift the microphone and continue her highly inflammatory speech, boom! Everyone instinctively raised their heads and looked up at the sky. A figure in red, white, and blue dropped from the sky with crushing force and slammed down in the exact center of the stage. Boom! The hard marble platform cracked beneath him, spiderweb fractures ripping outward in every direction as dust billowed into the air. When the dust cleared, Homelander slowly straightened up. Homelander had arrived. Newman's heart skipped a beat at the sudden sight. The composure on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a flash of panic she couldn't hide. She instinctively took half a step back. Homelander didn't even look at her. He simply reached out, his movement gentle yet carrying a force no one could resist, and pulled the microphone straight from Newman's stiff hand. Then he turned to face the tens of thousands of protesters below. The crowd went dead silent. A moment ago, the square had been boiling with noise, people screaming about skinning Homelander alive and tearing him apart. Now, not a single sound could be heard. That was Homelander's power. Even when he did nothing, even when he only stood there, he brought pressure down on everyone around him. Even though everyone there knew Homelander probably wouldn't hurt them. Holding the microphone, Homelander looked down over the crowd from above. He wasn't smiling. That perfect, signature Homelander smile had vanished completely. He just stared silently at the people below, his gaze cold. But just as Homelander was about to speak, "Homelander, you murdering psycho!" A sudden furious shout broke the silence. In the crowd, a burly man shoved his way to the front row and hurled a plastic bottle full of water at the stage. Thwack! The bottle struck Homelander in the chest, then bounced to the ground, splashing water all over his spotless cape. All across the square, people's pupils shrank as they sucked in sharp breaths. That guy was insane. Absolutely fucking insane. The man who threw the bottle was named Mike. His chest was heaving, and his forehead was slick with cold sweat. He wasn't some fighter for justice. He was just a paid provocateur, hired for a fortune by a politician. In his earpiece, the politician's aide was frantically pushing him to piss Homelander off. A huge sum of money had already been deposited into Mike's account. His wife and kids had also been sent safely overseas by that politician. If today, in front of live cameras broadcasting to the entire world, he could successfully provoke this emotionally unstable strongest man alive. If Homelander shot a hole through his head with heat vision right here and now, then Mike's family would receive enough compensation to live on for generations. And Vought International and Homelander would be dragged into an even deeper public opinion crisis. That was exactly the bloody incident those politicians hiding in the shadows wanted to see most. Mike stared straight into Homelander's eyes. He was ready. "Come on. Let me see that famous red glow. Burn me to ash." 3 seconds passed. No red light appeared. Homelander still stood quietly on the stage. His eyes didn't turn crimson. He only lowered his head slightly and locked his blue eyes onto Mike below. Mike, who had been ready to die, suddenly grew uneasy. He had no idea what Homelander was about to do. Then Homelander slowly raised the microphone. "No." His voice rolled low across the entire square through the massive speakers. "I'm not a murderer." Homelander spoke each word clearly, and for the first time, there was actually a trace of sincerity in his voice. The crowd below went quiet. The protesters who had been ready to keep throwing things froze in place, looking at each other in confusion, completely unsure how to react. Not far away, Maeve stared at Homelander in disbelief. She had heard about what had happened to him over the past few days. What shocked Maeve was that Homelander really had saved a lot of people, and he'd done it without any agenda. In fact, because he hadn't told the PR department, he had ended up trapped in this public opinion crisis. What the hell had happened to Homelander? Was he actually trying to become a real superhero? Or was this because Homelander was about to snap? Was that why he was acting like this? Maeve's feelings were complicated. Part of it was because Homelander had changed. But more than that, she was afraid Homelander might finally go completely off the deep end and slaughter everyone there. Newman had spent years in politics, and her instincts were sharper than an animal's. She immediately sensed the suffocating danger in the air. Newman had wanted to use this chance to denounce Homelander and Vought, but that absolutely did not mean she wanted to corner this walking nuclear weapon right now. Politics was politics, but she only had one life. Newman took a deep breath and forced a mild smile onto her face. She pulled out a backup microphone and tried to get the situation under control. "Everyone, please calm down. Homelander is human too. Everyone makes mistakes. But we have to follow the law, right? Homelander only needs to give the public a sincere apology now, and then." No. Homelander cut her off. Expressionless, Homelander stepped directly in front of Newman. He didn't even glance at the rising female politician. Newman just lied to you. She stood on this stage and lied right to your faces. Holding the microphone, Homelander slowly swept his gaze across the thousands of stunned faces below. I don't make mistakes, because I am nothing like you. Homelander's voice quickly rose. I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better. I am better. It wasn't only the audience below the stage. Plenty of people watching on TV were shocked by Homelander's words too. And more than a few of Homelander's fans, seeing him so forceful in that moment, looked at him with admiration. Some were even smiling. Of course, that included a certain die-hard Homelander fan from the original show who would later be beaten to death with a baseball bat. Beside him was Mother's Milk's wife. At the scene, no one dared make even the slightest sound of protest. Homelander continued. I'm not that pathetic little bitch you people talk about, the one who cries and apologizes the second trouble shows up. Just because I killed 2 pieces of shit. That trash tried to rape a pregnant woman. They deserve to die. I killed 2 scumbags who had it coming, and then this pack of politicians forced me to lower my head and apologize to the whole damn world. Why? What gives them the right to force me? Newman stood off to the side and didn't dare say a word. More than once, she had heard her adoptive father say Homelander was emotionally unstable. This time, she was seeing it for herself. Homelander's chest rose and fell as if he were finally letting out emotions he had buried for far too long. My whole life, people with money and power have tried to control me. They sit up there looking down on me, telling me what to do. They wanted to shut me down. They even paid trolls to smear me all over the internet. They wanted me powerless. They wanted me obedient. They treated me like some goddamn puppet on strings. Homelander gave a cold laugh, his eyes full of biting mockery. You know what the saddest part is? It worked. Their bullshit actually worked. Because I compromised before. I let them get what they wanted. He raised a finger and jabbed it hard toward the crowd below, toward the people who had been protesting moments ago. You know something? If they can control me, controlling you is easy. You idiots just don't even realize it. A few heavy breaths rose faintly from the crowd. Many faces had gone pale. A lot of them felt that Homelander had actually hit the mark. But now, I'm done. The veins in Homelander's neck bulged as his voice grew louder and louder. I will never apologize for killing those 2 scumbags. Never. Not ever. I'm sick of being persecuted just because I have power, persecuted by these goddamn politicians over and over again. He lifted his head high and looked down over the entire square. All of you should be thanking God. Thank God he made a supe like me. Because you useless pieces of shit need me. Every last one of you weaklings needs me to save you. A gust of wind swept past. It lifted the stars and stripes cape behind him. Homelander took a deep breath, and his tone settled back into calm, laced with arrogance. Me and Soldier Boy, my father, and the real supes. We're the wall standing between you and disaster. You're not the real heroes. We are the real heroes. I am the real hero. The moment he finished speaking, Homelander turned around and casually shoved the microphone into Newman's arms. His face was twitching. He had already stopped giving a damn. Homelander knew that after a speech like that, what little approval rating he still had would definitely drop again. But it didn't matter anymore. Homelander didn't care anymore. All he needed was, for the people who truly loved him to love him. Newman stood frozen in place, her face pale as paper, unable to get a single word out. Boom. A violent sonic boom exploded from the ground. Homelander bent his knees slightly, then shot into the sky like a blur. The powerful rush of air instantly sent a dozen protest signs in the front row flying. Under everyone's gaze, he flew straight into the clouds and disappeared. The vast square went dead silent. A rally of tens of thousands of people had fallen completely quiet. Inside Vought Tower, in a luxurious penthouse apartment, there was a muffled thud. A howling wind from high above poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Homelander took off his cape and supersuit. He ignored the greeting from the apartment's smart butler and walked straight to the center of the living room. Then, like a pile of sludge, he collapsed heavily onto his back on the wide leather sofa. The apartment was quiet. Homelander stared blankly at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling. Those blue eyes, usually so full of pressure and menace, now looked empty. Homelander felt a little lost. In front of tens of thousands of people, he had completely ripped off the mask and cursed out those idiot politicians and ignorant civilians. It had felt damn good. Even better than beating the shit out of Doppelganger. Homelander had stopped caring. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore, so he said every last thing he wanted to say. And yet, even after all that, there was still a firing up his chest, a rage he couldn't push down no matter what. It wasn't that he cared about losing approval ratings. He just couldn't swallow it. Homelander clenched his fists and thought back on everything. Back before Soldier Boy returned, Vought International had arranged all kinds of fake scripts for him. He smiled for the cameras, posed in front of green screens, and the public worshipped him like some god sent down to earth. But after Soldier Boy came back, he listened to Soldier Boy. He did plenty of good things. Homelander truly went out and saved ordinary people. He saved an entire plane full of passengers, and he had personally used heat vision to burn 2 disgusting scumbags who tried to rape a pregnant woman into ash. He did everything a superhero was supposed to do. And what did he get? Endless abuse, boycotts, protests, and a filthy water bottle thrown right into his chest. All because he hadn't followed the rules of the law. But if they had gone by the law, the sentences those two scumbags got never would have made up for what they did. Why? Homelander didn't understand. He stripped naked, lay on the sofa, and contemplated his life. Forget it. As long as his father and his son acknowledged him for what he'd done, then it was worth it. Meanwhile, at Manhattan Plaza, although the protest rally had stayed quiet for a long time after Homelander left, it was now gradually turning into a complete mess. The scene was full of chaotic noise. Because Homelander had shown up and disrupted everything with that speech, Newman quickly found an excuse to hastily enter her address, then left under the escort of her bodyguards. Besides, Homelander seemed to have completely changed. Newman had thought Homelander wanted to apologize, but it turned out that wasn't it at all. Had Homelander lost control? Just as Newman's mind was racing, trying to work out her next political move. Ring, ring. The private phone in her bag suddenly rang. Newman froze. She quickly dug out her phone. The moment she saw the caller ID, her tense nerves finally eased a little. A cute profile picture flashed on the screen. It was her precious baby girl, her daughter, Zoe. Newman took a deep breath and forced her expression under control, trying to make her voice sound as gentle as possible. What's wrong, sweetheart? Mommy will be home soon. As soon as the call connected, Zoe's excited little voice came through. Mommy, there's a guest at home. Newman paused. A guest? Her address was classified, and at a time like this, how could there possibly be a guest at her house? Before she could ask, Zoe's cheerful voice continued. He brought me tons and tons of yummy food. There are extra large fries from McDonald's, and egg tarts fresh out of the oven from KFC. Oh, right. And a 5-layer beef burger from Burger King too. Through the phone, Newman could even hear the little girl happily chewing. He said he's waiting for you at home and wants to talk to you. Mom, he's a really handsome uncle. Hearing her daughter say that, Newman's brain short-circuited. A chill shot straight to the top of her skull, and cold sweat instantly broke out across her skin. Newman didn't know any so-called handsome older guy, and there was no one who could stroll into her home with a pile of fast food and sit down like he owned the place without setting off the security system. Who the hell was this stranger? What did he want? Money, or her? At the same time, Newman's eyes gradually turned cold. If whoever had come really was stupid enough to hurt her or her daughter, she would have no problem wiping out his entire family. Zoe, listen to mommy. Newman forced herself to calm down. Can you ask that older gentleman to take the phone for a second? Okay mommy, hold on. Zoe's obedient reply came from the other end, followed by the rustle of clothing. Then the breathing on the phone changed. A deep, powerful male voice came through the receiver. Victoria Newman. The man did not bother with small talk. Edgar's adopted daughter, right? Who are you? Newman asked. I suggest you don't hurt my daughter, or you're going to regret it. Zoe was everything to her. The one line no one was allowed to cross. The other party had slipped silently into her heavily guarded home and even knew about her relationship with Edgar, the former president of Vought. Whoever this was, he had not come with good intentions. My name is Benjamin, the man on the other end said with a low chuckle. Of course, you can also call me by my code name. Soldier Boy. Click. Newman's hand shook, and the phone nearly dropped onto the floor of the car. Soldier Boy? Was this some kind of sick joke? Newman, who had still sounded tough a moment ago, suddenly could not keep that front up anymore. 1 minute, she had been in the square, shouting herself hoarse as she denounced Homelander and tried to drag him down from his pedestal. The next, Homelander's biological father, that superhero from the last century, had shown up directly inside her home. Soon, Newman's breathing grew sharp and ragged, her chest heaving. Fear clamped around her throat like an invisible hand. Her adoptive father, Edgar, had once sent a full 20 or 30 powerful supes to surround and kill Soldier Boy, all to remove the threat for good. A few of those monstrous supes had abilities that came infinitely close to Queen Maeve's, or even her own. And the result? They all died. Otherwise, her adoptive father would not be dead either. Soldier Boy's strength was absolutely on par with Homelander's. He might even be stronger than that overgrown man-baby. Newman had the ability to control blood and make heads explode. But in front of a monster on this level, she knew very well that the power she was so proud of might not even be enough to give him a nosebleed. Mr. Benjamin? Please. Without hesitation, Newman threw away every bit of political dignity and pretense she had. There was no toughness left in her voice now, only pleading. I know I was wrong. Please spare my daughter. Zoe doesn't know anything. She's just a child. Her voice was frantic. You can do whatever you want to me. I'll do anything you ask. Even if you want me dead, that's fine. Please, just don't touch Zoe. Click. Beep, beep, beep. But the person on the other end clearly had no interest in listening to her beg. He hung up. Hearing the cold, busy tone from the phone, Newman nearly broke down. Drive faster. Move. Home. Get the fuck home. Newman screamed at the driver in front. Newman's home was in a luxury apartment downtown. Benjamin sat beside the expensive solid wood dining table. He was wearing that distinctly old-fashioned green supersuit, his entire body giving off a hard, blood and iron aura that warned people to stay the hell away. With one leg crossed over the other, he grabbed a handful of fries without ketchup and tossed them into his mouth. He had to admit, McDonald's fries in this world were just as damn good. Better than KFC and Burger King, at least. Across the table, Zoe had already obediently put down the half-eaten egg tart in her hand. The little girl shrank into the oversized chair, both hands clutching tightly at the hem of her clothes. She stared at the tall man in front of her with timid eyes. There was fear in them too. The instant the man gave his name, Zoe suddenly remembered. Her mom had once accidentally let a secret slip in the study while staring at a photo. The man in front of her, this Benjamin, was the supervillain who had killed her grandpa. Grandpa Edgar had never come back, and Mom had secretly cried several times. Zoe's breathing quickened, and her little face went pale. Bad mister, what do you want? Zoe worked up her courage and questioned him, her voice shaking. You're a bad guy, right? Benjamin looked at the trembling little girl across from him. He could not help rolling his eyes, then swallowed the fries in his mouth. I'm a fucking superhero, you little brat. Relax. As long as that politician mom of yours behaves her fucking self and does what she's told, I don't give a shit about either of you. Hearing this handsome older guy casually spit out fuck left and right, Zoe's face turned even paler. Scenes from TV shows instantly flashed through the little girl's mind. Her mom was very pretty and had a great body. Even though her mom already had a husband, Zoe knew there were still plenty of bad men out there who had nasty thoughts about her. And now this foul-mouthed villain was sitting in their home like he owned the place, even waiting for her mom to come back. The more Zoe thought about it, the more scared she became. Her big eyes quickly filled with tears. You're here waiting for my mom. Zoe swallowed, then ate the egg tart. After that, with a clear sob in her voice, she timidly shrank back a little. You're not planning to do those weird things to my mom, are you? Like, fucking stuff. The air suddenly went quiet. Benjamin had just grabbed another handful of fries. His hand froze in midair, and he looked at Zoe in speechless disbelief. He stared at the teary-eyed little girl in front of him, the one whose imagination had gone completely off the rails, and for once, he felt like his own brain had short-circuited. What the fuck was this nonsense? What the hell were kids in America thinking about these days? How old was she, anyway? And who the fuck taught her that word? Screech. The piercing sound of brakes rang out beneath the apartment building. Newman did not wait for the bodyguard to open the door. She shoved it open herself and rushed out. Under her long, shapely legs, her high heels struck the expensive marble floor in a frantic, uneven rhythm. She practically threw herself into the elevator like a madwoman, jabbing the button for the top floor again and again. When the heavy security door was shoved open, Newman's heart nearly jumped into her throat. Thankfully, there was no blood in the living room, and no sign that anything terrible had happened. A goofy cartoon was playing on the huge LCD TV. The man in the green supersuit, radiating an overwhelming pressure, was sprawled casually on the sofa, and her daughter, Zoe, was sitting obediently beside him. The little girl was holding a half-eaten KFC mini egg tart in her hands, her eyes fixed on the TV screen. Of course Zoe was scared. But Soldier Boy had not hurt her, so all she could do was sit quietly beside him and watch TV. Zoe. Tears spilled down Newman's face. She tossed aside her expensive designer bag, sprinted over in her high heels, and pulled her daughter tightly into her arms. Mommy, why are you crying? Zoe jumped in fright, raising her little hand still covered in flaky crumbs, looking completely confused. Newman had no time to answer. Her hands moved frantically over her daughter's body, checking every inch of bone and skin. No injuries. Not even a bruise. Zoe was really okay. Newman let out a long breath of relief. The weakness of someone who had just survived a disaster drained all the strength from her body in an instant. Even though she knew Soldier Boy probably was not the type to hurt her daughter. But, who the hell knew? Soldier Boy was an extremely dangerous soup. She held Zoe tightly for a full minute before she finally eased up. Be a good girl, Zoe. Take your egg tart and go back to your room. Newman forced out a smile uglier than crying and gently rubbed her daughter's hair. Mommy needs to talk to this uncle about some grown-up things. Zoe looked at her red-eyed mother, then at Benjamin, who stood there expressionless, and nodded obediently. Still, she glanced curiously between the two of them. Her beautiful, sexy mom, and the handsome older guy. They were going to talk about grown-up things. Could it be? Zoe was very curious. She really wanted to watch, but she could only listen to her mother and go back to her bedroom. As the bedroom door clicked shut, Newman slowly turned around. The tenderness and motherly warmth on her face vanished without a trace, replaced by vigilance and fear. How did you get in? Newman stared at the man on the sofa, her voice trembling but sharp. What the hell do you want from me? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. He let out a casual chuckle. In this fucked up world, there's nowhere I can't go. I go wherever the hell I want. He slowly stood up, and that suffocating pressure instantly filled the entire living room. As for why I came to find you, do I really need to spell it out? You used to be Vought International's obedient little dog, Edgar's mole planted in politics. Benjamin looked down at her, his eyes full of mockery. Now old Edgar's dead, and you're pretending you don't know us? Running around with those dumbfuck politicians and turning around to come after Vought International. He took a step closer. What? You think my temper and my giant baby of a son's temper are both that fucking good? At the mention of Edgar, Newman's pupils shrank violently. Bloodshot veins instantly crawled through her eyes, and grief filled her voice. You bastard, you killed Edgar? And you still expect me to? Newman's words cut off abruptly. Benjamin had simply reached out with his right hand and clamped it around Newman's pale neck like lightning. He used no technique, only violence in its purest form. With one arm, Benjamin lifted Newman straight into the air as easily as picking up a chick. Newman was powerful, but her physical body was not particularly strong, probably below Maeve. Ugh. The intense feeling of suffocation rushed into her brain, and Newman's feet kicked wildly in midair. Her hands dug desperately at Benjamin's fingers, trying to pry herself free, but that hand was like a hydraulic clamp cast from iron. It did not move at all. Endless terror finally exploded completely in Newman's eyes. Listen, you little bitch. Benjamin leaned close to her face, his voice freezing cold. That old piece of shit Edgar sold me off like trash to a Soviet lab back then. I spent 40 whole years in that hellhole, tortured like a fucking lab rat. The killing intent in Benjamin's eyes was undisguised. Not long ago, he even sent more than 30 supes to surround and kill me. With my temper, I could have butchered Edgar's whole family, you and your little daughter included, and it still wouldn't have been a damn bit too much. You understand me? Benjamin tilted his head slightly, watching Newman's eyes start to roll back. But you need to know something. Today, I'm sitting here talking to you nice and civil. I didn't snap your daughter's neck. Hell, I even bought her a big meal. So you'd better be fucking grateful, because I'm a good man. Newman's brain was already starved of oxygen, and her vision began to blur. The fear of death swallowed her whole like a raging deep-sea tide. She could not die. If she died, what would happen to Zoe? Under the force of a fierce survival instinct, Newman finally erupted. Her eyes snapped wide open, and her black pupils were instantly covered by an eerie gray-white sheen. Her superpower activated. She drove every bit of psychic power in her body straight into Benjamin's brain like a sharpened blade. This was her ability, a killing move that could instantly blow the head of any human whose body was not strong enough into a spray of blood. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Benjamin did not even blink. Forget blowing his head off. He did not shed a single drop of blood from his nose, and he did not feel even the faintest bit dizzy. This blood manipulation ability, powerful enough to instantly kill Shockwave and the Deep, hit Benjamin like a soft breeze brushing past a mountain forged from steel. Completely fucking useless. In Newman's gray-white eyes, absolute terror showed through, impossible to hide. What? You trying to blow my head off? Benjamin sensed the faint fluctuation and instantly understood what she was trying to do. He did not get angry. Instead, he split his mouth into a grin. Come on. I'm standing right here. Put your fucking back into it. Blow my head off, try it? Don't be such a pussy. That weak-ass power of yours couldn't even twist off a damn bottle cap. Newman sank into complete despair. She had already pushed her superpower to its absolute limit, but she still could not do it. She could not even make him bleed a single drop. All Newman could do was shake her head desperately in midair, choking sounds rattling in her throat. It wasn't until Newman's pupils began to lose focus, right when she was on the verge of suffocating, that Benjamin finally let go, as casually as if he were tossing out trash. Thud. Newman hit the floor hard. She looked like a dying fish, clutching her throat as she greedily sucked in air, her full, perky chest heaving non-stop. Tears and snot ran together, leaving her utterly pathetic. In those beautiful wide eyes, only hollow despair remained. Her superpowers, her pride, her trump card. In front of this man, they were nothing but a joke. She was supposed to be one of the top supes. Yet before Soldier Boy, she was barely any different from an ordinary person. So this was the terrifying power of the strongest supe of the last century? Newman's eyes turned pitiful. She knelt there on the floor, staring up at Benjamin. I'll do it. Newman slumped to the ground, giving up every last shred of dignity and resistance. Her lips trembled as she muttered. I'll do anything for you. I was wrong. Please don't hurt Zoe. Looking at Newman trembling on the floor, Benjamin gave a contemptuous snort. Quit looking like somebody shot your parents. It was not just because Newman had gone after Homelander. The main issue was that Newman really was not a good person. She had killed plenty of people for Edgar, for Vought. According to her, it had always been to protect her daughter. But in reality, aside from helping Edgar, Newman had mostly done it for herself. She was a polished little egoist who happened to love her daughter. Benjamin dragged over a chair, sat down, and stared down at Newman. I may have butchered your adoptive father, but you need to get your fucking head straight. Newman. That money-grubbing old bastard Edgar never once saw you as his real daughter. Every word hit where it hurt. He was using your superpowers. If you were just some ordinary woman who couldn't even twist open a bottle cap, you'd be worth less than dog shit to him. Got it. Watching Newman's expression, Benjamin went on. And don't rush to argue. I'm pretty damn sure you know that better than anyone. Newman froze. She instinctively opened her mouth to argue, only to find that her throat seemed blocked. Because, with despair, she realized Soldier Boy was right about everything. Edgar had raised her only to turn her into a sharp dagger planted in the political world. That so-called father-daughter bond was nothing more than a cheap chain meant to keep that dagger leashed. Even if Edgar had raised her. So what? Edgar was dead. And right now, all she wanted was to survive by any means necessary, and keep her daughter safe. What do you need me to do? Newman raised her head. The cold composure of a politician returned to her eyes, now mixed with submission and awe towards Soldier Boy's power. After all, the man in front of her was practically a god. Simple. Go back to your old job. Keep being Vought's mole. Legitimately, of course. I don't need you killing people for no damn reason. I just need you to support the new Vought, the new Homelander, and me. That's enough. Benjamin lightly tapped the coffee table and spoke slowly. My son is about to face a fucking hearing, all because he killed two pieces of shit who nearly raped a pregnant woman. I want you to use every resource you have to help him make this go away. Understand? I understand, sir. I'll do anything for you, Newman said quietly. The matter itself would not be that hard to settle, but that did not mean Soldier Boy was unwilling to make things easier for Homelander, mostly because his precious dumbass son really had changed. Just a few dozen minutes ago, Benjamin had watched Homelander's nationwide live broadcast from the square on TV. That weak-ass son of his, the one who only ever knew how to plaster on a fake smile in front of the cameras and cry the second things got rough. He had actually dared to tear the mask off in front of the whole world and flip off those high and mighty politicians. That speech was almost the same as Homelander's in the original series. But it was even more interesting. Very interesting. The corner of Benjamin's mouth curved in the faintest hint of a smile. Maybe that spineless son of his had finally grown the backbone of a man. Maybe he really was moving closer to becoming a superhero, even if he still had a long way to go. But Benjamin believed that before long, Homelander would absolutely be able to do it, to become a true superhero. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sudden knock at the door broke the atmosphere in the living room. Newman, still slumped on the floor, froze. Who would come looking for her at a time like this? With those big eyes full of fear and pleading, Newman carefully looked toward Soldier Boy, who was sitting on the sofa. Without this man's permission, she did not even dare breathe too loudly. It had to be said, with the way Newman was sitting and that little expression on her face, she looked strangely tempting. Benjamin leaned back on the sofa. Then he lifted his chin slightly and jerked it toward the front door. Go answer it. Once she had his permission, Newman felt like she had been granted a pardon. She hurriedly climbed up from the floor and fumbled to straighten her slightly disheveled business suit. After taking 2 long breaths, Newman forced herself to calm down and put on the cold mask politicians always wore. Click. The heavy security door opened. Standing outside was not some high-ranking political official, nor one of Vought's assassins. It was a rather awkward-looking young man holding hands with a pretty, delicate-featured girl. Huey. And his girlfriend, Robin. Seeing who it was, Newman's tightly wound nerves eased a little. Newman trusted Huey and Robin. For some reason, she liked these 2 young, innocent subordinates quite a bit. That was why she had given them her private address. Hey, Huey. Newman looked at him curiously. Come in. What brings you here? Huey nodded and came in with Robin behind Newman. But almost immediately, his gaze went past Newman's shoulder and landed on the tall man in the green supersuit sitting on the living room sofa. Huey's eyes widened at once. Oh my god. Huey sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively let go of Robin's hand. Joy spread across his face. Soldier Boy? Sir, it's you. Huey was so excited his voice was shaking. And honestly, who could blame him? Not long ago, Huey had still been a die-hard fan who worshipped A-Train as his hero for life. Until that day on the street, when an out-of-control A-Train tore through at supersonic speed and nearly turned Robin into ground meat right there on the curb. It was Soldier Boy, who just happened to be passing by, who used lubricant to make A-Train wipe out. From that moment on, the A-Train poster in Huey's home came down. Soldier Boy had become the one true god in his heart, the superhero who had saved the woman he loved. Looking at Huey, who was so excited he did not know what to do with himself, Benjamin raised an eyebrow. Of course he remembered this skinny little brat who looked like a bamboo pole. Huey, right. Benjamin leaned back against the sofa and sized him up. If I remember right, you're that little bastard with the girlfriend who used to fix stereos in some shitty electronics store. So what the hell are you doing here? Glossing over some of the rougher wording, Huey's face flushed with excitement when he heard that his idol actually remembered his name and his job. He quickly took Robin's hand again and scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Sir, some stuff happened. Huey coughed twice, trying to cover his awkwardness. The store I used to work at got completely wrecked because of, circumstances beyond my control. My boss fired me, so I was unemployed for a while. He could not exactly tell Soldier Boy that Translucent had come to the store looking for trouble, and then he and Butcher had blown the place up. Still, ever since he had helped kill Translucent, Huey had not had much contact with Butcher and the others. Butcher and his crew had taken the fall for him. After all, Butcher had already used Huey. He had no reason to keep dragging Huey, who had a perfectly happy life, along with him. Soon, though, Huey straightened his chest, a trace of pride entering his voice. I've joined the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. I'm currently working as a senior analyst. In the original series, Huey only joined the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs in Season 3, and only then did he start working under Newman. Unexpectedly, he had joined so much earlier this time. After those words, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly shifted. Benjamin, who had still been smiling, slowly lost the curve at the corner of his mouth. Huey was only an ordinary person, but even he could clearly tell something was wrong. Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs. Benjamin gave a cold laugh, his gaze turning razor-sharp. So you little shit managed to become one of Newman's people. He suddenly sat upright and stared at Huey. And now you're running around with this woman, working together to fuck with Vought. Huey opened his mouth, then quickly realized he might have just said something he should not have. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Shit. Only then did Huey realize the situation was seriously wrong. Senator Newman was Vought International's sworn enemy. Every day on TV, she found a new way to rip into superheroes. So why was Soldier Boy, the oldest and strongest supe in Vought International, sitting in Newman's private apartment? No, 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 sir, you've got it wrong. Huey was so scared he waved his hands again and even started stammering. The Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs absolutely isn't trying to take on Vought. We're just trying to keep out-of-control heroes in line better, get them to do more good. The more Huey explained, the less confidence he had, and his voice grew smaller and smaller. He and Robin looked back and forth between Newman and Soldier Boy. Only then did he notice it. His direct superior, Newman, looked very wrong today. Newman's clothes were a little messy, and her eyes were red. Most importantly, around Newman's pale neck was an obvious ring of red marks. In an instant, countless terrifying possibilities flashed through Huey's mind. Kidnapping, assassination, interrogation under duress. Huey was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. In the original series, he had survived all the way to the finale. Of course, that might also have been because he was the male lead, but either way, he had noticed something was off. Sir. Huey worked up his courage and asked cautiously. Coming to see my boss this late, is there some urgent official business? Looking at Huey, who was clearly scared shitless but still insisted on asking, Benjamin was almost pissed enough to laugh. Official business? He had almost twisted Newman's head off just now. Then Benjamin suddenly grinned. He stood up from the sofa and walked over to Newman. With a short cry of surprise, Benjamin bluntly reached out, wrapped an arm around Newman's slender, soft waist, and yanked her straight into his arms with overwhelming strength. The two of them were pressed tightly together. Newman froze in fear, not daring to resist in the slightest. She could only press herself against Benjamin's iron-hard chest, then wrap her arms around him. Why am I here? I'm here to fuck this busta woman, obviously. The second he said that, Huey and Robin were both stunned. The highest-ranking official of the Federal Bureau of Superhuman Affairs, an iron-fisted female politician devoted to cracking down on supes, was secretly hooking up with one of Vought International's founding-level superheroes? Huey felt his entire worldview crumbling. He stared blankly at the red marks around Newman's neck. Maybe those were not from being strangled. Maybe they were, from getting too wild. Feeling Huey's shocked gaze, Newman wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. She was a top-tier supe, a high-end mighty female senator, and now she was being forced to act like some kind of. But Newman had no choice. For her life, for her daughter, Newman threw herself into it. And as she rubbed against Soldier Boy's chest, for some reason, she did not find Soldier Boy all that repulsive. Of course, she still hated what Soldier Boy was doing. Soon, Newman forced out a shy smile and naturally wrapped both arms around Benjamin's neck. Under Huey and Robin's dumbstruck stares, Newman rose slightly onto her toes and pressed her rosy lips to him. Smack. She planted a firm kiss on Benjamin's cheek. Then Newman turned her head and put on the bashful look of a woman caught in an affair. That's how it is, Huey. Newman deliberately softened her voice, adding a touch of breathlessness as if she had just finished some strenuous exercise. We just have a simple mutual attraction. You know how it is. Adults need some, well, private ways to relax. Newman leaned against Benjamin and gave a soft sigh. I hope you two can keep this confidential. Please don't tell the media, okay? Huey and Robin looked at each other, their expressions absolutely priceless. Robin's face had already gone bright red. She quietly tugged at Huey's sleeve. Huey wanted to slap himself across the face. His boss was at home having a private moment with his mistress, and he had actually shown up with his girlfriend and knocked on the door? That was a huge workplace screw-up. Worse, the mistress was the idol he worshipped more than anyone. So the rumors were true. His idol's private life really was that wild. Oh, Jesus? Sorry. Huey finally caught on, his face turning as red as a baboon's ass. Mortified, he waved his hands like crazy and kept backing away. I swear, we didn't see anything. We won't say a damn word. Since this is private, we won't bother you to, carry on. See you tomorrow, boss. Goodbye, sir. The second he finished, Huey didn't dare take another look. He grabbed Robin by the hand and fled the apartment like his life depended on it. Bang. The security door slammed shut. They could even hear Huey trip out in the hallway because he was rushing so badly. As the door closed, Huey's footsteps faded farther and farther away. The apartment fell quiet again. Newman, who had looked so bashful only a moment ago, sprang out of Benjamin's arms as if she had been shocked. She gulped down air, her pretty face deathly pale. Thinking back to that humiliating scene, Newman felt utterly degraded. But she did not dare get angry. All she could do was lower her head. Benjamin stood where he was and casually wiped the cheek Newman had kissed. Newman stood there in a daze. The coyness and charm she had forced herself to show in order to fool Huey vanished in an instant. All that remained was a deep sense of humiliation. Newman bit her lower lip, tears misting her eyes. What? A cold snort full of mockery suddenly sounded beside her. At some point, Benjamin had already walked right up to her. He looked down at the sexy, beautiful woman before him, his thick brows lifting slightly. I haven't even started being disgusted with you yet. So who the fuck are you making that reluctant face for? Benjamin gave a cold laugh. You're acting like you're the one who got wronged here. At his merciless taunt, Newman froze for a moment. Then she raised her head. Her gaze met Benjamin's deep eyes. It was a flawless, impossibly handsome face. There was none of the delicate prettiness of those modern pretty boys. He radiated raw masculinity. A crushing pressure rolled over her. Benjamin did not stop. He stepped forward on his long legs, closing in on Newman one step at a time. Newman instinctively backed away. Click, click, click. Her slim high heels struck the floor in a panicked rhythm. For every inch Benjamin advanced, she retreated a foot. Crash. As she backed up, Newman's lower back slammed hard into the glass coffee table in front of the sofa. Several expensive crystal glasses were knocked to the floor, shattering into countless glittering shards. Newman had nowhere left to go. Her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed into the broken glass. But then, Newman suddenly stopped moving. She did not keep struggling, nor did she scream. Maybe it was because, deep down, she was terrified of this man's overwhelming power. Or maybe she subconsciously understood that any resistance in front of him would only be laughably useless. She simply stood there at the edge of the coffee table, tilting her head up slightly. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Maybe it was a plea. Maybe she had given up fighting. Seeing Newman's completely resigned expression, Benjamin reached out with unquestionable dominance. He pinched her smooth chin between two fingers and forced her to lift her head. There's one thing I fucking hate most. People lying to me. Benjamin's fingertips slowly brushed over Newman's soft skin as he spoke in a low voice. I wasn't planning to make that lie from earlier come true. But you just had to go and kiss me first, didn't you, you little bitch? His breath fell against Newman's cheek, scorching hot. Now that it's already been said, wouldn't I look like less of a man if I didn't make it real? Newman's heartbeat sped up. Before long, she obediently closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling uneasily. Sir. Newman parted her lips slightly, her voice soft and sweet, like spring water melting open. I told you before. I'm willing to obey any order you give me. The moment she finished speaking, Benjamin's eyes darkened. He lowered his head and kissed her hard. Newman let out a muffled sound. Benjamin's raw masculinity and overbearing force shattered what little reason Newman had left in an instant. Benjamin reached out, wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and lifted her straight off the ground with one hand. Newman cried out softly, her legs instinctively locking around the man's powerful waist. Bang! Benjamin kicked the bedroom door open with a brutal kick. The two kissed wildly, stumbling onto the large, soft bed. There was no foreplay, no tenderness. All that rang out was the sharp rip of tearing fabric. Newman's custom business suit, worth tens of thousands of dollars and symbolizing her status as a congresswoman, was brutally torn into scraps by Benjamin. He tossed it carelessly onto the carpet. Her flawless, sensual body was fully exposed beneath the dim light. Outside the door was the silent night. Inside was a frenzy of complete, unreserved surrender. Zoe. 2 hours later. The air in the bedroom was thick with the scent of hormones. The frantic passion had finally come to an end. The large double bed was an absolute mess. Newman looked as if she had just been pulled out of the water, her sexy body drenched in fragrant sweat. She lay completely limp in Benjamin's broad, solid arms, without even the strength to lift a finger.